welcome the umpires Neil Pratt and Sue Redfern, along with Cameron Bancroft and the glorious Gloucesters. Your batters for Middlesex, resuming on 42 not out. Number 76, Lee's Deploy, and a warm welcome back to Gloucestershire for Kane Williamson.
Well, a very good afternoon once again as we start delayed here on day 2 as we did on day 1 on this rather brighter day 2 of this Gloucestershire versus Middlesex County Championship clash in Division 2 at Cheltenham College. Things looking rather better now than they did first thing this morning when it was still extremely damp out there. We've not actually had any rain, I think, since yesterday evening, but it was really pretty much as soon as we signed off, it started to rain, and then it got extremely heavy. I've not seen water cascading off the roof here at Cheltenham quite like we had yesterday evening, so no surprise whatsoever, especially with the dry, hard conditions in the outfield, that the water just couldn't really soak in. There's still quite a soft top layer, from what I've heard, to the outfield, but underneath it is rock hard, so there's only a certain amount that the water's been able to seep through. There have been some barer patches as well with all the hot sunny weather that we've had, where there's basically just been mud. But thankfully we are ready to play, and Todd Murphy is bowling the first ball of the day, I should say, and it's a loose one to start off with, shortened down the leg side to Kane Williamson, who was imperious yesterday, and he started off with a boundary first ball, just swivelling and pulling it away to the well-populated temporary stand on the far side of the ground as we look at it in the pavilion. And 4 runs to get us underway. Middlesex 236 for 3 now. They won the toss. They decided to bat yesterday. And despite a couple of early wickets from Matt Taylor, it's been mostly about this partnership, but particularly Kane Williamson, who's on the front foot, guiding the ball out through point and coming through for a single. So 237 for 3. Williamson 109 now from 114 deliveries. He just slowed up a fraction as he got near his 100. Otherwise he'd have had 100 better than a run a ball. And he really did just unleash all of the classy and varied shots that he possesses. As really it was a run a ball 100, but it was almost as though he was still not really even either in top gear or particularly bothered about the rate that he was scoring at. Deploy facing his first ball of the day, defending it, and Deploy was pretty much second fiddle, even though he's scored at around about 4 and over himself. He's driving here through extra cover. Charlesworth round the boundary will pick up away to his left-hand side, slings the throw in, and 2 runs to Deploy, who is on to 44. Middlesex 239 for 3, so batting points are approaching, and for Gloucestershire they really need early wickets here to try and stem the flow of runs and get themselves back into some sort of a position, as Deploy is driving through the covers, this time just for a single to Charlesworth in the deep. 240 for 3. So this is the first of 80 overs that we have in the day's play. Lunch will be at 1:10, so we've got another one of these abridged morning sessions, and then tea will be at 4 o'clock. Murphy bowls, holds that one back. A little bit of a mix-up there as Williamson initially came charging down the pitch, and Deploy was responding to the call. Williamson just able to scream him back into his crease at the non-striker's end in time. There's no run. That ends the over at 240 for 3. Ed Seaborn and Kevin Hand with you on the BBC Sport website and the app, and via the Gloucestershire live stream. Afternoon, Kevin.
I'm not a fan of
more time from the game here.
I'm not a fan of turning up at these games at 9 o'clock in the morning. 12:32, and we're only just running into bowl. It's a long old day already, isn't it? How are you, Ed?
I'm well, thank you. Yes.
80 overs.
I'm a big fan of these 40-minute, 30-minute morning sessions.
Yes, indeed. I think I heard you there. As he turned himself up, say, Dan, turn yourself down. Yeah, well, it's a chance for Gloucestershire, perhaps, just to come in, try and break this partnership now, and if it doesn't work, then they'll get another go to break it just after lunch. They're still 30 overs away from a second new ball, aren't they? Or what, 27 now? That's a long, long way, bearing in mind the match situation. Here's Taylor bowling to deploy. He's left arm over, and the left-hander stands up tall to punch to cover. There's no run. We have, tellingly, alongside the keeper, a backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, 2 mid-wickets, deep square and a long leg. So, gives you a fair indication that the Kookaburra ball is 54 overs old now and behaving as a Kookaburra as he's expected to behave. Taylor's in, bowls, and deploy, stands up tall and punches through point. Oh, it's a brilliant stop. Backward point low to his left. It looked like 4 all the way, but fingertips has saved it. Phillips complete in the fielding coming around. Hammond picks himself up. And a ripple of applause around Cheltenham College for the efforts of the backward point. Single taken. Deploy onto 46. 2-4-1 for 3.
It does give you an indication, though, that that top layer is still very soft and slippery. And
are you suggesting he wouldn't have dived otherwise?
Chucking himself about there. Well, I guess it's probably welcome from the point of view of the fact that it's just that,
it's like
that
a
little
kid's
bit
play
softer,
centre out there, isn't it? Yeah.
You've got to be a bit careful at the same time diving around out there, because there must be some patches which are still rock hard and others which aren't. You don't really quite know what you're going to get.
Taylor is left arm around to the right-handed Williamson, and this is eased into the offside where there are 2 close covers in there. Deep point, cover, extra cover, both pretty tight. Mid-off, mid-on. A short straight mid-wicket. Deep square and a long leg, and also that, well, backward point is more gully for the right-hander, isn't he? Taylor's left arm around, trying to tuck up Williamson, deny them any room. Bowl at the stumps is the key here, isn't it, for Gloucestershire. As in he comes, bowls, and a little bit of width on that, just eased that gully fielder, no run.
So I think the weather today looks okay now. There's about a 20% chance of some sort of a shower in the afternoon, according to this app, but hopefully we'll get away with that. I think more the issue now as far as this match is that there is a yellow warning for thunderstorms tomorrow as well, so that could be more delays.
Here's Williamson standing up tall and punching out to deep backward point for a single. 2-4-3 for 3. Yes, it had been on my mind overnight that should we lose more time tomorrow, as you say, the forecast is a little grim. Then for Middlesex, a high-scoring draw is obviously the key, isn't it?
Yeah.
So 16 points for a win, 8 for the draw. If they could get 5 with the bat, which they're on course for at the moment, then you're nearly at that 16 points anyway, aren't you? And then pick up the bowling points, if possible, as up tall, deploy punches to backward point, and there's no run. 2-4-2 for 3. I guess it'd have to be, if the forecast is a little rough, some temptation for Middlesex to get to maximum batting points, go hell for leather for 10 or 15 overs and then pull out.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. If I were in their position, that might be what I would do.
That might just give them a few overs tonight, mightn't it?
Yeah.
If it's taken them 54 overs to get to 2-4-2 for 3, and they may well get there even quicker. Let's say it takes them 45 overs to get the next 210 runs for maximum batting points. Then, have a little dash after that, and still, there's something of a session tonight, really, isn't there? To have a bowl at Gloucestershire first up, See if they can put some pressure on the hosts in this match.
And goes Murphy, bowling to Williamson, who's forward driving past extra cover. He has picked a bit of a gap, but Ollie Price sliding back, and you can still see the mark created by that slide. Keeps it down to a single, 243 for 3. The unfortunate thing for Middlesex and, well, really both these sides of Gloucestershire, as we mentioned yesterday, are going to have any hope of dragging themselves back into things. They're going to need to win nearly all their remaining games. It seems as though the forecast in other parts of the country is better than it is here. Murphy round the wicket bowling, deployed drives, and will just get a single in the end, to wide mid-off. So 244 for 3. We've had, I think, a delayed start at Old Trafford, but that game moving along quicker than this one because Lancashire have already bowled Glamorgan out for 261. As Murphy bowls, Williamson defends, dabs it away, and Bracey out from behind the stumps to pick it up because there's no short leg, just a slip. Lancashire, by the way, 5 for 1 in reply to Glamorgan's 261, with Luke Wells, the early victim for Asitha Fernando, out for 2. Murphy bowls, down the pitch comes Williamson, drives this one with a firm bottom hand down to long on. And another single, 245 for 3. And mustn't forget Derbyshire as well, even though Derbyshire have been heading in the wrong direction. They are still in this mix very much. Murphy bowls. Oh, somebody's been drinking a lot already. As Deploy reaches forward. I think he's beaten by one there.
Was that the back of the PA tent?
Oh dear. Yes. It seems quite early for that number of bottles to need to be empty.
Well, it is 20 to 1.
There wasn't anything for anybody else to do this morning, really. Murphy bowls, Deploy mistimes the drive to cover, and there's no run, so 3 from the over. Middlesex 245 for 3.
Although I guess there's probably a bit of mopping up to do off the field, as there was a fair bit to do on the field this morning as well. It was a pretty damp and dank finish to yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The torrential rain that was pouring down onto this balcony via the overflowing gutters. 200-year-old overflowing gutters, I should add. At least 200 years, I guess. No, maybe not quite. 150?
Yeah, something like that, I would have thought. Yeah, maybe a little bit more than 150, but probably somewhere between there and 200. Derbyshire, by the way, bowled out for 377, so that means they've accrued 3 batting points, and Northamptonshire are 38 for 1 in reply in that game at Wantage Road. And really, in both sides' interests, to move that one along.
Taylor's around the wicket, he bowls, and Williamson turns to mid-wicket, no run. Still 2 short in the covers.
Leicestershire bowled out for 471 by Kent, but they were really gone already, and it's another set of maximum batting points for Leicestershire. So I think that's 35 batting points they've now got in 11 matches. The way to do it.
Taylor is around the wicket, bowl short, and he's hooked hard by Williamson. Phillips is back, and a single's taken. Nearly kneecaps myself again on that rusty join on this table.
I think it's because you're determined to sit so close to me. You could
Yes.
just move along a little bit.
It might be the big wet patch to my right, Ed, to be fair, as opposed to your allure.
I did notice, as
grand as it may be,
to sit down, your chair was completely covered with water. I didn't move that chair into place for you.
Did you set me up there hoping I'd sit on that?
Of course not.
Ed.
Would I do such a thing?
Here's Taylor to deploy on 47. He's left arm over, and the left-hander pushes back up the track. No run. Full and straight is the order of the day at the moment, isn't it, from Gloucestershire? It's bowl at the stumps and make them hit it off the stumps if they so choose. At the moment, quite rightly, Williamson and Deploy just playing themselves in again, because 25 overs of the Kookaburra here. Excuse me, if these two can keep going at the rate they are, I mean 4.4 is the current rate, of which theirs is considerably higher than that, this partnership. raised it from what was about 3.8 of the innings when they came together. As in comes Taylor bowls and deploys, standing up tall again. He punches in front of extra cover. Mid-off comes around and there's no run. I thought he was really going to let rip on that one, but he stroked it respectfully in the end into the offside. 246 for 3. So yeah, what have we got? 25 overs to the second new ball. Going at 4 and over, so there's 100, well, 4.4, so let's say they get 130. Is that a bit too much? 120 maybe off this period to the second new ball as Ford goes to deploy, pushing back up the track. Best part of 400s on the board, and as we say, get to the 450 and dash. Yeah. Would probably have to be Middlesex's best hope. Gloucestershire at the moment, I mean, we're analysing it from a Middlesex perspective because they clearly are in the box seat at the moment, given that there's time against this game. I mean, and the time is the greatest adversary of Gloucestershire, because of course they could come out and hit 650, 700 themselves, but to do so, the game would virtually be over by that point, wouldn't it? As is Taylor in bowls, and this is punched beautifully through point. Now, there's a chance with that damp outfield, as Ed was saying, for them to catch this, and they do a slide from Price and a throw. Sorry, it wasn't Price, was it? It's Phillips. Yep. He's picked himself up a throw from Murphy, completing the double act down below our balcony here at Cheltenham College, with a lovely sun glinting across the ground and reflecting off the white roofs of those marquees on the far side. At the end of the over, it is 248 for 3. Williamson will have strike on 113. Deploy has 49 now.
Yeah, Murphy ready to resume. I feel, well, I usually feel somewhat inadequate, but
why on this occasion, Ed?
Particularly in this occasion. Well, with Todd Murphy bowling, during the last round, we were blessed very much with the company of Nathan Johns, who's an Irish journalist, and he was our third voice for the last game. As in comes Murphy, and Williamson forces this off the back foot through the offside. They turn down a second run to Josh Shaw at deep cover. 249 for 3. It just, there's something right about the name Murphy being said in an Irish accent. I'm not sure I can match it.
I'm not sure you should try.
No, I just sort of miss Todd Murphy in an Irish accent. Yeah. Deploys on 49. Middlesex on 249 for 3 as Murphy bowls. This is driven to mid-off and hit 2 firmly to come through for 1.
You're not going to get me to do it. You're not.
I reckon you just won't be able to resist temptation by the end of the day. Murphy, this leg kick before he starts his shuffling approach down the pitch deploy and just nudging the ball into the onside, where there's plenty of space wide of mid-on, and there's a half century for Lewis Deploy. 78 deliveries, 5 fours, and he has kept Kane Williamson company. And yes, well, there we go. Oh no!
On a Wednesday.
Had his 250 and a batting point.
In Cheltenham.
case somehow you didn't hear that. So it's 1-1.
It's 1-1 at Cheltenham College. Yeah, and that's the thing, isn't it? You know, if it is to be rain affected, then Middlesex and Gloucestershire will have to think high scoring draw in this, won't they?
Murphy bowls and Williamson clips a little out in front of himself there. Maybe just done by a bit of change of pace from Murphy, or possibly just stopped a little bit in the area of the pitch which has been worked on. It was in the air for a little bit of time, but well short of short mid-wicket in the end. Down comes Williamson, clips it to Bancroft at the straighter of the 2 short mid-wickets, and there's no run there. The pitch still, if you weren't with us yesterday, the middle is greener than the 2 ends. I don't think anybody really felt that it played particularly differently to a normal Cheltenham surface. Again, Williamson's almost in danger of selling Deploy down the river there, because the ball's nudged to cover and there certainly isn't a run there, and Deploy has to get back. So 250 for 3 turns that over, and almost at this point looks the most likely method of dismissal, with a couple of times Williamson having taken a bit of a charge, and Deploy's so keen to respond to his senior colleague that occasionally just has to scramble back.
Have we got more cookies today, Ed?
We have got more cookies
Oh,
today, yes.
joy of joy.
And the lunch is also
served already, I know.
here.
Well, what have you gone for?
I've gone for a chicken mayo sandwich.
Isn't it the done thing to allow the guest commentators to have first pick?
Well, it depends whether they're actually here or not.
Taylor's in, bowls to Deploy, and this ball's pushed back into the offside, and there's no run. 250 for 3. The car is far more comfortable than the balcony, I have to tell you. I'm talking about the cricket commentary.
You were talking about it being cold up here yesterday.
Well, it was nippy.
No, I mean, it was cold on day 2 of the Lancashire game because the lad from Burnley put a jumper on. So that, I felt, was proof that
Who's the lad from Burnley?
Scott Reed.
Oh, I thought you meant yesterday. Sorry, yeah.
No, I said the Lancashire game.
Here's Taylor. He's in, bowls, and this is punched away into the offside. He's not a lad anymore. He's an old man. Old man Reed, according.
Mind you, if you did hear the announcement first thing this morning, you might have thought that we were having Gloucestershire versus Lancashire here today, but that was corrected.
He's a Middlesex fan as well. How could he do that?
But anyway, yes, that was actually cold. I'm not prepared to have that it's cold either today or yesterday.
It was nippy.
Oh.
It was nippy. Nice today. Here's Taylor. He's in, bowls, and this is onto the pads of Deploy. He's trying to work leg side down to fine leg. It goes extremely fine. It is going to be a leg by, signalled by umpire Redfern, and 251 for 3 it will be.
You with your London urban heating effect. Expecting everything to be 3 degrees warmer than
the concrete
everywhere
mass,
else. Yes.
Yeah. Here's Taylor to go again. 251 for 3. And Skip gets him going around the wicket. He bowls, and forward goes Williamson. Drives to extra cover. He doesn't penetrate the field there, though. 2 of them combining a tumble to the left by extra cover and a swoop to the right by cover. The latter was a bit more of a dramatic addition there, journalistic licence, but it was a dive to the left from extra cover.
I thought you were going kind of Rocky Horror for a moment there.
Around the wicket comes Taylor again. He bowls, and this is punched through the covers. This time he does get it through. No chance with the dive, and absolutely no thought of the swoop from cover. Extra cover went down, but it was long gone past him. 255 for 3. Williamson's on to 118.
He's bowled a couple of quite high full tosses as Matt Taylor. Again, it was nowhere near being a no ball, but that was at least knee high, that full toss. And of course, Williamson being Williamson, a lot of batters would be clearing the front leg and trying to belt it into next week, but no, Williamson will not stoop to such levels. Even a filthy full toss will be timed to perfection into a non-existent gap.
Forward goes Williamson's this one, pushing back to Taylor. Dot ball again. So 255 for 3. There's the score. Williamson 118, Deploy 50. Was there any other surprises? He didn't have chicken as an option yesterday. I hope it's not all ham and cheese. You haven't left me the pork, have you?
Pork?
Yeah.
Was there pork?
Ham. Ham's pork.
Oh, I see.
It was all ham and cheese yesterday.
I'm sorry, but I thought there was a sort of, I don't know, sliced pork one.
Oof.
No, I don't think I saw. No, that's not true. There were some ham and cheese ones. There was a cheese salad. Yeah.
I feel like I need to make a dash.
I think you might have to.
Otherwise I'm going to left with the ham and cheese.
Murphy round the wicket. Bowls cut and well, a thick edge really from Deploy, but it's perfectly safe. Wide of slip, beats backward point and down to the fine boundary. I think he was quite looking there, but then sometimes there's just enough width on offer that you slice at it, and away it goes.
Yeah, he was chopping down on it.
Yeah.
He was chopping down on it. It was an attempted scoring shot, wasn't it? As you say, maybe slightly finer, but equally you wouldn't put it past Deploy to say this is going fine off that gully fielder and in control in front of slip.
As I say, you bowl it wide enough and you bowl it just short enough, it's probably going to go for 4. It just doesn't matter where it goes. Deploy turns this one into the onside, well placed between mid-on and deep mid-wicket. Josh Shaw allows Graham van Buren from mid-on to pick up a couple of runs, 261 for 3. Exiles Day today over in the big marquee. Very well populated. In fact, each section of it appears to have a group of hospitality guests. As Deploy clips to mid-on, a couple of steps down the pitch already. Graham van Buren hits the stumps with his, well, I say speculative shy at the stumps. It wasn't even that. It was just a throw just to give him something to do, I think. And Deploy had already basically stopped at the non-striker's end. Another single to him, 262 for 3. The Gloucestershire Exiles are enjoying the hospitality today, and we also had, just before the start of play, a cap ceremony. As Murphy bowls, down comes Williamson, drives past extra cover, and that will go away for 4 runs. Van Buren gives up the chase from mid-off. He's just beaten Ollie Price at extra cover, who's got up a little bit gingerly, seemed to be undergoing yesterday a bit of a fitness test as far as his bowling was concerned. Seemed to be the right shoulder that was the issue. He's just doing a little bit of stretching out of the upper back there as well. But 4 more runs, and this over has already produced 11 runs with only 2 deliveries left in it. Murphy goes in and bowls a flighted delivery, which is a slicing drive from Williamson, square on the offside. Josh Shaw, good grief, he's thrown that right into the middle of the pitch. I think it has actually landed in the middle of the pitch. 2 runs taken by Williamson, and that brings up the 150-run partnership in only 167 deliveries, with Deploy having scored 57 of them. And Williamson now moving his personal tally on to 124. And really, it's almost got the feeling as Murphy bowls, Williamson back and forcing away. Diving stop from Murphy, but that's the only ball not scored from in the over at 268 for 3. It sort of has the air really of Williamson getting bored as basically the only way that he can get out, and he's certainly not showing any signs of that, given that we have this short morning session. It's quite an easy, I suppose, if you're Kane Williamson, little period once you've got yourself in out there, which he has in the first couple of overs, just to break it up, and then he'll have designs of continuing into the afternoon session as well. But we've got just 15 minutes, just under 15 minutes in fact, to go until that lunch break.
Albeit win or draw, Middlesex must be thinking we're only batting once in this match.
Yeah.
And if they're only batting once, then obviously they're not losing. So for all situations, for Middlesex, it's just bat long and hard here. Here's Taylor in bowls, and forward goes Deploy, pushing back into the onside. First of the 2 short mid wickets collect. 268 for 3. But yes, the as we highlighted, the draw, maximum batting points, 8 for the draw. If they could pick up 3 with the ball as well, then what's that? What is it, 8? 16. Well, it's a win. You get basically a win, don't you, for a draw? With no bonus. It's a no bonus points win, isn't it?
Has anybody ever done that? Surely not.
What, got 16 for the draw?
No.
Oh, 16 for the win.
16 points for a win and nothing else.
Good point. Here's a length ball that beats Deploy. And no, he's given LBW. Deploy puts a hand on a hip and then checks his left hip as he walks off. 268 for 3. And yeah, he went forward, pushing at that one. He was beaten. The ball did beat the keeper and ran away down to the boundary, but Deploy suggesting that hit his back hip. LBW to Taylor for 57. And Gloucestershire have a breakthrough, but not too sure. We're side on, so hard to tell.
I don't know, I must say, I didn't think side on that looked as if it was too high, and that's the only thing that can possibly have saved it, because he's been struck right in front of off stump from left arm over the wicket. I don't know, I just, as I say, my impression was that hadn't bounced as much as it might have needed to, even though Deploy adjusted things rather conspicuously after going off, not to an extent that he would have any.
Yeah, he kept it just within the boundaries there, didn't he? It was a slight adjustment at the hip and make his way off, as opposed to any flapping around of arms or throwing up of head.
Yeah, I think it. Well, I thought it looked more than fair enough, and as I said, height. I think really the only thing that could have saved him. He was nowhere near it with the bat, and it certainly wasn't going on to miss any of the sticks in terms of either off or leg. So Matt Taylor continues to find success. 3 for 56 for him. Nobody's really been able to keep the runs down to any great extent. Nobody's really been immune from that. In fact, Taylor has the best economy rate of anybody as well, at 3.7. So he's been the pick of the bowlers and has wrapped the pad of Deploy for his third, got rid of Robson and Holden relatively early on.
Well, they've persisted with this straight line, Gloucestershire, as here's Taylor to Higgins, who chops at his first ball and through to the keeper it goes. Looking to cut down on it outside off stump. They have a slip in place, a gully, deep point, cover and mid-off. Extra cover is there as well, actually. Mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg, no deep square. And they will go straight, but it's unlikely they'll go short here to Higgins. If they do, then you and I better warm up our hands.
You know he's going to take it on.
He's a clobberer, isn't he? Taylor, lengthy run up, he's in now. Little skip, bowls, and this is bumped into the offside, fielded at cover. Well, that will check Middlesex only. That run rate's just hit 4.5, the highest of the innings. As you said, it was a near runnable 150 partnership for those two, of which Williamson has a strike rate still of 93.2. Quite the hubbub today. It's a much busier car park. I can tell you, away to our right-hand side, you can see it packed over there.
I reckon we've got around about 2,500 probably in.
This ball's driven back to extra cover and there's no run. I saw you ambling in this morning. I was going to hoot at you, but I thought might give you a heart attack, so I won't.
Yeah. Yes, I'm very easily scared. I was listening to an episode of The Unbelievable Truth as well, so I would have rudely interrupted that.
The Unbelievable Truth. History, or what is that?
It's a panel game.
Oh, I see.
Built on truth and lies.
Ah.
Available on BBC Sounds.
Around the wicket comes Taylor. He bowls to Williamson, who's forward, pushing back, and there's to Higgins, sorry, who's pushing back, and there's no run. Higgins has 0 from 3. Middlesex have 268 for 4. A wicket maiden for Taylor, has 3 for 56 from his 16, with 2 maidens in there. That's his second of them. And Deploy the man back. LBW in that over. Not wholly happy with the decision, though.
Does raise concerns for me at this
point
bounce with Matt Taylor having no, I was going to say, but it does raise concerns for me at this point that so far Matt Taylor being on 3 for and having interviewed him yesterday could be in the situation that
you didn't
Scott
go early, did you?
Well, I don't know. It wasn't really much.
It was a bowling coach.
Choice.
It was a bowling coach day yesterday, wasn't it? Can I speak to the bowling coach, please?
But yeah, I think Scott may have ended up talking to Tom Hartley for all 4 days, so he could have done. No, I think he ended up doing Captain Anderson on the 4th day, but pretty sure Tom Hartley got it for at least 2 of the preceding days, if not 3. So, change of bowling. Murphy has been removed from the attack. 19 overs, 0 for 76. And Josh Shaw will have his first bowl of the day. 9 overs for 36 yesterday, and he will bowl from the College lawn end with the populated, sizable marquee just over his right shoulder, and the pointy, not sizable marquee over his left shoulder. More of a tent, really, I suppose, isn't it? In comes Shaw, bowls to Williamson, who nudges into the onside, where there's plenty of fielders in relatively close. Ben Charlesworth does the fielding at forward square leg. There's no run. Ollie Price at short straight mid-wicket. There's mid-on as well. Bancroft was also at a pretty straight mid-wicket. He's just pointing at Joe Phillips to go into, I think, by the looks of things, a wide gully or fine backward point. Yeah, gully. And Todd Murphy down below us at deep point. 2 short mid-wickets indeed it is. Williamson tucks this away to long leg out on the boundary, Matt Taylor. And it's 269 for 4. And I think Gloucestershire will mind that too much, get Williamson off strike. They want to be bowling at Higgins at this point, because for somebody who is generally a belligerent player, Ryan Higgins, he's only got 6 minutes to bat here before lunch, so Gloucestershire want to try and have a good go at him before the break, and with a couple of his long-time former teammates in Josh Shaw and Matt Taylor bowling at him. I'm sure there'll be a good contest, which will be sure reciprocated when the time comes for Middlesex to bowl. In comes Shaw, bowls to Higgins, who's back and in line and blocking out into the covers where Hammond fields. It was on this ground where I'm not sure whether Higgins had already caught Gloucestershire's attention. I suspect he probably had, but I think almost the game that particularly drew Gloucestershire to Higgins, that amazing tied T20 match between these two sides on this ground, as Higgins carves this off the back foot through backward point, and a late cut shot but a powerful one brings him 4 to get him off the mark. 273 for 4.
He just makes it look so easy, doesn't he, Higgins? You know, he's not all flamboyance and bluster out there, is he?
Yeah. Well, he's not a
pop.
A massive.
Those 4 runs.
Yeah, because he's not a massive foot mover. But yeah, that sort of, as you say, it lends his batting this sort of ease to it. Shaw bowls, and it does take a couple of steps down. That's probably, in terms of foot movement, what you see most often from Higgins, that little shuffle down and then just a defensive shot.
He's the kind of dancer on a dance floor that just wiggles his hips. Doesn't move the feet, does he? You could see him going out there now. He'd be all John Travolta, wouldn't he, in the evening? Feet would be going everywhere. But you're right, when he's batting, he's an economy of movement.
Yeah. So you may just have the one more over, actually, until lunch, with Taylor bowling it. Last ball of this over, as in comes short bowls, and that's left alone by Higgins to end the over. 273 for 4, so Gloucestershire at least broken that Williamson deploy partnership, but still up against it with Ben Geddes due in next, and then Joe Cracknell, Luke Holman, Tom Helm, Noah Cornwell. There's a lot more work to do for Gloucestershire, but they have got one of the wickets that they really desperately needed. Try and limit this Middlesex total, but yeah, it is going to be hard for either side to win this. But the only thing that comes into it, though, is that Gloucestershire are almost in a position where they've got very little to lose. Would there be, if we can play on the final day, some sort of a contrivance? There might be.
In comes Taylor to begin the new over. He bowls and Williamson eases out to cover, and there's no run. Yeah, that's a good point. I guess Middlesex could look at it two ways. A high-scoring draw is basically getting the points for a win. It's nearly as good as a low-scoring win, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's
yes. Some of it may depend on what happens elsewhere.
And in hindsight now, the 8 points that they gambled at Wantage Road would have been quite useful. Around the wicket comes Taylor bowls, and this ball's dabbed into the onside. And there's no run. I don't disagree with that gamble that they took at Wantage Road at all. I just think they probably were a little bit too generous in their declaration. Here, because time is ticking away, 3 wins and a high-scoring draw could be enough for Middlesex, but you're then leaving it to chance that the weather's going to be good for those 3 games to come. You're not going to get a flat one at Old Trafford, say. Around the wicket comes Taylor to Higgins. It's left alone through to the keeper. If Lancashire go well against Glamorgan and they're in a good position, then they might be of the mind, well, a draw against Middlesex and then go again. Yeah,
and you know, they could leave it to their other game against Glamorgan and
so
almost make it, you know, make it between those 2 sides.
Yeah, so if they went for the draw, so in some ways I guess Middlesex may almost hope that Glamorgan win this round, and Lancashire can't afford a drawn match in that one. As here's Taylor around the wicket bowls, and this is bumped back to the bowler by Higgins, and there's no run, although I haven't fully thought through those permutations for Division 2. I'm still undecided as to how best Middlesex need those 2 matches to go between Glamorgan and Lancashire. Glamorgan currently on 145 points, Middlesex on 123. 22 points separating 2nd and 5th in Gloucestershire. Those 7 runs behind Middlesex. Here's Higgins tickling away down towards long leg. Single. 275 for 4. How are they going, the Lankies? And 261 all out Glamorgan, 33 for 1 Lancashire.
Yeah, again, it's so far pretty slow moving, isn't it?
Glamorgan have only got 1 batting point. That's good news for Middlesex.
261 in 97.2 overs.
Yeah, what was the fall of
Lancashire going about 3 and over in reply.
What was the fall of the 9th wicket? No, they were comfortably past it, weren't they? In fact, they were 254 for 7, so 261 all out. Something of a relief for Middlesex.
Chris Green, more heroics. He's basically Superman.
Taylor around the wicket bowls. Forward goes Williamson pushing back. No run. 3 close catches in front of Williamson now. Got a short cover point, a cover and an extra cover. Does that surmise it? And that's lunch.
It does. We haven't got any more fielders anymore.
No, they're off. We had. 275 for 4. Williamson 126. Higgins 5, and that 40 minutes.
3 for 1 in that 40 minutes.
Gloucestershire, I'm sure, probably would have taken that.
I think they would, yes. I think they definitely would, just to break that partnership. It's still Middlesex well on top, but they have got rid of the dangerous deploy, somebody who can score even quicker than he did, 57 from 86. Trapped LBW by Matt Taylor, but Higgins and Williamson will resume after a lunch break, looking to move Middlesex further ahead. Still 70 overs to be bowled. Kevin and myself will be back after lunch.
Joshua Shaw.
Hello again, welcome back to a mostly sunny-skied Cheltenham festival. Sun has just peeped behind a cloud, but we're ready for Josh Shaw to resume the bowling as Middlesex on 275 for 4. Have Ryan Higgins facing up to Josh Shaw, who is forward and defending is Higgins, back to the bowler who knocks it down and is follow through. Kane Williamson still going on 126, Ryan Higgins on 5, and this is the meaty part of the day now after a little appetizer of 10 overs in the morning session. There are 70 overs to be bowled across the 2 sessions with tea at 4 o'clock. As Higgins waits on 5, Shaw bowls, and Higgins flicks this one to forward square leg, and there is no run. So Middlesex scoring 43 runs in those 10 overs before the lunch break, losing Lewis Deploy. LBW to Matt Taylor for 57. Taylor 3 for 58 in his 17 overs. And Shaw, who just had the 1 over before lunch. I imagine we'll have a more extended spell here. Zaman Akhtar has yet to bowl today. Shaw into Higgins, who clips this one down to fine leg for 4 runs. There is no fine leg. Fielder at long leg, but Shaw can't really afford to be straying in that sort of area. Higgins picks him off. 279 for 4. So Middlesex continuing, you'd think, to try and, as Kevin Hand and I discussed this morning, you'd think they will continue to try and push this along. I want to pile up the runs, but they'll also be cognizant of the fact that there's a fair bit of time that's now been lost to the game, whilst we could, in theory, have a 104 overs tomorrow. Shaw bowls, Higgins drives and gets it past in the end. The dive of Murphy, and then Hammond with a second dive out towards the cover boundary brings the ball in. So 2 runs, 281 for 4. Whilst 104 overs in theory could be bowled tomorrow, I think looking at the forecast we would be immensely lucky to get those overs in. It's not looking quite as horrid as it was, but particularly the morning and early afternoon, it looks as though there'll be some rain about as Shaw strikes Higgins high up on the pad, or maybe even above the pad, and drops down into the offside for no run. But despite the feeling that this pitch may take some turn, haven't seen a great deal of evidence of that, albeit we're side on. We'll see whether that changes by the end of today. Shaw goes in, bowls, and Higgins will open the face and not get it past Phillips coming across from gully. So the end of the over, 6 from it. Middlesex at 281 for 4 as the spectators, I think many of whom actually may have wandered off out of the ground for their lunch, because there certainly don't seem to be quite as many in their seats as there were.
Do we get Do we get attendances for
yes.
today's play? At what point? Because it feels like a good number in here, doesn't it?
Maybe.
What would be your guesstimation?
Matty Taylor.
After you.
I think, judging by what we had for the Lancashire game, maybe I'll revise it, because there were about 2,400 and something on each of the first 2 days there.
Were you a long way out?
I think I'd say maybe 2,000 rather than 2.5.
Here's Taylor, left arm around the wicket from the chapel end. He bowls, and this is eased away into the offside, and there's no run. You've revised it to what? How many?
2,000.
2,000, that's good. That's good.
I reckon it's probably not quite 2.5, but
it's a reasonable day at Lord's. That 2,000. Yeah, Lord's hides people very well. Behind the windows, the Middlesex room, the long room, parts of the ground.
I suppose there are actually a lot of people in the Exiles tent today as well, so maybe it's nudging 2.5.
Taylor's around the wicket, he bowls. This is pushed to extra cover, no run. Oh, that's all right, whatever it is, between 2 and 2.5. That's, you know, even if it's 2, you're still thinking that's a good crowd.
I think there were 7,000 through the gates for the first 3 days of the Lancashire game.
Was there? Brilliant.
Yeah. 2,400 for the first 2 days, just over 2,000 for day 3.
The Cheltenham Festival. What a thing. Here's Taylor. Yeah, when they had the... Taylor just delaying now. Actually, he's coming in. Here he goes. Left arm around, 18th over. He bowls. He's seized away to Gully. And a single's taken. 282 for 4. When the Desert Storm tent was over the other side, it looked really busy because you could see fully through it, couldn't you? Whereas those marquees, much like Lord's, much like the long room and the Allen stand, probably hide quite a few spectators in there.
Yes, everybody's still sitting at their tables.
Are they still waiting to be served?
I hope not.
Is that how you're topping up the wages this week? Were you meant to be around there in the luncheons for?
Well, I went around bringing them a few sandwiches, yeah. No.
Taylor, left arm around to Higgins. 3 close catches in front of Higgins. He pushes it to the third of them. There's a cover point, a cover and an extra cover, all short and all crouched down catching, as is a pretty straight mid-wicket. Slip in place with the new batter, Higgins in. 19 balls faced now though, so still just easing his way in.
Does beg the question though, are the people in the marquees keeping their eye on the ball at all times?
Of course they aren't. Well, you can see 2 of them from here, you can see the back of their heads. There would have to be a scoop from Higgins from this stage though, wouldn't it? Or a ramp, as this ball's pushed to point. 2 for 4.
Wouldn't put it past him.
No, I was going to say, in your plethora of Cheltenham notes, do you have Higgins' average on this ground? Does the Gloucestershire yearbook keep it that way? What's his average?
Don't know. I could. Well, I say easily. Possibly not that.
He's
easily.
got a long run up, Taylor.
But I think.
But he's only got 1 ball left to go.
I could find it. Tap, 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 tap.
Thanks to Martin Emerson for that keyboard interlude. Here is Taylor around the wicket, bowls. This is pushed back by Higgins. There's no run. End of Taylor's 18th over, 3 for 59. He has 282 for 4. Middlesex have. Williamson will have strike on 127.
So he has an average of 35 on this ground with 103 50s. And his 100 came in a game in 2018 against Durham, which Gloucestershire went on to win. So there you go. Even before the start of the next over, you've got your answer.
What was it, sorry? How many?
35.
The average is 35 on this ground.
Better average here than at Bristol, actually.
Oh.
Average 27 at Bristol.
Really?
Short in bowls, Williamson in line and defending back.
Well, that is a surprise. Let's have a look at his career average, unless you've got it in front of you there.
His average at Lord's, 43.32.
What a man.
Presumably a few of those games coming as a visitor.
Oh yes, payback you're suggesting. Yeah, I see.
Interesting Grace Road, because I was thinking about that, because his 199 he scored was on that ground. 2 short mid wickets, Shaw bowls to Williamson, who gently defends to cover. Grace Road, he's played there 5 times, scored 303 runs, so 199 of those in one sitting. Average is 38. But yeah, his record here and at Bristol, 103 50s, but he's batted over twice the amount at Bristol compared to here. Shaw goes in, bowls to Williamson, who drives fluently and will not quite beat mid-off. Thought he'd got that past, but
Spoil sport.
Graham van Buren sliding stop away to his left and earns him a pat on the back from Miles Hammond.
Lovely shot that, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He thought, go on, go on, go on. Oh. Good stop,
Just
Hammond.
like that.
Yeah, just like that. Wait, it's not Hammond, who is it? It's Van...
It was Van Buren who
Yep.
stopped it, yeah. Hammond went over to congratulate him.
Yeah.
That's what he should have done. 283 for 4, so Williamson to 128.
So Higgins' first class average is 36. So he doesn't quite have his first class average here at Cheltenham. I thought he might have been well beyond it.
Short bowls, Higgins drives. A stabby shot to mid-on, but straight to mid-on, where I think that is, yeah, I'm an actor in the sunglasses. Doing a little bit of ball polishing on the shirt. I point it out every time with the Kookaburra ball, but it still makes me laugh. You shine the thing and there's not any stain whatsoever. Sort of the opposite of, well, blood out of a stone. Here comes short bowls and Higgins picks him off for 4 more, down fine on the leg side. Not sure that Gloucestershire can really continue with this field if they're looking to bowl at the stumps, which they are. It doesn't give Shaw a great deal of room for error if he just bowls it a little bit onto the pads, and that's twice now. That wasn't actually particularly fine, really. There's just no chance for that long leg to get there. It's 287 for 4.
So what you're saying is there's more chance of getting blood out of a stone than there is getting life out of a Kookaburra.
Basically, yeah. Last ball of this, Shaw over, races in, bowls, and Higgins drives firmly off the back foot and will be cut off there by Murphy from cover, but moving to his left to allow them a single, so 288 for 4. Higgins keeps the strike, he's on 16.
I mean, it's a bit like a return to 3-day cricket. You know you're going to have to contrive a result over 3 days at the end, but we're going to drag it out to 4 days instead. Great. It's all that work we put in yesterday. And today. Effectively, it all comes down to the final day. Weather may intervene with this one, though, my sense. As a cloud rolls across the lovely... Oh, it's bounced back. Did you see that? It's rolled to the middle and it's bounced back now. The cloud cover. Just reached the square and then... Oh, no, let's not interrupt the cricket. And it's rolled back now to the to above us, which is a pleasant shade in which we sit at the moment on the balcony. As Taylor's around the wicket, he bowls. Forward goes Higgins, opens the face, and he'll pick up a single down to deep third. 289 for 4. Were you unimpressed with my pathetic fallacy there?
Well, what can I say? I'm slightly dubious about your description of the cloud having bounced back.
It did. It just crept across the ground as I was saying, yeah, unfortunately we might have weather intervene. It just hit the middle and it heard me say it and it started coming back again, didn't it? Come back to us. It's,
What was in that lunch?
Here's Taylor. He's around, not enough chicken, that's for sure. Here's Taylor around the wicket, he bowls and this is eased away into the offside and there's no run. Can I have some chicken with my baguette, please? It was a bit tight, the sandwich filling today, wasn't it?
I think you should go and
much in there.
March down to the offending bakery
and then get a chicken mayo from across the road at the supermarket and load it up inside, sitting outside the bakery. Yeah, that'd be the way to do it, wouldn't it?
Terrible.
It'd be heavily filled tomorrow.
Some people just always find something to complain about.
No, some of us are just honest and say it on air, unlike others, Ed Seaborn. Although you spilt half your chicken sandwich over my bag.
Yes, and you've only mentioned it the 12 times.
Around the wicket comes Taylor, and this is punched to point by Williamson, no run. You thought about clearing it up, clearly.
Yeah, I haven't fully cleared it up. No, I've done a sort of a reasonable enough job that it looked as if I'd done something, but yeah. As with most things, it's just a half-baked job, really.
I've had that hamper for 8 years. It's had 7 different tops and 6 different bottoms. Here's Taylor around the wicket. Bowls, and this ball's clipped away. Wide of mid-on. Singles taken, 290 for 4. Are you too young for Only Fools and Horses?
Well, yes, but that hasn't stopped me from watching a lot of other comedies of that time. But
Trigger's Broom,
for some reason, Only Fools and Horses just didn't quite.
So Trigger's Broom's lost on you. I've had this broom for 20 years. It's had 18 different heads and 17 different handles. 290 for 4. One of Only Fools' finest. Taylor bowls, and this ball's left alone through to the keeper. 294. You youngsters. Only Fools and Horses.
I don't know why, but it just, it's a lot of others at that time I got into.
Oh, go on.
Not that.
Yeah, go on. If not Only Fools and Horses, what was it then?
Well, I don't know. There's a few. I'm.
No, don't Google.
No, I'm. I'm just looking to see exactly
top 10 comedies of the 1980s. So
I need something 90s, to jog me. You've put me on the spot.
Around the wicket comes Taylor again. This is pushed up to mid-off, and there's no error. Why? They've still got the scoreboard's frozen. They've got Shaw on the board over there, which threw me
it does
for
happen.
a moment. Dot ball to end the over. That was the end of Taylor's 20th, I can relatively safely say. Was there a run in that over, or is that a third maiden for Taylor now? In 20, he's playing a game all of his own over there, isn't he? His economy is 3. The run rate of the innings is 4.4.
Can you just settle on one question at a time, please? There were 2 runs from the over.
Yeah. So it's not a maiden then?
No.
What was the other question?
Much not.
Comedies of the 1980s stretching into the 90s. Well, there was a priority list in those questions, Ed.
No, I'm just looking down the list.
Comedies of the 80s, please.
Oh, Open All Hours, yes.
Very good. Very good.
Great stuff, that. Blackadder. Yeah. What else have we got? Never got into It Ain't Half Hot, Mum, actually, either. It's another one that passed me by.
Windsor Davis.
Yeah. Short. Passes umpire Pratt and bowls, and Williamson plays that late and down into the ground and out to backward point for no run.
If you merged the voices of Ed Bevan and Kevin Howells, you'd have Windsor Davis, wouldn't you? Into ball from the lawn end.
That's fantastic.
Thank you. I'm going to send Halsey a message now.
Did you just come up with that?
I did, actually. Yeah. Are you pleased?
Is that something that you've held
I
back on
just
for a while?
No.
Sure. Bowls, low pull from Williamson. Struck well, but there's 2 fielders back on that leg side boundary. Ben Charlesworth is the fielder there, and a single to Williamson. He's on to 130. Middlesex now 9 shy of 300. Last of the Summer Wine. Nah, that's another one that never really appealed. Hello, hello. Yeah, so actually there's more in that time that I'd not watched than I thought. Oh well, hours of fun, I'm sure. 2 short mid-wickets staring at Higgins, and one of them will be called into action here as Bancroft goes into a slightly rigid dive away to his right, but stops the ball, so there's no run. The headmaster's not going to be happy with you.
I'll let you know what his reply is in just a moment.
Miles Hammond seems to be staring at Josh Shaw all the way as he's running in. Doesn't seem to bother Higgins at all, and it's halfway down and spotted away to the boundary. There's a deep backward square and a fine leg. And Higgins has actually hit that ball, I think, right where they had the fielder when there was only one of them on that boundary. But that, I'm afraid, far too easy for Ryan Higgins. not short enough to be troubling him at all. With those two fielders back there, and certainly not the right line. So it's the score. The score's right, isn't it? But they've just not got Shaw up on the board at the moment. Yeah, 295 for 4. Shaw bowls. Higgins drives hard to extra cover. Murphy, with a long barrier, does enough to stop it. And so there's no run. You'll just get like a 2-word message back. Just,
yes.
You're off.
Oh, well, yeah. Wasn't the 2 words I was thinking of, but
yes. I did think I'd better clarify that.
He could scroll back and have a little listen, couldn't he, to my impression as well. I loved Windsor Davis. He was great, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Never the Twain. He was in that also, wasn't he?
Short in now, and there's a defensive shot as the ball rolls to mid-on. 5 from the over, 295 for 4. He also played, did he not play basically exactly the same character in one of the Carry-On films?
Yeah.
Was it one of the last ones?
Do you mean exactly? He just played Windsor Davis wherever he went, didn't he?
Yes, that's true. But he was also a sergeant, wasn't he?
He was the Marlon Brando of British comedy, wasn't he? He just basically played the same character. What do they call it? Method acting. It's method acting, isn't it? Where you just, you play you, but in that character. No, you're not with me? Are you Googling it?
Yeah, because I thought method acting was something else.
No, it might be. Maybe I've got the terminology wrong. But that's what Brando did, whatever it was, when you play yourself in whatever you're playing.
Yeah, I suppose it's sort of, yeah. An acting technique where performers immerse themselves in a character's inner world by drawing on their own personal experiences and emotions.
Yeah.
Aiming for a more authentic and psychologically deep portrayal, says AI.
So what I said?
Pretty much.
See, who needs AI when you got Kev? You get impressions of Ed Bevan and Kevin Howes being Windsor Davis.
What if you can get AI to do that?
Yes.
Just play a recording of Kevin Howes' voice.
There was a mischievous AI on Twitter earlier, where there was obviously this standoff at the Oval yesterday.
Oh yeah.
Between Lee and Captain Gambier. Well, AI took it one step further. They managed. They actually turned it into a fisticuffs between the pair of them on the outfield at the Oval. But that's the world we live in now, isn't it? Where you say, "Wait, hold on a minute," and then you're like, "Oh no, come on, this is AI clearly." Change of bowling. Here's Actor. He's in bowl short and through to the keeper it goes. You're 1 for the over, says umpire Redfern. Williamson was having nothing to do with it whatsoever.
There's been more news
from the Oval.
Ahead of the test match.
Oh yeah, Stokes is out.
Stokes out with a shoulder injury.
Well, England trying to win the series, India trying to level it up, but crucially, England want. This is the start of the next cycle, isn't it, for the next World Test Championship, and England want to be there, rightly so. They
do, although they've already had minus points for over rate.
Is that not from the last cycle, or is it this?
I thought it was this.
Actor around the wicket, he bowls another bouncer to Williamson. That's got to be close to a wide, isn't it?
Second one for the over.
Yeah, 2 for the over.
He's used those up already and had the field set very much for the short ball, but you'd imagine that's probably got to change now. A little bit, anyway. It's experience as well from Williamson, really. I mean, he knows exactly what Actor's doing here, bowling round the wicket, fine leg back, leg gully, square leg. Can't be the easiest, just bowling for the first time today at 2:15, and then you've got to come in and bowl bumpers straight away.
Actor in bowls, onto the hip this time, and it's worked. Oh, beautifully. Goodness me, that could be 4. Yeah, it is. The timing of it was superb. Shaw diving to try and stop it. Away at fine leg. He had a chance, but it was just so sweetly, crisply turned around the corner by Williamson off his hip. And the ploy's there with a deep square and a long leg, and there's a leg gully as well. Williamson cashes in. He's 134 from 151, 299 for 4 Middlesex. We've had a slight lull, as you can probably tell by the conversations I've had in the last half an hour. The run rate's dipped from 4.5 to 4.4. But it's still a bit of a procession, isn't it? But they're not quite going at it as hard as the Deploy and Williamson partnership was. As around the wicket comes Actor, and this is pulled hard. That's 4. Wow, that's dismissed. fine leg doesn't move, gully doesn't move, deep square doesn't move, and that just sat up to be hit, didn't it? The big man makes his way back to the top of his mark. So 300 up for Middlesex. Extraordinary that it's only a second batting point. They've been absolutely flying through, and they've only just got their second batting point. They've got to get that back to 200 up to 400, not 250 to 450, but 450 should be there for Middlesex. Only in the 68th over, 303 for 4.
For Middlesex in the 68th over.
On a Wednesday. 303 for 4. As here's Actor around the wicket, he bowls, and this one is pulled again, all along the floor to Price at deep square. So it's just a single on this occasion. That was just a guide from Williamson, wasn't it? I'll play your game if you want to.
Yeah, it's asking quite a lot, I think, when Williamson knows that the ball can't be any higher than his shoulder, but he knows from the field that it's going to be short. You're asking for a serious misjudgment.
Higgins, now he turns off his legs just in front of the leg gully. A cry of catch it, long leg will get around and hold them to 2. Higgins having to be pretty swift about the second. Throw comes into the gloves of the keeper. Well, just over indeed, but he's well backed up. End of the over. Actor, none for 61 from 9, going at nearly 7s. And the run rate does climb back up to 4.5, which is where it was when deploy fell, if I'm not mistaken. Higgins 23 from 32, Williamson 139 from 153, and Middlesex 306 for 4. Ed Seaborn, what have you got for me? You're looking at your screen. What are you reading now? Or can you not tell anyone?
Handed over to me as though you were expecting some sort of statistical pearl of wisdom a la Zaltzman. No, I was just going to mention that Bethel coming back into the side, batting at 6 for the final test against India. Then Atkinson, Overton and Tongue all coming in as well. So Cass, Archer and Dawson miss out. So just the one test for Dawson, and they'll look to Bethel, I guess, as their left-arm spin option. Shaw into Williamson, who runs this through backward point, and Murphy is out on the boundary there. A single is taken, and again this Kookaburra, you see it kicked about, you see it chucked in on a couple of bounces. Nobody really cares too much what happens to the ball once it gets to a certain stage. Still 11 overs to go after this one before it can be changed. Yeah, that's quite a test for England then, with all those changes. Shaw into Higgins, who's behind that, defending carefully. Yeah, I suppose we shall see how it goes relatively soon. Is that tomorrow that's starting? It is tomorrow, isn't it? Comes to something really when you actually think a test at the Oval might be more likely to produce a positive result for either side more than Old Trafford.
Here, you'll have Lee after you. Wait, I'll be buying a ticket to watch Gloucestershire, sorry, just to see you versus Lee in the next match.
Sure, in now, and Higgins steers this one defensively to mid-off.
I have to say, have you seen the interview that Lee did with the Indian press corps?
No.
Have you not seen it?
No.
Oh, it's brilliant. Actually, he did really well, Lee. He flat-batted it all back to them. I said, what's the problem? Do you like him? Well, it's not my job to like him. He's very good, Lee. Very, very good. Then poor old Adam, one of the Surrey media team, has to come in at the end. Right, thank you. That's enough of that. They obviously managed to corner Lee outside the doorstep Lee outside the groundsman's hut.
Shaw in, shorter ball. Oh, good grief, watch out, Sue Redfern. She's just got out of the way of that one. She didn't end up flying to the floor, as I think this has happened a few times with Sue Redfern over the years.
I think my heart was in Sue Redfern's mouth. Goodness me, we were sat perfectly in line to see that.
Wow, I don't know how she got out of the way there. That was hard.
She got out of the way because it drifted slightly.
Yes, that's true.
The drag
helped her
around the corner.
Gosh.
Off the bat, that was going straight between her eyes, I tell you.
It's only a single as well. There's a fielder almost right behind her.
Well, what were you expecting? 6 if they hit Sue?
Defensive shot from Williamson to mid-off.
Only
no,
single.
no. Well, as hard as it was hit, you felt that it might be a boundary.
Yeah, yeah. Well, fortunately, it went straight to the fielder, who was back at deep backward square and took it on a couple of bounces, didn't he? But, yeah, off the bat, that was going straight for Sue. Oh, dear.
It would be Sue as well.
Oh, dear.
Paul always seems to follow her around.
Does it really? Oh, she did. She got hit in a women's match, didn't she?
Sure. Ian Williamson drives back to the bowler. Who'll just about stop it with his left hand. Just a couple of runs from that shore over.
Is that right? It was a women's match. She got hit in it. I think I remember seeing the video.
Yes. And then she has ended up in trying to get in position with the run-outs a couple of times. I think she ended up colliding with a fielder a couple of years ago.
Oh, no.
And also backpedaling once.
She went over, did she?
Ended up going over the
that
back,
happened to me. Well, it didn't happen to me. It happened to dear old umpire Shepherd.
Oh, yes, I remember.
Many moons ago. Well, it was a Surrey match.
I think I can remember seeing the footage of that.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. Would there have been footage of it?
Or is it the one? Oh, no, I tell you what I'm thinking. I'm thinking of Dickie Bird with his walkie-talkie.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking.
Well, there might have been an umpire Shep one where he fell over in a test match, but he was going back as quickly as he could to square leg, but going backwards, and of course, wallop, he went down in a heap. And I start roaring with laughter on air, and then realise he's not moving. It was only through embarrassment. He was just looking up at the sky, obviously with a smile on his face and a chuckle, as Shep always had. But yeah, that was a horrible moment on air, because I thought, hold on a minute, is he all right? Oh, he is all right, thank you. Carry on laughing now. Yeah, he went down the right heap. Here's that actor around the wicket. He bowls, and this has worked.
Oh, wow.
Oh, speaking of calamities, a mix-up between the batters. They met mid-wicket, they had to think about it, and then leg, gully and mid-wicket also met at square leg, and they both had to think about it as well. In the meantime, the ball trickled through to Price at deep square. Otherwise, it was big trouble for either Williamson or Higgins. They'd have had the choice of either end while the batters sipped on a cup of tea and decided mid-wicket who was going where. Single taken. Higgins is on to 25. 309 for 4. That I don't think I've seen that before.
I think the throw would probably have had to go to the non-strikers end.
It could have gone to either, couldn't it? They were mid-wicket, the pair of them.
They were, but I think Williamson was probably a bit closer to getting in.
Well, also you'd have had
end.
one stump to aim at if you went at the keeper's end. As here's Akhtar, bowls short, and Williamson thought about that and then pulls out of it at the last. That was sharper from Akhtar, notably sharper. I think umpire Redfern's just having a little look to say that was only within the boundaries of height as well for having been a wide. Yeah, if it was picked up by mid-wicket coming around to square leg, he'd have had one stump to throw at the keeper's end, or at the non-striker's end he'd have pretty much had all three.
Also, momentum's taking you more in the direction of that non-striker's end as well, probably.
Is Hammond left-handed? He's not, is he? He's right-handed, so it should have been mid-wickets. Phillips coming around. In the end, it was Price's at deep square as the pair of them left it for each other. As here's Akhtar, hits the crease now, he bowls, and forward goes Williamson, pushing back, fielded at mid-on, 309 for 4.
Somebody has to pick that ball up, and it's another, I'm afraid, blemish in the field for Gloucestershire. There's no guarantee that you'd have hit the stumps there, but you've got to give yourself a chance. And
got to be in it to win it.
Yes. You've got to pick the ball up to throw it in. Doesn't quite have the same ring. And of course, it should have been 115 for 3 when Williamson was dropped on 29 yesterday.
Williamson steers another short ball from Akhtar down to long leg. 309 for 4. David Shepherd, goodness me, passed away in 2009, so it wouldn't have been too long after that game at the Oval. I guess that would have been somewhere around 2005, maybe 2006. Gloucestershire man, of course. Stood in 92 test matches. The last of them was June 2005, yeah, so blimey. He was only 69. His short ball from Akhtar to Higgins, he ducked underneath it. saw David Graveney at lunch, didn't we, on the outfield, recording a podcast with Hugh Turberville of the Cricketer magazine.
Yeah, still been heavily involved, David Graveney, in the cricket side of things.
In comes back to bowls. This is turn back. Let's go around the leg side for a single. Higgins moves to 26, 311 for 4. It's the end of the 70th over of the innings. 10 overs to the second new ball. Yeah, he was one of the greats, wasn't he, David Shepherd? Umpiring, international umpiring. He was one of the umpires of my childhood. Dickie Bird and David Shepherd.
He was still umpiring in my childhood internationally.
Well, he was,
David
2005,
Shepherd,
yeah.
I think he did do some of the games in that series where England finally downed the West Indies in 2000. He might have done.
Change of bowling from the college lawn end.
It's one of the first series that I can really remember actually understanding what was going on in.
Steve Buckner, he was another one, wasn't he?
Slow death.
Yeah. All those umpires used to... It's funny, isn't it? Can you imagine any other sport where you love the officials?
Yeah.
Imagine loving a football ref. Although Pierluigi Collina, every time Collina took charge of a game, you're like, yay, finally a good one. Well, he was brilliant, wasn't he? He was a proper ref. He was a very, very good referee.
Well, actually, the slow finger of death with Rudy Kurtzen you had as well, but Steve Buckner was
the crooked.
Yeah, that was him as well, yeah. Change of bowling, Graham van Buren into the attack. Slow left arm to Higgins, who'll cut him for a single through the covers, 312 for 4.
No, who was it had the crooked finger?
Yeah, that was Billy Bowden.
Billy Bowden, that was it. The crooked finger of death.
He might still be umpiring in New Zealand domestic cricket, Billy Bowden. I think I saw him again in the winter.
Shield?
That was Bruce Oxenford, the Ox blocker. Williamson just taking his time. The field is pretty scattered. Long on all the way back to the boundary, long off almost all the way back. Deep cover, deep square. Williamson comes down, drives it straight to extra cover.
Genuinely, is there any other sport where you love the officials? Mostly, obviously not all, but in cricket you do. Yay! You kind of look forward. Who's the refs today?
Van Buren round the wicket poles. Williamson stretches forward, drives this past extra cover this time down to long off for a single.
That's the way.
Some of the tennis umpires, I think, actually are quite like.
Well, if they get in a fight with the Australian fellow, what's his name?
What, Nick Kyrgios?
Yeah.
Yes.
Kyrgios versus the world.
If he calls them a potato. This is looped up in the air from Higgins. All of a sudden, a leading edge found, but it doesn't go anywhere near a field or out to point.
That's the way to explain cricket. It's all the naysayers. Isn't it? Oh, well, I don't really get cricket. I don't really know cricket. I'm not. What cricket? You say, well, it's quite simple, really.
Van Buren in. Higgins dabs this one towards point. Phillips has to scuttle to his right and can't prevent the single.
It's such a great sport that you even love the umpires. Mostly. But it's true. It's everything about the game's brilliant, isn't it?
It is one of the things
even the officials
that makes it.
Apart from they bring them off a bad light, and it's you're putting on the suntan lotion.
And there is still that respect for the officials as well.
Apart from when they bring them off a bad light.
I thought it was actually a fantastic decision yesterday.
Well, it was a good one.
They took them off. Van Buren bowls. Williamson drives firmly down to long off for another run. So 4 runs from. Was it? No, there's 1 ball left. Is there? No, there isn't. The scoreboard just isn't caught up. 4 from the over. 3-1, 5 for 4.
Well, often, when we're sat at Lords, we can often see what's coming. We can always see what's coming because it's. No, we can often see. 90% of the time, I'd suggest the weather's coming from over the top of the pavilion rather than over the top of the media centre. So the umpire's there looking up at the sky because it kind of climbs up around you, doesn't it, Lord? So they're looking straight
sky. Up. So you're about to say the sky kind of climbs up around you.
Well, that wraps down around you, doesn't it?
I mean, this is. I was going to say this is.
There'll be questions later in your geography class.
Taking Copernicus to a new level here.
The umpires are always looking directly up, aren't they? And we say, well, no, it's all right, because look, see, blue sky over there, it's going to be fine, hold fire. But here, to be fair, we're on this balcony, so we can't really see where it's coming in from. But the umpires last night clearly couldn't. Quickly got them off before the rain came.
Well,
It's
it's
quite
the
light to begin with, but it was rain nonetheless.
Yes, exactly. It didn't take long. It's the same at Bristol as well. You can never see from that pavilion where the weather's coming from.
Akhtar begins the new over to Williamson. This is eased into the onside by Williamson. There's no run, forward defence. 315 for force. They still need another 135 for maximum batting points. At which point I think the game then gets interesting, because I think Middlesex, well, we're not losing time in the game, we just keep batting normally, but I do think at that point there must be a thought, right, with all the batting, Tom Helm at 10, the 6 hitting machine at 11, Noah Cornwell, and the brilliant Luke Holman at 9, they've got to start opening up when they hit 450. As here's Akhtar bowls, Williamson turns to the onside and there's no run, but we are in a game of patience at the moment, in the sense that the second new ball's not far away, so Williamson knows he's key to all of this right now. Were he to fall now, the second new ball becomes available. We could be looking at a very, very different scenario for this first innings, couldn't we? That is Gloucestershire's hope.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they're going to need 2 or 3 with that new one again, so, you know, 1 more before it.
I reckon they're going to need 5, maybe 6.
Well, yeah. Very possibly.
Here's a short one from Akhtar. Ducking underneath it is Williamson. 314 for 5. Well, because Middlesex go so far down, they've really got to... That's why, were they to pick up 1 or maybe even 2 before the second new ball, then you would be thinking, well, hold on, you could wrap this up quickly. So that's why this little passage now, I'd suggest Williamson will be erring on the side of caution. Higgins has got a strike rate of 68. Usually we'd be saying, oh, it's quite good, isn't it? But Williamson's strike rate has dropped from 100 as it was down to 86. 86.7 to be precise. That's his. Akhtar. None for 64. He's right arm over bowls and Schultz. He's hooked fine by Williamson for a single. Long leg sweeping up away to our right, just in front of the car park.
Yeah, so that's his 40th run today in, 20 overs. Obviously, he won't have had anywhere near half the strike.
Yeah.
Gloucestershire have done a better job of at least containing him today.
So the college lawn end, the car park is effectively the college lawn, yeah?
Yes.
I think there'll be much of it left after this week, is there?
I'm not sure there was much of it to start with.
So I just remember in Silverstone, they used to park them in the grass at Silverstone and they were all bogged in one year. As Akhtar's in, bowls, and this is pushed back up the track, no run. Do you remember that?
Well, I don't have any
Glastonbury
interest, I'm
has it,
afraid,
doesn't it?
in
Or
that.
Clarkson's Farm, didn't they have it in Clarkson's Farm as well?
Wouldn't surprise me.
I'm going to have to try and go past that on the way. It can't be far from here, is it, Clarkson's Farm?
No, I don't think so.
I'm going to have to try and go past that on the way back. It's good, that. Have you watched it?
No.
I really like him. I never thought I would, I'll be honest. I'd never thought I would. He's brilliant. He's really good. He'd be a good cricket umpire. I'd love him doing that as well. In comes Higgins, Akhtar to Higgins, a bouncer through to the keeper it goes. 316 for 4.
Did they ever try anything cricket related on Top Gear? I remember them doing the football with
I think they're a bit
the
anti.
cars.
I think they're a bit anti-cricket, the Top Gear bunch, aren't they?
Right.
Yeah, I don't think Jeremy Clarkson's a cricket man.
Well,
If he could
that's him ruled out
there
then.
There you go, Cheltenham Festival. You should have had a Clarkson's Farm tent here, shouldn't we?
They've had bargain hunt over the last couple of days.
No, but they should have actually, because he's actually got a farm shop, hasn't he? So he could have had a farm shop.
Oh, I
stall
see. You
here
mean
at
actually
Cheltenham College,
setting up and selling things,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. No, it's the opposite. It's people who are bringing their family heirlooms to get them valued in the
You leave your family
bargain
heirlooms out
hunt
of this.
tent. I wonder how much I could get for this cricket kit. No. Van Buren in now to Williamson, who's defending respectfully straight back to the bowler. Wasn't particularly respectful to Graham Van Buren yesterday. 6-4, 6-4 I think it was in his third over. Couple of sixes launched to the sight screen. He dabs this away to backward point. And was that Williamson who shouted no and slightly frustrated fashion.
That sounds more like Higgins.
It did sound more like Higgins, didn't it?
Well, no, your description sounds more like Higgins.
Van Buren bowls cut away and past. Backward point short. I don't think he's going to get there. Right from cover. So a boundary through backward point once it had beaten Phillips. That was really the ball's fate sealed. 50 partnership between Williamson and Higgins. Higgins has actually had slightly more in terms of contribution to it. 79 balls, hardly a bad rate, even though it does feel as though Gloucestershire have kept a bit more of a lid on things, but they need to do more than that. They need to be taking wickets. And at the moment, they don't seem to be particularly forthcoming. It was just pushed in the air by Williamson. He almost bunted that for a catch back to Van Buren. It's gone a bit wider, though. Down to long on. And Williamson is on to 149.
I've been sent a Billy Bowden gif by Danny Knights in the Middlesex office.
Van Buren bowls. Higgins stretches forward and defends to extra cover. That is slightly disturbing.
Is that like an e-birthday card where you have to pay for it and Billy Bowden gives you out for your birthday?
Do you think a lot of people would want to be given out for their birthday?
Oh, apparently he sent it to Middlesex.
Van Buren bowls, it's tapped away to cover, and another. Yes, that's definitely Higgins that time. Scream of no! 321 for 4.
Is this the point where, Danny, at the end of the message you write, not for broadcast? Oh no, for his club, Kings Langley, not for Middlesex. There we go. So
okay.
They've got a Billy Bowden special, Kings Langley. There you go.
Well, that's good. I like that.
Very good, Billy.
Yeah, I think he is still umpiring in the what's it called? The Super Smish. That one.
Very good. That never occurred to me before. Very good. Pleased with yourself there, aren't you? Here's actor. 3, 2, 1 for 4. Doesn't quite work like 1, 2, 3 for 5, does it? 3, 2, 1 for 4. Here goes. Actor bowls. No is the cry from Williamson. Who's it now? That was a Williamson. No,
that wasn't it?
How would you describe that in comparison with the Higgins no?
It was pained.
Pained. Kane's pained no.
No, there was anguish in that call of no, I think. There was also something slightly bleating about it.
Here's actor. He's in, bowls, and Williamson ducks underneath that one. Through it goes. 3, 2, 1 for 4.
An anguished bleat.
From a New Zealander. Have a good record with New Zealanders, Middlesex. Kane Williamson, Ian O'Brien, had Brendan McCullum in for a little while. Thumped a 6 over the head of Bob Hunt and I at Merchant Taylor School and got out the next ball.
Ian O'Brien.
On his debut. No. Actor. His 12th over, he's had 2 balls of it. He's in now for the 3rd. Bowls up on his toes. Williamson eases in front of point. There's no run.
Yeah, I suppose, well, Gloucestershire had for obvious reasons, with John Bracewell as head coach, had a long run of New Zealanders, particularly through the early part of the 2000s and into the 2010s, including Kane Williamson himself.
Decent Aussies as well. Chris Rogers, Adam Vogis, George Bailey.
I was about to say George Bailey.
Who's in that title winning year with Vogis. On rotation, I think they were the two of them. So here's actor in bowls, and a short one down the leg side. Williamson leaves well alone. Umpire Redfern signals 1 for the over. I think that's the first for the over. 3, 2, 1 for 4. 4 dot balls. As Gloucestershire painstakingly make it towards this second new ball. Let's have a look. They're orchestrating the field. So for Williamson, they've got a short mid-wicket, a short square leg, an orthodox square leg, just slightly fine of his colleague, only just though, as Williamson stands up tall and defends from Akhtar on this one. There's a leg gully, no deep square, but there is a long leg, quite fine actually, it's more a fine leg. Deep third, point in a mid-off. Cloud cover drifts in over the college grounds. Flags are fluttering proudly today. They were lying dormant yesterday, weren't they? There's the Union Jack up above the, what did you call it, the gatehouse? That's some gatehouse. Tell the kind of mansion you live in, Ed, if that's the gatehouse. That's what your opinion of a gatehouse is. Seabourn Towers. Here's Williamson on strike as in comes Akhtar. Bowls onto the hip of Williamson, nudges a single down to long leg, and that is Kane Williamson's 150. 150 from 176 balls. He's had 245 minutes with 18 fours and 2 sixes, and a century in his first-class innings, a 150 in his second for Middlesex. It's been quite brilliant from Williamson, and it's given Middlesex a chance of, well, making something of a game that's going to be heavily affected by the weather. 3-2-2 for 4 it is. That's the end of the 74th over.
We'll be signing copies of In Sid's Voice, a book about David Lawrence, which was be a fantastic.
So 6 overs to the second new ball.
Yeah, and Gloucestershire with Van Buren probably are going to try and rush through to some extent. I'm not sure that Akhtar will continue for too much longer, especially having been asked to bowl short, so it may be spin from both ends shortly, we'll see. Van Buren it is for now though, quick, flat and forced down to long on. Williamson just contenting himself with a single. He's not really done much in terms of trying to take anybody on.
Have you contented yourself recently, Ed?
Have I contented myself?
Lunch, what have you had? What was the last thing that contented you?
Van Buren bowls. Oh, good delivery, and he's got him caught behind. Just took a bit of pace off there, did Van Buren. Tempted Higgins into the drive, and he's got a little edge through to James Bracey. So Graham Van Buren, who was hit out of the attack yesterday, which hasn't happened very often at all this season, he's come back today with a wicket pretty early on, and there is one of the wickets that Gloucestershire were looking for possibly before that second new ball. So they've got Ben Geddes out there as Higgins makes his way off, and Middlesex 3-2-3-4-5, Higgins departing for 28.
Yes, that's a crucial wicket there, isn't it? Just before the second new ball. Those two are settling in, weren't they? For exactly that. The run rate hadn't particularly dipped. Again, 4.4 with Williamson there. You're going to struggle to really dip the run rate, and likewise Higgins, he gets on with it, doesn't he? But he'll be disappointed he wasn't able to get to at least a 50 there and see that second new ball, because he'd done well, hadn't he? Came in after the loss of Deploy and settled things down nicely. That brings the destructive Geddes to the crease at number 7 for Middlesex. Now, I wouldn't suggest for a moment that he's got any freedom being at 7 to gear on with it, because he's got Williamson at the other end and a second new ball imminent. But he does like to feel bat on ball. Geddes, he goes at it hard from the off. And I'll look to this, especially with Van Buren bowling, this tightly knit offside field, which I'd expect right now. Quite a straight extra cover, I would expect. They haven't got one yet, but they've only really got cover points and extra cover. There's a fair old gap between, but I guess it's offering it to him. No, they're tightening it up now, aren't they? Who's that down in front? No, one way than the other.
Archie Bailey's on as a
Bailey
substitute fielder, gone to cover. So there is a bit of a gap between cover and backward point, but there's a short extra cover as well. Van Buren into Geddes, who plays this one off the inner portion of the bat down to short fine. And there's no run, as I think this is probably the most expanse of blue overhead that we've had for any of the festivals so far. As this is driven square out to backward point. Again, not far off what Higgins was doing. A little bit that ball, Van Buren getting him little out in front on that drive. As an appeal for LBW here is turned down by umpire Neil Pratt. There wasn't much conviction in it, but Geddes struck on the pad looking to clip it into the onside, so it's been a good over from Van Buren. Cover drops back now because presumably, despite the fact they'll give Geddes his first run, he'd be on strike for the next over. He pushes forward and won't get a run to extra cover. A slightly popped up defensive shot, but not for too long, but it's a nice over from Van Buren. He's dropped his pace there and actually got some rewards for it rather than firing in the darts. So 323 for 5, and we are indeed, as I imagined, going to have Todd Murphy bowl from the Chapel end.
3-2-3 for 5. This I'd suggest this is sharp focus now, this passage of play. 5 to the second new ball, then with the second new ball, Middlesex's hopes of maximum batting points will be severely tested at this stage, with the 5th wicket falling in. Well, it'll all be borne out in the end, but they've gone with 7 batters, albeit one of those is an all-rounder in Higgins, genuine all-rounder as well. And then the 4 bowlers, 2 of which seem as 2 spinners. Oh, hold on a minute, I've missed De Carey's there, because of course De Carey's is all-rounder as well, opening the batting. And Holman, who similarly, well, Holman could and should be, and I'm sure will be, a genuine all-rounder, regarded as one day. At the moment, you could almost regard him as one of the others. Sometimes he's been in at 4 and at 3. First class, maiden first class century this year. Here's Murphy. Lengthy run up. His right arm around the wicket as he bowls to Williamson, who strokes him hard, but only as far as a silly mid-on. There's a wide long on. There's a straight mid-wicket as well. Deep square. And a fielder at 45, so a well set trap for Williamson, who backs up and strokes back to Murphy. No run. What are you laughing at?
It's Murphy and Bancroft almost fighting each other to stop the ball.
It's mine. No, it's mine.
Ever competitive Australians.
A bit like you and I over that custard slice yesterday. Was it good? There's a length ball from Murphy. It's driven nicely. Gets over the top of that one, just steers it wide of the silly mid-on. Williamson for a single. He's on to 152. Did you enjoy it?
Slightly crisp in the middle.
Crisp in the middle? Frozen, you mean?
Yes, ice crystals, I think, just giving the custard a little bit of texture.
Well, you ate it too quickly then. I mean, as you were saying, it's a balmy day up here yesterday. Suntan lotion out, everything.
Had to put some on today. Still burn in the shade.
You do, you do. You got a jumper on today. Actually, did you have a jumper on yesterday?
I did, yeah.
When you were telling me it wasn't cold, as he sat there with a jumper on.
It wasn't cold in the jumper.
Geddes awaits as here's Murphy. Forward goes the right-hander, pushing back. 324 for 5. No, but this is really a crunch moment almost for the entire game, you feel here, because this is Gloucestershire's point to not allow Middlesex to take full control, batting first. As forward goes Geddes again, pushing back. If they did get to that 450 and then up and above 500 with a little bit of a blast at the end, then as you can see now, 324 for 5, Williamson's on 152 of those, and he was dropped early on. Murphy bowls, forward goes Geddes, pushing into the offside, and there's no run. That's what you'd be telling yourself as Middlesex. Hit 550, listen. We could have been in big trouble without Kane. Well, big trouble. Got, some good runs in there as well from De Carey's and Deploy, and Higgins in the last partnership there as well. But we'll say, look, there's opportunities to be created out there, and the feeling is this pitch will deteriorate. It's a matter of the overheads, isn't it? But that's why Middlesex will want to bat first, and that's why I think this is quite a crucial little passage. 324 for 5, 4 overs to the second new ball.
It's an interesting game playing out at Old Trafford as well. Lancashire 83 for 3, replying to Glamorgan's 261. So that pretty much in the balance. Do bat a very long way down, Lancashire, as Gloucestershire found out to their cost last round. Van Buren bowling to Williamson. This is cut away to deep point, and pretty much what Gloucestershire, I think, were after, really. Just get Williamson off strike. It's not that they've given up completely on getting him out, but they're quite happy to see him off strike earlier in the over and then put the pressure on Geddes. There's only a deep forward square out in the deep, and Geddes still can't get off the mark as he turns it into the onside. The 2 wickets for Asitha Fernando at Old Trafford, and another one for Ben Kellaway. Incredible season he's having. Geddes drive square on the offside. There's no run there, and a good call from, I think, Geddes there, actually, as Williamson took a few steps down, wondering possibly if Geddes wanted his first run, but Phillips had fielded that one smartly, so there was no run available. And Geddes forward and dabbing defensively into the onside to his next delivery. So 10 balls faced now by Geddes without getting off the mark. Van Buren eager as ever to move in and bowl with no delay at all. No run there either, as it's clipped to mid-wicket. Northamptonshire 114 for 2 at Wantage Road, replying to Derbyshire's 377, so trailing by 263 runs. Proctor is 57 not out. Van Buren bowls, and a nicely flighted delivery is pushed back by Geddes along the ground, but Van Buren keeping that pressure up. 3 overs to go until the second new ball. Archie Bailey has gone off. Josh Shaw returns, and I would be pretty surprised if it weren't Shaw and Matt Taylor to take that second new ball. The score here, 325 for 5. Kent 61 for 1 at Canterbury, replying to Leicestershire's 471, with Rayan Ahmed making his 5th 100 of the County Championship season, and Tom Scriven from number 10 was out LBW for 99. Even Josh Hull scoring runs for them, 35 not out. Well, those are the Division 2 scores.
Here's Murphy, he's right arm over, slip crouches down as he's in. Silly mid-on in place as well. Williamson backs up and eases to extra cover. The wind picks up across the balcony here.
Is it an icy chill?
It's not quite as cold as yesterday, no. It's just slightly cooler than refreshing. So here's Murphy. None for 77, he bowls, and this is driven back. Oh, he's gone! Williamson drives it straight back to mid-on. The trap was set, and he's been snared. A fine 153, warmer applause around Cheltenham for the wicket. The danger man, Williamson. A masterful 150, but he goes to his 183rd delivery, and Middlesex are 325 for 6. 2 and a bit overs shy of the second new ball. Well bowled Murphy, and very well caught at silly mid-on. There's the applause for Williamson as he makes his way off. Very healthy Cheltenham crowds applauding off the former Cheltenham boy, the former Gloucestershire boy, who went on to become quite the international superstar, and now back with a fine 150 here at Cheltenham College. 325 for 6 it is. Joe Cracknell's the new batter at Seabourne. That was a much needed wicket.
It was, but what a fine knock that is from Williamson, and one of those innings that I think you feel sitting here that you're quite lucky to get to sit and watch when you've got one of the greats of the game playing county cricket, and you see them going about their business and making batting look remarkably straightforward at times, but Murphy he finally gets his man 124 runs after he had him dropped. Murphy does get Williamson. He gets him with possibly the worst delivery that he's bowled. It was a shin-high full toss that dipped a bit, but Williamson, he won't be able to, well, he couldn't believe what he did. You don't see Williamson that demonstrative too often, swishing his arms about, thinking, how did I do that? How did I plant that straight into the hands of that fielder?
Full ball pushed back by Cracknell. Very low down at 8. Again, another one who can score very quickly, Cracknell, alongside Geddes. They won't have given up on this one. 125 more for maximum batting points, Middlesex, but Gloucestershire have a real chance now as Murphy's in, bowls, and forward goes Cracknell, turning defensively to short leg. Helicopter buzzes behind us, I'd imagine, so I can't quite see it out in front. Can you? Oh no,
I don't think that's what's making the noise, but there is a biplane up there as well.
Oh, it might be that. No, it might.
Nah, there's a helicopter up there as well.
Oh,
Just
look
to
at the
left.
biplane. Yellow biplane. What a thing. We'll see the helicopter in a moment, won't we? But
yeah, I can see it, but it's probably behind the parasol for you.
now here's Murphy bowls, and he's given. Cracknell's given. Pushing forward defensively, and I think it's LBW. I'll have to check on the replay. It's it was LBW to Murphy, just pushing forward partially, lined it up again once more with his bat before departing, but Murphy darts a fuller straighter one through, beating the inside edge, and Cracknell's back to the pavilion for a duck. So 325 for 7. Luke Holman now comes out at 9, and Murphy has 2 in the over, 2 for 77 in total.
Well, this is an unexpected turn of events with this old ball. I mean, you're thinking 1 before the new ball, and then it would be taken immediately, but now 3 before the new ball. And do you take it? Because the spin duo seems to be working pretty well with this old one. Yeah, just looking at the replay, I don't know if is it back leg that Cracknell's just been struck on. I think the decision would be whether it's struck in line or not, but I think looking at it, I don't think it's obviously outside the line. I think after that, really the only thing would be whether there was bat involved, but I don't think there was, given Cracknell's reaction. So I think at the very least, looking at that replay there, that would have been one of those ones that would have stayed with the umpire's call, and Todd Murphy must be feeling rather confident now.
He's around the wicket as he bowls to Holman, who cuts hard to backward point. 2 slips, a leg slip and a short leg for Murphy to Holman for that ball. 325 for 7. Williamson and Cracknell taken in the over, and a double wicket maiden for Murphy, his second maiden out of 21. He has 2 for 77.
Also bears mention for the first wicket in that over, the Bancroft catch, because whilst okay, it was hit hard and he got 2 hands to it, but the thing that made that catch very difficult was the fact that he was basically diving headlong toward the non-striker. So if he wasn't totally committed, then it would have been quite easy to have had that go off the fingertips, because he might have been concerned about the collision, especially given what happened to Bancroft in the winter, as Geddes goes back to a full delivery there and jams it out into the offside. But all of a sudden Gloucestershire are feeling they might take a wicket every ball. And Geddes still not off the mark. Holman on naught as well. And Van Buren bowling another loopy delivery, which is push driven to extra cover. And again, there's no run. Ball tossed straight back to Van Buren, who'll march the 3 or 4 paces back to the end of his mark, turn round, come in, bowl again, and get his drives out through the covers, and that is a fine way to get off the mark. Not much of a gap there. He split it easily. 329 for 7. It was hit hard. But yeah, in the winter, by the way, Bancroft, for those who've either missed that, not seen it, etc. Van Buren bowls, get his defence. Had a terrible collision with Daniel Sams in a Big Bash game in Perth, which led to a concussion for Bancroft, a broken nose, I think it was, and a broken collarbone, as Geddes pushes into the onside, and Daniel Sams had to be taken off on the back of one of those cart things. That's driven through extra cover. Geddes wants 2. He'll certainly get at least 2. Might even get 4. Short tries to dive and pull it back in, but he can't do so. And looks up to the skies. But 2 4s then from that over, just to get Middlesex moving again. 3:33 for 7. As Geddes has 8, and Murphy will come back hunting for the scalps. But yeah, it was a really horrible collision. Actually, initially it looked as though Sams was much worse off than Bancroft, but actually it was the other way round, and that cost Bancroft the rest of that Big Bash season, and then some of his later Shield games as well. I think was it 1 game or 2 games he played in the Shield, just coming back at the end of that season. So thankfully that is something that both those players have been able to move on from, but you could understand, having had that in his recent past, how he might have been a bit less than likely to want another collision, but he committed himself, stopped himself just shy of that non-striker and caught it.
Murphy's in bowls, and forward goes Holman, defending to backward point, no run. Geddes, they could bat anywhere in the order really. He's an opener as well by trade. Go up or down. Holman's been up at 3 and 4 this year. Opening at club level as around the wicket comes Murphy, and a single is punched just fine of the cover point. Tumbling to his right, that's the sub. Did you say it was Bailey?
No, that's Shaw back on now.
Oh, Shaw is back on, there we go.
The ball does seem to be following Josh Shaw. He's probably come back on thinking about bowling with the second new ball, which is due after this over, but we'll see whether they take it.
Forward goes Geddes, pushing back to Murphy. Well, they've got to tap through this over. First of all, to see off Murphy. He's got a couple of wickets in his last over, but second new ball's available at the end of this. You'd imagine they'll be going straight to her, even with Murphy picking up Williamson and Cracknell in quick succession as he comes in, bowls, and that's dabbed backward of point. Slip is Hammond giving chase, holds them to a single. A slip from Geddes as he turns at the non-striker's end, but he's okay, I think. Yes, he is. Practices the dab once more, and Holman now scratches away at the crease before settling over his bat. We've got 2 slips, but they've taken out the leg slip for Holman now as Murphy's in. Still a short leg as well. He bowls, and Holman forward is struck on the pads, plunging forward to that one. You'd have to imagine he got outside the line of off as well. As far forward as he went. It's hard to imagine he'd have gone that forward in a very straight line, opening up the stumps to the off spin around the wicket, but nothing doing at all for umpire Redfern. 3-3-5 for 7. Murphy bowls. Holman's back, pushing to cover. There's no run. That's the end of the 80th over here on BBC Radio Bristol, BBC Radio Gloucestershire, and BBC Radio London, live on the BBC Sport website and app, and on your smart speaker. If you say please, smart speaker, can I listen to Ed Seaborn?
I don't think that's what you have to say. Just having a look at that. I think that's probably not been given because it's just not straightened. Actually, that last one.
You haven't looked at it in line.
Yeah.
Go on, tell us. We're side on, so we've got to make a.
I think it's so he's bowled it from wide of the crease, Murphy. So and it hasn't really straightened. So I think it probably is, especially with that stride in of Holman, probably is angling down. It's not a bad shout, but I think if
angling down you're going for, nice.
I think so. If it just having a look at that again, yeah, because he's
trusting you, don't worry.
He's struck on the inside of the front pad as he's taking that stride forward. But Murphy has leapt wide of the crease, a couple of inches inside the return crease. Van Buren bowls with the old ball still, and Geddes defends into the leg side. But if you told Gloucestershire that they would still be using the old ball half an hour ago, then gone, yeah, great. That means we've got some wickets, and they have, as Geddes drives up to Murphy at a deep-ish mid-off, but not deep enough that time for them to take a single. So some decisions for Bancroft about, I mean, he could still take the new ball and keep spin going with it as Geddes defends into the onside, but possibly also whilst they've got a bit of a lid on the scoring here, he might not want to be presenting that hard ball to Middlesex. Van Buren in, skipping down Geddes, but then getting bat on it and defending. And it's not the first time. This happened in the Derbyshire game at Bristol as well. Really quite similar. I have to dig that one out. This is cut away by Geddes, but he picks out backward point. They were absolutely cruising Derbyshire at something like 314 for 2, but I'll get that up. And then with the old ball, they collapsed. As this is pushed off the back foot to short mid-wicket, there's no run, and that's a maiden for Graham Van Buren. His first 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 46, but really all of that tap came yesterday, and in fact it came in 4 balls. Today he's got the wicket of Higgins that really opened this up, and then he's been pretty cheap since.
What time's tea today? Is it 4? 10
4
past?
o'clock, I think, yeah.
So we've got 51 overs remaining in the day and 53 minutes until tea. I did that all by myself.
And I'm afraid I wasn't really listening because I was trying to bring that scorecard up.
My maths to work out it's 53 minutes to tea. And there's 51 overs left in the day. Here's Murphy continuing. He's right arm around the wicket. He bowls, and Holman cuts him hard, only as far as backward point, and there's no run.
So Derbyshire were... Sorry, Kevin.
No.
Derbyshire were 301 for 2 in the 77th over to 398 all out.
Murphy bowls and plunging forward to defend this one. Holman smothers it as the ball trickles back to point.
So there were wickets in the 77th, 78th, 80th, 84th, 85th. And I think those were all with the old ball.
Backs up to this one, Holman from Murphy. Eases to cover it. Got a gasp, a yelp of excitement from around the bat. Excitement even. I'll get there in the end.
There you go. The Kookaburra is just starting to come to life.
Murphy bowls, Holmes forward, easing into the offside, no run. It's funny, it does look a different. It has looked a different game since Williamson and Deploy were separated. Higgins had settled to the task in the end, hadn't he? Not that he didn't settle to it in the beginning, but obviously once he played himself in. Flight again from Murphy forward once more. Holman with a big stride to get over the top of that.
Also, you know, scrambling in the dressing room. All of a sudden there's a few extra fielders round the bat. Got Phillips in your eye line now if you're Holman. A couple of slips behind you as well.
Forward goes Holman to this one. Struck quite high up. He was halfway forward to it, wasn't he? Struck quite high up, top of the pad, maybe hip guard as well. Ball falls harmlessly away into the onside. It's the end of the over. A maiden for Murphy. 2 for 79 from 23 overs now with 3 maidens.
But all of a sudden, even around the wickets as well, the ball is just missing the bat a little bit more. But I still haven't really seen, of the deliveries that I've watched, I still haven't really seen a great deal of turn out there. But again, still 50 overs to go today. Van Buren to continue. Geddes on strike on 9. Van Buren bowls to him. Geddes whacks that drive, but beats one fielder. Hammond tumbling away, but not a fairly straightforward piece of fielding there for Ollie Price. I have absolutely no idea what he's doing now. Just getting his trousers dirty on the floor. Van Buren in. Geddes defends back to the bowler. Ball on top of bat just in this little period here.
Well, we said it was going to be a decisive period, didn't we, up to this second new ball?
Van Buren in. Geddes drives into the ground and Van Buren plucks it with his left hand. Sprinting away to his left-hand side, saving the single. 3 more dots this over. Van Buren to Geddes, who drives and will find a gap this time to a deep mid-on. 336 for 7. As Geddes moves on to 10. And Van Buren gets a bit of a bowl at Holman. Don't think he's going to have quite as much company as he does when Murphy's bowling to him as the off-spinner to the left-hander, but Phillips will go under the helmet short leg, I think. Just the one slip. Holman taking guard with Van Buren bowling, as you'd imagine, over the wicket to him. Certainly an air of more keen interest now around the ground, as it's no longer drifting along, as Holman plays a fiddly shot just back in his crease and then glancing it to a fine third position, sprinting through for 1. 337 for 7.
Yes, the hubbub's settled now, hasn't it? They're all watching the cricket instead.
There's no longer a sense that people are inclined backwards into bars and buffets in the marquees, as well as it's played to extra cover. Hammond shovels the ball towards the stumps, but Holman is back. 2 from the over, 337 for 7.
That's just the press 10. They're all looking over in the...
Tea is set at 4 o'clock, and Dean Wilson will be signing his new book in Sid's voice. It goes to the autobiography of David Lawrence.
Tent over there where they're all sat down having lunch. Which one's that?
I think that is. Now I was told. I think that's 1. That end of that mighty marquee. 1 to 4, with 1 being the end nearest to us. Marquee 1.
They've named it Marquee 1, Marquee 2, Marquee 3. Here's Murphy. He's around the wicket, he bowls, and this ball's pushed back up the track, and there's no run. Surely they should be named after Gloucestershire greats. The Williamson Marquee, the Higgins Marquee, the Zafar Gohar Marquee.
The George Scott Marquee.
Where's he now? Has he gone?
Yes.
Here's a bit of flight on this one. Forward goes Holman, pushing back up the track to Murphy. No run again. Hit the ball a long way, I remember. T20 at, might have been Richmond. Thumping it around to all parts. Holman's 2 from 14. Murphy steps in, bowls, and Holman's forward, defending, no run.
Well, they have actually, at Old Trafford, they've named one of the stands that was something like Stand B, is now the top tier, or one of the tiers anyway, is named after Clive Lloyd now, and Farouk Engineer the other. I can't remember which way around it is, but that slightly unromantically named stand has a better name now.
This one's punched away out to deep cover for a single. 338 for 7. Is the Scott Reed party stand still there?
Scott Reed party stand? Is that different from the party stand?
The one with no one in it.
I'm sure that'll be in full swing soon.
I got him with that on Lancashire TV one day. They were delighted, the Lancashire TV lot. A few weeks, we'll be up there at Old Trafford again. It is Murphy, right arm over, bowls. That's punched to cover. In fact, has it beaten the fielder? It has. I thought he stopped it. There it goes. I thought the applause at first was for the stop, but it had beaten the fielder. Lovely shot by the right-hander. 3-3-8 for 7.
Yeah, it was a fairly dismissive shot from Geddes. We hammered it into the ground and bounded past Ollie Price.
Holm's got a fair job to do here because, again, Geddes is a top-order bat. He's edging and put down at slip, Geddes. Right arm over, Murphy prodding forward, edge taken, and I'm pretty sure it carried, judging by the disappointments. Would you disagree in any way? 3-42 for 7. Or was the disappointment that it didn't carry?
I think it was more, I think it may have been more that. I think because Phillips immediately turned to the bowler and applauded. And I don't know. Let's have a look. I think that's bounced, but I thought it was going to carry. I was surprised that you know, the first look at I had at the replay, I think that has bounced in front of Hammond. So he must, I suppose he just played it softly enough, Geddes, but you'd have expected that ball to have carried more easily anyway. When he nicked it, I thought, well, that's straight into the breadbasket, but yeah, I think it's bounced short. Hard to tell, really.
So the immediate reaction suggested drop, but then I did question myself and think maybe that reaction is...
Maybe even some of the fielders themselves weren't sure.
Yeah.
Van Buren to Holman, who's back and driving through the offside and gets off strike straight away. 3:43 for 7, so again for Bancroft. Maybe it's more about just how long Van Buren and Murphy want to keep going for, and then maybe the move comes to seam. Van Buren to Geddes, who drives, and Hammond can't field it cleanly at mid-off. Just a little bit of a wriggle on needed to be got by Geddes to that non-striker's end, but he makes it easily enough before Murphy shies at the stumps from mid-off. 3:44 for 7. As Hammond jogs back into position at slip for Holman. Phillips has moved from short leg to leg gully more than leg slip. Yeah, probably more like a leg gully. Van Buren bowling round the wicket now, angling it across Holman, who's repeating the dose from the previous delivery he faced in the over. So another single, rocking back and driving. 3:45 for 7. 5 runs away from a third batting point, Middlesex. Runs just starting to come a little more easily, but Geddes is drawn back into defence. Ever purposeful Graham Van Buren into his 11th over. Bowls now, and Geddes walks back and defends with the bat well out in front of him. It's just creating room for that bat to come down. So it didn't meet pad. That's Van Buren bowls, and that's just nudged to mid-wicket. So 3 singles followed by 3 dots. And we've had 5 overs still with this old ball. As Middlesex are 345 for 7. And this little run of wickets. 3 falling in 3.5 overs. Just starting to be arrested by these two, but I'm sure that will be something which will have been noted around the country in scoreboard watch mode. I can tell you Lancashire have lost a 4th wicket at Old Trafford, where Marcus Harris is out for 30. Always a big wicket, that. So Lancashire, yeah, 107 for 4, trailing by 154. Mason Crane picking up his first wicket.
So Murphy excuse me, to begin his 25th over. 2 for 84. Around the wicket he goes to Holman, who punches hard. Oh, and this time he does get it through point. Fingertips on it, though, and now there's a chase for backward point. Will slide, slip, and flick it back in. Guess who it is? Van Buren picks himself up, to the delight of the Gloucestershire faithful here at Cheltenham.
Is he really nearly 35?
And Ed Seaborn. Imagine the things you'll be able to do when you're 35, Ed.
I'll be sat next to Kevin Hand.
I was going to say, do you think we'll be more cantankerous in years to come, you and I sat here? Here's Murphy around the wicket, he bowls, and forward goes Holman, pushing back, and no run again. 3, 4, 7 for 7. Holman 7, get his 15. There are rumours, though, that the Cheltenham Festival may be coming to an end, but hopefully they're malicious rumours as forward goes. Holman pushing back up the track to extra cover, and there's no run, but it would be nice to think of the 20 years you and I sat here watching cricket on the balcony, wondering whether it's ham and cheese or if there'll be any chicken in the chicken mayo sandwich. Murphy bowls and Holman eases into the offside.
Yep, in Division 7 of the County Championship. No.
Or maybe one day we'll have to go and get a proper job. Any great fear that this could be coming to an end, this wonderful festival? The oldest in the world, isn't it? Oldest cricket festival.
Oldest, longest running, I think, yeah. Sorry, longest running? Continuous running. Did I say longest running?
Goes Holman pushing back.
Oh dear. There's still 46 overs left.
I know. Got nearly half a day's play to go, haven't we? 3:47 for 7. This ball's given a bit of flight. Holman pushes back up the track and there's no run. Whose hand am I shaking of the great and the good first? Jude Saville and Neil Prescott making their way along behind us. Should be nabbing one of them for interview, shouldn't you? You get the chief exec on. How long is the Cheltenham College Festival going to last? That'd please Neil.
What good timing.
That'd please Neil if we sat him down there and asked him that, wouldn't it?
Great timing.
We've never in about 22 years had a wrong word, Neil and I. first
Not to your face, anyway.
Well, yeah. Or his. 3:47 for 7.
Yeah,
started at the MCC for Neil. Look at where he is now. And look at where I am now. Still in the same job.
Van Buren tossing himself a couple of catches. Bowls another one of those slow deliveries, bringing Geddes forward to defend. Yeah, so I think there are a couple of aspects, really. The fact that it can't continue to lose money, which was the main one, which was grabbing the headlines as Geddes plays this one to short mid-wicket, and the other being what will the schedule look like next season. It feels hard to, as Geddes gets a bit of a thick edge on that one, and there's no run as it's picked up by Phillips behind square on the offside. And there's a feeling if it goes down to 12 that it becomes quite difficult to fit Cheltenham in terms of 4-day cricket, driving Geddes to deep mid-off for 1 run, 3:48 for 7. Also just in terms of what that calendar reportedly looked like, because we're basically dealing completely in hearsay and speculation as usual.
As usual.
Well, isn't speculation most of what cricket commentary's about? We can't just stick to what's going on in any given moment. 3:48 for 7 from Buren over the wicket to Holman, fires that one in quicker. Holman blocks it out. But yes, the feeling being that there might be championship cricket in possibly late June, but that wouldn't give a great deal of time to prepare the festival. Van Buren bowls, driving hard through extra cover, Holman, and finds the boundary at deep extra cover. So that brings up the 350 for Middlesex at the end of that over. I'd imagine Bancroft might be starting to get a little twitchy for that second new ball.
Well, I was wondering if they were considering 4 overs before tea and 4 overs after. You know, that kind of frame where we'll have a quick blast with it just before the interval.
Tea's at 4 though, so I suppose there'd be...
Yeah, so...
There'll be, what, we've got 8 overs left until tea.
Yeah, so they could
8 or 9, yeah.
8, 9, they could take it now.
Yeah.
But they're just thinking, go on, we'll keep the bowlers fresh, we'll let them have a real blast with it. 3 overs from either end, maybe 6 overs, and then come back again and carry on after tea. See if we can get it finished off. And Murphy's on to something at the moment, isn't he? He's had a big appeal against Holman. He had an edge from Geddes, which may or may not have carried to slip.
But then I suppose you could still give him the new ball. Probably depends how he's feeling about that.
Murphy is in, bowls, and forward goes Geddes, pushing into the onside. There's no run. 352 for 7. Comes bowler again, and that's driven away. Lovely shot by Geddes. That hits it on the up through the covers. And hands on his knees, his head dips down. Murphy, let's let that one slip out with a bit of width, a bit too full. Geddes makes no mistakes. On to 16 from 41. Middlesex are 352 for 7. So that, 356 for 7. So they have passed the third batting point. They should make the 4th, but they ideally love the 5th, I'm sure. As forward goes Geddes again, driving as far as extra cover, no run. Still Helm and Cornwell to come for Middlesex, who are pretty useful batters, particularly Helm. And, well, whoever he's got at the other end, be it Holman, but in particular Geddes, will have a job to do to support as Geddes is forward, driving again. This one, it does get through, but fingertips will hold them to 2. Throw goes into the non-striker's end, where a direct hit could have been interesting. May just have been back. 358 for 7. What was your umming and ahhing of my appraisal of maybe 4 overs or 6 overs before tea? You're thinking, no, hold it until afterwards, or?
Could do.
Murphy's in, bowls, and pushed back again by Geddes into the onside, and there's no run. Mid-wicket comes around field.
May also depend on are they thinking about keeping Murphy going with the new one, rather than getting 2 fast bowlers up for a short spell.
He's in again, bowls, and this ball's been driven down to long on. 359 for 7. Geddes is on to 23 from 47. Holman has 11 from 26.
I do think something probably has to change before tea, because it was a really good burst there from Gloucestershire, but I think some of the sting has been taken out of things. There's a long conference now between Murphy, Bancroft and Bracey, so captain, vice-captain and overseas spin bowler, and I think it's fairly obvious what that conversation is about, but immediately it looks to be another over from Van Buren. But Geddes starting to get some of those drives away. Holman, footwork looked a little edgy when he first went out though, which is understandable because, not that long ago he wouldn't have been expecting to be batting, but he seems to have settled a little now, and Gloucestershire in need of another moment to prize this partnership out before it develops too dangerously. There'll be another run there as Geddes drives this one to deep mid-off for a single. 360 for 7. But yeah, in terms of the threat as far as the festival is concerned, well, I think again there's possibly this separation maybe of championship cricket at Cheltenham versus white ball cricket. Oh, that's been driven by Holman and has gone, I think, into the ground and been caught by Bracey behind the stumps. Just for a moment, Gloucestershire were wondering whether he'd driven that into his leg or his boot, but there must have been some ground involved. There wasn't really much of an appeal.
Did it just go straight through?
Van Buren in, Holman, almost a helicopter-esque cut to deep cover for a single. Maybe it did go straight through. Yeah, I think you're right. Bracey must have juggled it there. There was something.
So where did he take it in terms of the stumps? What did it just beat to get through to the gloves?
So I think it's pitched in the rough possibly.
Yeah. Outside the line of off?
Out of that. Driven by Geddes to that deep mid-off fielder once more. So 3 singles in 4 balls this over. But the one that wasn't scored off was one of the first that's really turned, but I think that is out of those footmarks wide of the left-hander's off stump. Van Buren in full and wide, driven in the air for a while. One bounce to Matt Taylor at backward point, who reads the spin of that delivery off the turf well. And there is no run.
Ah, there's the helicopter.
A different helicopter actually from the one I saw before.
Ah, it's the white one that we saw yesterday.
Van Buren bowls in a part of the bat from Holman. A good call from Geddes through for a quick single. Holman has certainly been made to run by Ben Geddes. They get through to short fine leg, 363 for 7. We'll see whether there was any immediate consequence to that discussion at the beginning of the previous over. It doesn't look as though that was let's change it up. Bancroft waiting for Murphy with arms folded right at the bowling crease, and another protracted discussion. I think it looks as though it's... Oh no, it is. New ball. It's been waved by Sue Redfern.
So 363 for 7. Second new ball it is, and Murphy to take it.
The new ball has been taken.
So 9 overs was the wait, and 27 minutes until tea. And here is Murphy with a slip and a short leg for the left-handed Holman. There's a deep point just down below his shawl. Backward point, cover and mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. Murphy's around the wicket, he bowls, and Holman's forward, killing it dead. And the ball squirts along the floor slowly to... can it squirt slowly? Trickles along the floor slowly to short leg. Murphy again. He's in, bowls, and this ball is bumped to extra cover. Holman grounds the bat as it's ripped back into the gloves of the keeper by Bancroft. .363 for 7, Middlesex. Still in a decent position, but they will want to ram this home a little more, as that's a bit short, and Holman with a flourish punches back with a point. Goodness me, that was a glorious shot. Stood up tall to that, opened the face. As you said, it was almost helicopter-esque the way he brings that bat down on that shot, isn't it?
Just
a real flurry.
Maybe with the older ball, might have been harder to find the boundary with that shot. So always the balance with taking the new one.
Murphy bowls and Shaw. Holman cuts out to Shaw this time in front of point. Just a more textbook cut shot down into the ground. Rolling the wrists over the top of it. Rather than that flourish, the bat coming down from a much higher angle behind him, swooping down outside off. 368 for 7. Holman and Geddes have had some sort of word before the next delivery.
I'd love to know what that's about. If he bowls it short, cut it away for 4.
Geddes awaits. Murphy bowls, and it's turned through the legs of short leg with a cry of catch. Now impossible for us to tell if it was still in the air, if it went through his legs. We could see the line of it, but we couldn't see the trajectory of at what point it bounced. Single for Geddes. Gasp around the college grounds as that went through the legs of short leg. And again comes Murphy through to the gloves of the keeper. It goes 369 for 7 it is, and that is the end of the over. 2 for 99 from 27. Murphy with 3 maidens. 369 for 7.
I'm sure he'd love to get his own back with one of those himself, Joe Phillips. He's been out a couple of times off the face of the bat, clipping the ball too short leg. Once a spectacular reaction catch from Asa Tribe at Cardiff. It was a one-handed pluck with his left hand, and then against Lancashire he hit the ball straight into Keaton Jennings's midriff, and he just cradled it to his body and was out caught that way.
Sponsored by the Keynsham Courtyard, number 36, Matty Taylor.
Matty Taylor. 3 wickets for Taylor, 3 for 61. And for a while, it was Matt Taylor who was basically keeping Gloucestershire with some sort of a chance of limiting Middlesex. A spinner's come to the fore of late, but Taylor with 3 of the first 4 wickets to fall, 3 for 61. There's only the one slip in place and a short mid-wicket as Taylor bowls down the leg side to get his... He can't flick it away, and Bracey will take.
Yeah, I think this is going to be fun now. The new ball to Geddes. Strikes the ball so sweetly, so crisply. 26 from 51. He's playing himself in properly, as he should. There's runs to be had and runs to be scored for Middlesex.
Taylor, left arm over bowls, get his inside edge onto pad. Batting outside his crease. He's looking for a flourishing flick into the onside. And hit his boot with that one. And Gloucestershire are certainly making motions to suggest that they felt that Geddes would have been marching back were it not for that little bit of bat. But I mean, quite a tricky decision for the umpire with him being so far down the pitch. Price in close at short mid-wicket, Bancroft wide at first slip. Taylor bowls, Geddes drives out through extra cover for 4 runs. What a fluent shot that is, and dare I say it, that's even as good as any that many that Kane Williamson played in his innings.
I told you he's good.
373 for 7.
Yep, Geddes has got a whole heap of potential.
If I were being facetious,
which
I would suggest what's he doing batting at 7 then?
Well, I mean, you look at the order. No, you look at the order for Middlesex.
Could open.
I mean, yeah, they've got
Taylor in now bowls, Geddes defends. Made that slight stooping motion to suggest he thought possibly the ball stayed down a bit. There's no run to mid-off. No, yeah. I'm only being silly.
No. But, I mean, it's a crazy batting lineup. Luke Holman's at 9, Joe Cracknell's at 8. Geddes would generally be, as I've been saying, this is genuinely the best Middlesex batting lineup there's been since 2006, if not before. You put Kane Williamson into that now, and it's just an extraordinary array of talent in that batting lineup.
Taylor bowls, Geddes defends once more, back to the bowler.
Even
so again, and I promise I'm not doing this to be, you know, I'm genuinely having a discussion. Well, why have only Kent got fewer batting points?
Well, that's been the discussion point this year, and you know they've had a change of coach, change of captaincy. Can you put it down to those two things? I don't think so, really. Unusually, Deployed had a quiet year.
Taylor in bowls, short ball swatted, pick-up shot from Geddes all the way for 6 over a backward square leg. And that is the 50 partnership between these two. Another 50 partnership.
Of which Geddes has 36, Holman has 18, and Holman's batted at 3 this summer for Middlesex. Batted at 4 as well, got his maiden first-class century, and he's batting at 9 in this match. Look, Middlesex have underperformed this year, they know they have. But they haven't got the results that they should have got this year, because at times the performances have been pretty good and the results haven't come. They've let something go. I think the bowling, they've got Helm back in the second half of the season now. Dane Pattinson was in for the first half of the summer. I think he played 5 matches. They calculated something like he had 150 balls that beat the bats in that time, and it was extraordinary. The guy should have had, I don't know, let's say he had 15. He honestly in those matches should have had 35 wickets. Just kept on beating the bat. It just wouldn't happen for whatever reason. Here's Murphy continuing with the second new ball. Around the wicket comes the off spinner. Forward goes Holman, pushing back, and there's no run. Tom Helm's back and fit now. Cornwell's coming through in this side, but start of the season it was Roland Jones, Pattinson, Higgins, and then wannabe the Brooks, Cullen. Around the wicket now comes Murphy, inside edge from Holman on the back foot, looking to punch. The inside edge goes down to long leg for a single. But yeah, the bowling last year was heavily, the wicket taking column was heavily burdened on Roland Jones, and Higgins has been Higgins. But the bowling hasn't quite been there. Although the batting points, as you say, this year have been slight concern for Middlesex. But Deploy had a very unusual first half of the season by his standards. As Murphy's in, bowls, and Geddes pushes back, there's no run. Robson had a quietish start. He was then out for a round before his baby was born. Then their firstborn came along, and he was out for a couple more. So he was easing his way into the season, and similarly Higgins had a little bit of a quiet patch with the bat as well first half of the summer. As forward goes Geddes, driving out to deep cover for a single. Geddes had a good start though. He was a regular 50 man for Middlesex throughout the first part of the season. And as David Bartlett arrived down below, your old physio.
Has he?
I've just seen
him, excellent. That
Great
might
cat.
mean that George Scott is around, because they do often
Tweedledum and Tweedledee, are they?
come to Gloucestershire Middlesex games together.
Now this ball's flicked away by Luke Holman, out to deep midwicket. That's a lovely shot. Smeared away, all along the floor, but smeared nonetheless by Holman. He sat down with Flem, the Middlesex strength and conditioning. Good man, Barts. He was one that went like Higgins. He went down the M4. Is he going to come back up the M4 as well? 385 for 7. Holman's on 23. And in comes Murphy. Forward goes Holman, pushing back to him. End of the 92nd over. 385 for 7. Holman 23. Geddes 37. There are 40 overs remaining today. And there are 17 minutes until tea, at which point Middlesex will hope to be at 400 and have their 4th batting point. 5th batting point should still just about be there for them, shouldn't it? With 18 overs, 4 and over. Yeah. Should be there for them. Wickets column permitting, they are 7 down. So yeah, in answer to your question, Middlesex had a few conundrums to work out with the bat this year. But right now, on paper, Robson, I mean, bearing in mind the 7, Carey's has come back in. But if you go back to the 6 from last week, and that's not with any disrespect to Dave Carey's, who's had a 50 in each of his last 3 first-class innings.
Taylor in Geddes places into the ground, scooped up at mid-wicket on the bounce by Price.
But Robson is highly regarded as they come at this level, former international test opener. Max Holden, England Lions, gun short format cricketer around the world, England under-19 captain. Kane Williamson, Leas Deploy averaging 50, Ryan Higgins, Ben Geddes at 6. It's a heck of a top 6. And you've added Carey's to that now, so it's a top 7 this week.
Taylor in now, it's edged and it's gone past Bracey and down to the boundary.
It's gone between slip and keeper, hasn't it?
I think it must have done, and Bancroft is quite wide at slip there. Bracey also fairly wide on the angle. Actually, that would not have carried to...
It wouldn't.
First slip. Yeah, it was too wide for Bracey to get to, and I don't think on the stagger that would have got to first slip, which it just shows you. This is a ball in its 4th over. That was a genuine edge from Geddes, and it wouldn't have carried. Bancroft has stepped closer, and there's less of a gap now. As Geddes pushes this to backward point and Murphy fields, but I don't think that would have been. Just another look. Yeah, I think that's basically level with Bracey on a first slip line. Bancroft's come even closer now at second slip. But it's all runs in the bank for Middlesex. 389 for 7. Taylor close to his 4th wicket. Bowls now to Geddes, who pushes this one away to mid-on. And no run there. This partnership having come together when there was a little bit of a teeter and a totter has got Middlesex. They were never out of a position of strength, but just driving it home again, and still with work to do for Gloucestershire. Even if they can break this partnership, they'd love to do that before tea. Taylor bowls driven back to Taylor, who stops it dead. Holman lunging back into his ground at the non-striker's end in case Taylor fancied a little tip onto the stumps. Lancashire won 25 for 5 at Old Trafford, with Crane removing Salt for 8.
So they're going to be short on batting points as well.
It's that way.
Further good news for Middlesex and Gloucestershire.
Lancashire 125 for 5, trailing by 136. Taylor in bowls, and a huge booming drive attempted by Geddes, and he's missed it.
He's frustrated with himself there. He was stretching for that one, wasn't he? We could see here he was stretching out in front of himself.
I was waiting for the nick there, because that's exactly the sort of, you know, as you say, out in front and trying to go at it so hard that you expect batters to nick, but he didn't.
Well, that's the thing about Geddes. You know, strengths are often weaknesses as well, aren't they? He likes to feel bat on ball, and he goes at it hard. But I'm saying those in a complimentary way because, boy, oh boy, it looks good. But of course, that can likewise, a bit like your hook or pull, might be your favourite shot. Or stick out a deep backward square, a long leg early on, and actually a few teams did that to get his early season, and he was getting out in that fashion on a number of occasions.
You can fall victim to a cacoethes. 389 for 7.
When was the last time you fell victim to one, Ed?
I think it was probably that custard slice, actually.
Murphy bowls and forward goes Holman. There's no run. I've had a text message from Scott Reed.
Have you?
He's been inquiring if you've been behaving yourself in the Montpellier bar this week. Is it the Montpellier bar?
There's a wine bar there, yes.
Round the wicket comes Murphy to Davis. This is Murphy to Holman. This is pushed into the offside. There's no run. Yeah, Montpellier wine bar. Apparently it has my name written all over it. Down the track comes Holman, pushing back into the offside, and there's no run. Next time Lancashire at Cheltenham College, I'll have to see if I can arrange a day here. See what you two get up to in said wine bar. Is that where you were last night?
No.
Murphy's around the wicket, he bowls, and forward goes Holman, pushing back up the track, 389 for 7.
No, there's quite a nice kind of bottled beer, craft beery shop down there. Oh no, of course I remember. You don't know what proper beer is, do you? I remember that.
Is Holman beaten and Bales whipped off, but two kept inside the ground as Murphy whipped one through outside the off stump, and the Bales were whipped off. 389 for 7. Holman on 23 from 44.
Almost dragged that back foot there. Well, obviously the court behind didn't have much going for it, I don't think, but the stumping.
I think it was just stumping, wasn't it?
It was probably more of the appeal. Just didn't quite drag it far enough, I don't think.
Around the wicket again is Murphy. Quick single, dropped just fine of cover by Holman. Well done. Oh, and the throw comes in from Bancroft. That was a little bit of an angry throw, wasn't it? To the non-striker's end, it was always a single. It was backed up, fortunately. 390 for 7, Middlesex. Plodding now towards the 4th batting point. The run rate has come down to 4.2. Hasn't been this low since Deploy and Williamson first came together, when it had just dipped down to about 3.8, 3.9 the innings run rate at that point, but then they rattled it off to 4.5, didn't they, quite quickly, those two. As Williamson went at a near run-a-ball century in first-class cricket. 150 made by Williamson in the end. Deploy was the first to go today in LBW. Didn't look overly enthused by it. Just before lunch, the only wicket to go. 43 for 1, Middlesex were in that 10-over session this morning.
I was trying to picture it a batter enthused by
a dismissal,
an LBW decision, but who was it who was walking for one the other day? I've seen Ryan Higgins walk for an LBW. Did it at Chelmsford a couple of years ago. There are 2 slips in now for Holman. Taylor bowls, Holman punches to extra cover. He's been strong off the back foot through the offside in this innings as Holman. A lot of his runs scored that way. Good
old Higgo. You got to love him, haven't you? Probably was, in my time watching Middlesex, it was the worst thing that ever happened, was Middlesex letting Higgins get away that first time.
I do remember several mournful conversations whilst he was still with Gloucestershire.
Yes, there was a Ryan Higgins-sized hole in the Middlesex side ever since.
Yes, you can argue there's a Ryan Higgins-sized hole in Gloucestershire's side as Holman lets that one go through behind the stumps. And of course it was...
Well, we saw him first.
Yeah. It was temporarily filled, and filled to really good effect by Tom Price, but a couple of injuries, and of course Tom Price has signed a 3-year contract with Sussex, as Dom Goodman has for next year. In comes Taylor over the wicket, bowls, and Holman prods forward and guides this to deep third for a single. 391 for 7. At Wantage Road, by the way, it's still a game of great import as far as the Division 2 title race is concerned. Derbyshire 377 all out, and Northamptonshire are 154 for 4. So behind by 2-2-3. A couple more wickets for Lewis Rees, who had a spectacular game last round with the ball. 2 for 39 he has. Taylor round the wicket now to Geddes, who tries that pickup shot into the onside and I think misses it, rolls off thigh pad behind the stumps to the keeper. So no run. In the first division, it's tea time at Scarborough, where Yorkshire are all over Sussex. Bowled them out for 222. And oh, that's Adam Lyth. I don't think he ever has failed to score 100 at Scarborough. I think that's a real stat. Round the wicket, Taylor bowls, Geddes forward to defend to extra cover.
You don't think he's what?
I don't think he's ever failed to score 100 at Scarborough, Adam Lyth. Well, he's on 96. I suppose he could still fail this time, but he probably won't. And James Wharton is on 53. At the risk of falling into a trap, James Wharton is a very nice lad. He was on commentary with us a couple of seasons back. And a promising player, so it's good to see him getting runs. Taylor bowls and Geddes in line, playing with a straight bat down to mid-on to complete the over. 3-9-1 for 7, 41 to get us 25 to Holman. Worcestershire 35 without loss, having bowled Hampshire out for 293. Tom Taylor took 5 for 55. Tea at Trent Bridge, as Somerset were bowled out for 438, 166 to James Rue and 156 to Tom Abel, but only Craig Overton passed 30. Apart from those two, Nottinghamshire 78 for 1, Hamid 40 and McCann 30. Essex declaring at Chelmsford on 602 for 6, tons for Westley, Allison and Pepper. And Warwickshire have begun their response at 19 without loss. And Durham at T, Chesley Street, 143 for 2. Trailing Surrey still by 26 runs. Emilio Gay has 82 off 76 balls. Surrey made 322. It's the Clark Derby up there. Graham versus Jordan, the Clark brothers. Right, Josh Short is going to have 1 over before tea.
Yep. He's, sure then. He's got a slip. A deep third, a backward point, a cover and a mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, deep square and long leg. Sun illuminating all parts of the ground and pretty much all the surround as well. Here at Cheltenham, it's a gorgeous view as in comes Shaw, right arm over, he bowls, and it's edged, and I think that was just short. I think he was just parrying it away in the end.
Yeah.
Somebody down below, I think, cried drop, but I'm pretty sure it chopped a long way short, didn't it?
So, yeah.
And just pushing it back. Oh, Bancroft, is he all right? Oh, he's looking for a helmet.
Yeah.
He's going to stand forward, is he?
I suppose, what option do you have?
Step forward. No. .391 for 7.
Well, this is going to be tricky from everybody's point of view, really. If the new ball isn't even going to carry to the slips. I know that Gloucestershire have been out in the field for a little bit, but they haven't been in the field for that long.
Look at how far forward Slip is standing now with the helmet on. As in comes Shaw once again. Holman gets in behind this, pushing back, and there's no run.
But you know, well, no, I'm not going to say that.
What in
other situations, they could have had both Geddes and Holman nicked off in fairly regulation fashion.
And Williamson relatively early, and that's what. That's what Middlesex will surely be saying to themselves.
That, but I it was more a comment on
the bounce.
Well, no, more the nature of the ball that is being used.
In comes Shaw over the wicket to the left-hander, left alone as it angles across.
It's just not a good visual, is it? And I mean, we can talk about it and have talked about it many a time before. Hello.
That'll be your phone, Ed.
Oh, good grief.
No, you haven't smashed it, have you?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's gone. Oh dear.
Is it working though?
Oh, it's working, but oh no.
To be fair, both of mine are smashed. We all smash our phones, don't we? He's full ball pushed away into the offside, no run. 391 for 7.
It wasn't even that heavy an impact.
I know.
Yeah, top of it's completely gone now.
They're made to crack, aren't they?
Oh, that's irritating. There was one crack in it which you could barely see at the angle that you operate it at, but I think it's safe to say that I can see this one. Oh, that's irritating.
Have you got insurance? Here's Shaw. Around the wicket now, he bowls to Holman, who leaves alone through to the keeper. Down to the phone shop tonight, new screen. How old's the phone?
It is quite old.
Ah.
To be honest, it probably was getting pretty close to the point where a new one was needed anyway, so maybe it's just one of those things. just
I know.
ruined the day.
I know. It did it to me a couple of weeks ago. You just feel sick, don't you? It's like,
How did that fall out as well? I don't understand. So I think somebody's just come along and thrown it on the floor.
Here's a length ball down the leg side. In fact, it's a little shorter of a length from Shaw through to the keeper it goes. And top ball it is, 3-9-1 for 7. It is. Yes, I made no for Shaw, none for 60 for him. 3-9-1 for 7 it is then. Holman 25, Geddes 41, and Middlesex just shy of a 4th batting point. They'll still want the 5th. They've got 14 overs to get that. These two can score quickly, and I'd imagine we talked about potentially when Williamson and Deploy were still going nicely. That I can't even do this. Should we just wrap up? I can't hear myself think. 3-9-1 for 7 it is. That's Ed Seaborn and myself, Kevin Ham. We'll be back in under 20 minutes.
First over after tea from the College lawn end. Sponsored by the Cheltenham Courtyard, number 36, Matt Taylor.
Well, welcome back for the final session of this second day between Gloucestershire and Middlesex at the Cheltenham Festival. We were, I think, due to be getting underway now, but we're not, because Gloucestershire have decided to present this fairly new Kookaburra ball to umpires Redfern and Pratt in the hopes that they might be able to get it changed. There's a very long discussion happening as... Oh, we've had plenty of clapping incidents already at the festival. Let's not have another one. We've got Actor and Bancroft in what look like very tricky negotiations with the umpires, because the box of balls came out and the selection has been made. It's taken 1 minute. Get on with it. Oh dear. There are 36 overs to be bowled in the day. They will be bowled no matter what, because I don't think we're going to get any interruptions due to the weather. It's cleared up beautifully. In fact, it's getting pretty warm out there when the sun is out, and it looks as if it's going to be out for most of the evening session. So pleasant conditions for the sizable crowd that have made their way in for this second day. And despite the shortened morning, where due to the rain from yesterday we were unable to get underway until 12:15 today, there's still a good amount of cricket, and Middlesex on 391 for 7. The changed ball now comes in from Matt Taylor, and Get is well forward and pushing firmly up to mid-on, and there is no run. So one delivery with that changed ball, and Bancroft has come out of slip, so we've got a ball which in theory is roughly 7.1 overs old, and there are no slips at all. Get is on 41, Holman on 25. Middlesex 9 shy of a fourth batting point. Taylor in, Get is driving out to Hammond, who is patrolling the offside boundary. We've seen a lot of Josh Shaw down in front of us, but Hammond now out sweeping on the offside. 392 for 7. And, well, for Middlesex, they need, what, 58 runs in 13.4 overs if they want maximum batting points, but it's probably more important now from their point of view to get the fourth, which should be straightforward with 3 wickets in hand, but then I want to build that total up, I would have thought, rather than be too fussed about the point, as Holman drives on the bounce out to backward point and fielded there for no run. Slip back in, and a fielder at fine leg and deep square as well as deep third, so 3 back on the boundary, and then pretty standard ring backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket. Taylor 3 for 77. He's bowled well with this new ball, but without reward as yet, as Holman defends back to the left arm seamer. And since this new ball, outside edges found but not carrying, and Gloucestershire still having fought back in this afternoon session. Time will tell whether it's enough, but the removal of Williamson has improved their fortunes as Taylor is in. Holman drives firmly, but it'll be juggled a little at mid-off by Actor, but stopped. Williamson eventually removed to a low full toss from Todd Murphy for 153. And Bancroft taking a good catch at short straight mid-on, as Williamson fell just a couple of overs after Ryan Higgins nicked off to Graham van Buren for 28, and then Joe Cracknell was out in the same over as Williamson. 3 balls later, LBW to Murphy without scoring. Drop and run from Holman into the offside, which will complete the first over after tea. 393 for 7. And what's Bancroft going to do? Pace or spin? Looks to be pace. Josh Shaw marching up from his position to take up the bowling. He's already ditched cap, and, well, if he had a sweater, I don't think most of the players have gone with a sweater. Graham van Buren's got the long sleeves, as does Todd Murphy.
Chaplain, sponsored by 6 o'clock gin. Number 5, Josh Shaw.
Yes, so Shaw will bowl. 15 overs for 60 so far. 3 wickets to Taylor, 2 to Murphy, 1 to Charlesworth, who's not bowled today, and 1 to Graham van Buren. Hammond running up from deep cover, and is in fact going to feel quite close at extra cover now, as Shaw races in over the wicket to the left-handed Holman, and that's left by Holman through to James Bracey. Significant events at Old Trafford, where Lancashire are 132 for 8 against Glamorgan, who were bowled out for 261. So Lancashire trail by 129, and they've only got 2 wickets left. That's Collapso. 8 overs, 5 for 18 for Mason Crane. Short bowls and no stroke from Holman.
So it is Raghim at Old Trafford,
now,
where
yeah.
Middlesex head to in a few weeks with hopefully Zafar Gohar in tow. Well, yeah, I can't work. As I say, I can't really work it out. We were talking about low-scoring draws, weren't we? But it looks like it'll be a low-scoring win for one of those sides there.
Yes.
Unless it rains for a couple of days.
Which I don't think in the forecast it looked as if it was going to, but there we go. It is Old Trafford. Shaw in bowls, Holman behind that one, defending to extra cover.
Yeah, then Lancashire still have to go to Glamorgan, so a Lancashire win at Glamorgan. Middlesex, I'm thinking of Middlesex hat on here. They've obviously got to overturn quite a points gap to Glamorgan. If it does look like they're winning, then it really does.
Oh yeah.
Put some pressure on this game for Middlesex come that 4th day as to whether there might be some sort of match set up.
Goals seem to be going berserk as Shaw bowls and Holman back into his crease.
It's all the crumbs you left
defence
on top of my bag, mostly.
I think they're after chicken. It's not quite cannibalism, but
I wouldn't put it past them.
No, I wouldn't either. But yeah, so 3 rounds left, and that would leave, if it all plays out as it looks at Old Trafford, that would leave Middlesex with more than a win's worth to make up. Holman drives to the cover boundary, and that has gone at a rate of knots off the middle of his bat. 397 for 7, and Shaw just pitching that one up a little further, inviting the drive, and that's exactly what Holman did.
That'll be the Luke Holman fan club down below us then. That was quite a rapturous applause, and I thought that might have been the 400 up.
Just going to have a look at Holman's wagon wheel here. It does feel as though he's scored a lot of his runs through the covers. Last ball of Shaw's first over after tea. Bowls now. Holman defends into the offside and says no and signals no to Ben Geddes at the non-striker's end by pointing his bat at him. So end of the over. So 4 runs in that over. And Middlesex, yeah, 3 runs short of the next batting point. Yeah, so he's had 2 scoring shots as Holman through the leg side. And 19 of his 30 runs have come between just backward of point and extra cover. A lucrative area for him.
So it will be Taylor continuing at the College lawn end. His left arm around up the hill, bowling to Geddes. The right-hander drives out to cover where Hammond fields, and a single is taken. Geddes 43, 398 for 7. There was the mulling at tee that we also often have. And, you know, is it a case, well, we could just ask the man who's over your shoulder, the Middlesex coach is behind us. Is it a case of get to 450 and then have a dart?
I'm not asking him, I'm asking you.
Oh,
you're asking me? Oh, sorry, I thought you were asking him.
Holman is on strike as forward goes Taylor, pushing back into the onside, and there is no run.
Where's he gone?
He's gone to have a chat with the scorer.
Oh, he's sitting down over there. Oh, he's talking to the... Right, yes. Yes, he is.
Don Shelley dishes out all the stats and the free tickets. 398 for 7. Slip, deep third, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square and long leg. And in comes Taylor, driving through the covers is Holman. That's a glorious shot, and that's the 400 up for Middlesex. 402 for 7. Holman moves to 34 from 65. Middlesex's 400 coming up in the 99th over of the innings. So they have 11.5 overs to find 50 runs for maximum batting points, which would be mightily pleasing for the side that won the toss yesterday morning, I'd imagine.
Yes, yeah, I think this partnership really between Holman and Geddes has somewhat nullified really that flurry of wickets just before that new ball was available. They'd have been hoping that either wickets would have continued to fall with the old ball or they'd have taken some with the new ball, but that's not happened.
Left arm over his Taylor again, and Holman goes at him again, this time cutting back with a point for 4 more. Brilliant shot from Holman again. He's on to 38 from 67. 406 for 7 now, Middlesex. And this might be the point with that 450 in sight. I don't think they'll go recklessly at it, but they might start to up the tempo here with, what, 33.2 overs remaining?
Yeah, I mean, they don't...
I mean, I say up the tempo, they've been going at 4.5.
I was going to say, they don't need to, do they? The runs seem to be coming with this new ball.
Forward goes Holman, defending this one to cover off Taylor. One to come of the over.
But, you know, in the same way as Williamson scored at 6 and didn't really look to be in absolute top gear, you know, these two can handily score at 4s and 5s that way as well. Certainly not a reach for them.
Taylor to Holman, dabs the ball just in front of backward point, dropping a single. Deep cover collects, 407 for 7. Like I say, I don't think they'll go recklessly at it just yet, but the fun could be about to begin if these two are still there when Middlesex reach 450. I think we might need to warm our hands up, Ed, if that happens.
Okay, well, I was favouring the duck underneath the umbrella, to be honest, but...
I'm backing you.
Yeah.
I reckon you've got a safe pair of hands, Ed. Just use your jumper. Make a basket with it.
It's a good recipe for getting completely winded.
Well, there is that, yeah. You can like an apple catcher, like the apron.
Yes, well, Gloucestershire can't allow this to continue for too long the way it has been going. but they don't really have much choice as they've started off with double seam after tea.
What do you mean for the last 99 overs?
Point. Well, no. Well, no, I mean, in all seriousness, they've had a better day today, but at what, 232 for 3 coming into it, a lot of the damage was already done, and was done by having Williamson still out there when they had the chance to get rid of him relatively early on in his innings. Shaw in now, driven for more for Holman. Out to the cover boundary. And he continues to split that gap between point and cover, and that's more what I was meaning, really. I think Gloucestershire are, unfortunately, going to have to put a fielder out there because that's where the runs are going. 4-11 for 7. They are playing, by the way, in the second 11 championship match at Rockhampton between Gloucestershire and Sussex. Shaw is in, bowls, and Holman defends carefully into the offside. Sussex bowled out by Gloucestershire for 199, 2 wickets apiece for Dariush Ahmed, Aman Rao, Luke Charlesworth, who's back and bowling, Johnny Bushnell and Ed Middleton. And Gloucestershire starting off their response to that Sussex seconds score of 199. They're 16 without loss. Shaw in bowls, full toss, creamed away through the covers. Hammond will sprawl across, he'll get there. He's wearing his yellow socks today. Here's Miles Hammond.
Is that
significant? A single. Well, I don't know. I'm not sure whether it's one day that he chooses to wear the yellow socks. 412 for 7. I think it was the Derbyshire game last year, which was among the least entertaining final days that I've covered, where Miles Hammond decided to tuck his trousers into his yellow socks mid-wicket.
What socks you got on today? You had pink socks yesterday, didn't you?
Yeah, they're just boring black today. Shaw bowls on dry from Geddes, going for a quick single. Murphy shies at the stumps. That might have been out with a hit, but he misses. And Murphy had 3 stumps to aim at there. And Geddes, it was his call. Luke Holman's giving him the thumbs up and sideways thumb there. Should we have gone through, shouldn't we? Not quite sure what response he got, but suggest probably not a great deal of need to be pushing that one, but anyway, they made it. 4-1-3 for 7. Short to Holman, a slower ball. This time, wait is the call, and they do. There's no run. So 4-13 for 7, end of that over. There are 32 overs remaining in the day's play for really Middlesex to play with. 450, and then how many overs do they want at Gloucestershire? How many runs do they want? That's their calculation.
Yeah, so 10 overs. At their current run rate, they'll cruise to that batting point.
Change of bowling from
Gloucestershire needing 2 wickets in that time for maximum bowling points, and that's the only hope really of stopping Middlesex reaching maximum batting points. Here's Actor from the College lawn end. And he's going to be right arm over to Ben Geddes, the right-hander. Oh, he's dollied it up. Has that stopped on him slightly to mid-wicket? He's gone, and well, Geddes hangs his head backwards. He leans on his back, but the ball must have stopped on him in the surface. And he's dollied up as comfortable a catch as you can imagine to mid-wicket, and to some extent, there'll be a few Middlesex bowlers who won't mind seeing that at all if the ball is going to become of varied pace and bounce. Yeah, really just offered it into the onside. He was through the shot too early. And Charlesworth couldn't really have imagined a more simple catch. 413 for 8 it is then. Tom Helm will come out at number 10. A shake of the head from Geddes. He's disappointed to fall just short of the 50 and potentially even more. As he might have looked to open up, mightn't he, once they got to the 450. There's still a job to do then for Holman, and certainly for Helm, who'll come out and join him to try and see him through to that. But again, I don't think some of the Middlesex bowlers will mind seeing that too much. Ben Geddes will, of course, right now, but overall, Middlesex will think,
Well, if it did stop in the pitch. I mean,
well,
it was Zaman Akhtar's loosener, wasn't it? Probably. So that's the only thing that I'm wondering was he just expecting a quicker delivery than he got from Akhtar, because Akhtar has been sending it through quickly. But yes, you can certainly imagine that he's walking off thinking that it did stop.
I mean, as good a player as he is, and he is outstanding, it's hard to imagine that he's got it that wrong, even if it, as you say, loosener wasn't quite the pace that he's been sending it down at so far.
We will see if it bears out, I guess, as we go along. But yeah, Gloucestershire have broken that partnership, and well, they've got to get batting as soon as possible. And now, not a terrible situation to be in, obviously, in micro a situation, I mean, with Helm now facing Akhtar fresh in a spell.
This ball beats Helm from Akhtar. Well, if the last one stops, that one zipped through. Helm well beaten by that. He comes and prods at the surface. Luke Holman will be saying to Helm, block. For all the world, block. And just let me try and steer this to 450. At the moment, every single run counts, doesn't it? Every single point counts at this stage of the season. Here's Akhtar running in from the college lawn end, his right arm over bowls, and this is uppercut by Helm. One bounce down to deep third. They have a single, but the pair of us are distracted. Both of us are distracted by the fact that a wasp has decided to land on my knee, land on my leg, walk up my knee towards the gash of yesterday's rusty table injury.
I don't think I've ever seen a wasp do that before.
What?
Well, just crawled towards an open wound.
Yes. Even you look terrified at that point. You look terrified on my behalf.
Carnivorous wasp.
Yeah.
Well, I thought, why is he not doing anything about this?
Well, you don't hit a wasp, do you? Because then they get angry and they sting you.
Well, not while it's landed on you, but I didn't expect you to allow it to land on you.
What did you expect me to do?
Shoo it
Run away, run away.
Shoo it away. Assert your dominance over the wasp.
I never shoo at a wasp. They'll sting you, those things, won't they? Just leave them be and they disappear.
I've only ever once been stung by a wasp, and that was, I didn't even see it. So, and I tended to shoo them away.
How did you know it was a wasp?
Well, because it wasn't, I think, painful enough for a bee sting.
Oh. Is a wasp sting less than a bee?
I think it is,
yeah. I've got some lovely lavender out front at the moment, and the bees are all over it, and it looks brilliant.
Also, the bee sting sticks into you.
Here's Akhtar to Holman, who hooks him. Now, he's got quite the field set there, hasn't he? There's a fine leg and a long leg who's 2/3 of the way back. It's Hammond that fields it eventually at the second attempt. He had to go chasing after it.
Kicked it halfway across the field.
It was a little bit like the kid at school, kicking the ball along every time he ran after it, trying to pick it up.
Yes. No, but the wasp just can sting without dying, can't it? Yeah. Whereas the bee has to sacrifice its life.
Oh, I walk past all that. They're on my garden path. I walk past those bees every day thinking, oh, look at them, aren't they lovely? Thinking, yeah, they're not so bad. They just want to mess around with the lavender. They're not interested in me. Here's a length ball from Akhtar to Helm. Through it goes to the keeper. You're telling me I should be more afraid as I walk up along the path there. If it was a bunch of wasps, I'd be fine, but bees... Wasps have a little bit more menace to them than bees, though, don't they?
They do, yes. Yeah, they're after your food.
After your open wound.
After your blood. After your
Prescott was
blood.
Prescott was up here earlier. I should have been at him, shouldn't I? Look at that rusty table. Took a lump out of me, it did. Full 15 for 8. 1 ball left to the 101st over the innings. And past the umpire, it's Akhtar with a bumper outside the off stump to Helm, who happily sways inside the line of that one. That was possibly something of a wasted ball there from Akhtar, because had Helm have played at that, his colleague Holman and his entire team would have been furious with him. So Helm, he's a knowledgeable lad. He swayed inside the line of it. And 4-15 for 8 it is, so over to Holman.
Yeah, sure. Continue to plug away, looking for his first wicket, Akhtar having added his name to the wicket takers list.
That's a second Python film reference in 2 days, isn't it? Released Roderick yesterday and Run Away, Run Away. Name that movie? Name either of them actually, Ed. There's a test for
Brave Sir Robin Ran Away.
There you go.
That's great.
He'll be listening into Somerset at the moment, only John Cleese. He's a big Anthony Gibson fan, isn't he?
Probably will.
Or do you have a little bit of Cheltenham College in him? Think, oh, I'll tune into a bit of Cheltenham College.
Could cover a ball action at Trent Bridge. Shaw over the wicket bowls. Holman cracks the pull shot away and beats mid-wicket and has a boundary.
Oh, stop it. That was some shot, that, from Holman, wasn't it? Dismissive. When he's on form, Luke Holman, it's like he's playing a game all of his own.
He's a tall, powerful individual, so certainly got the leverage.
That's why I have to say. That's why I say nice things about him.
So he used that leverage yesterday.
Yeah, he's got it all. Young Mr. Holman. He's going to have to play a very big part in this as the leg spinner for Middlesex, the lead spinner in Gohar's absence.
Shaw will switch to round the wicket. Bancroft has moved to a more conventional mid-wicket. Holman kicks away some loose soil from the crease area. Shaw bowls another short ball, and Holman just drops the hands on that one and allows it to go by. Bit of a discussion and a prod from Helm and Holman as they possibly strategise about what they're going to do this over, or Helm just decided he was going to mirror exactly what Holman was doing. Shaw turns, bows his head as he approaches. Another short ball, and that whistles through to Bracey once again as there's no stroke, and that time it is signalled as one of the bouncers for the over. Sue Redfern tells everybody in no uncertain terms that that was first one for the over. You are not going to miss that demonstrative signal. Akhtar just staying loose at mid-on as Shaw bowls to Holman down leg side, and Bracey has that one rest in his gloves. Certainly the field suggests that Gloucestershire will continue to dig this in short. Phillips at forward short leg. There are 4 fielders back on the boundary on the short ball. He's almost actually on the angle. From our position it still looks like a deep third, but it's almost getting towards a long stop. Shaw bowls a rising delivery which Holman steps inside of through behind the stumps, and they'd quite like to trap Holman on strike. This delivery you'd think, but then they're still going to leave the field back, so possibly thinking that they can tempt Holman into at least going after it, but you'd think he'd be able to control it really, given that he'd be most likely to look for a single. Last ball of the 102nd over. Shaw to Holman, it's a full ball and it's clipped away down to fine leg, and that is Holman's 50 from 81 deliveries.
81 balls,
and
an hour and a half, 8 balls in there, well batted.
Holman has kept the strike as well, having got to 50, but it's been a really fluent knock from Holman, who becomes the 4th half-centurion of the innings. De Carey's and Deploy both out in the 50s, and Williamson going on to make 153.
You done?
Yeah, I think so. Wait, sorry, were you expecting more?
We're looking at each other. Who talks next? Is it you or is it me? 420 for 8. Holman has 50. Helm has 1. And Akhtar runs up the hill. Good length delivery. Lovely approach he's got. And leap. Pushes Holman onto the back foot. Just defends that one. A well set leg side field. He's going to send it into the ribs of Holman. Again, we may have to warm up our hands here. There's a deep square. Long leg. Advanced. He's about a quarter of the way in. Maybe a third, Hammond. Fine legs back. But that short leg, and there's a mid-wicket in place as well. As Akhtar's in, bowls. Holman leaves alone one that soars over his head. And I think he's trying to make that point, Holman, as he looks up at it. Going over his head. The umpire signals 1 for the over and nothing more.
Been quite lenient on those, really. To be honest, I don't mind it. I think if somebody were to have a go at that, sort of at your own risk, really.
In comes Akhtar down the leg side to Holman, who swats at it, but through to the keeper it goes.
Still under absolutely no pressure at all as far as the 450. 30 in 7.5 overs. But the pressure is more, I guess, because Holman knows that there's only one to come after this. And he just wants to get there. Also, possibly, because Middlesex won as many overs at Gloucestershire as possible this evening.
Up on his toes, Holman drops a quick single. 2 points, that's well batted. 2 to come of the over for Helm to see off. 421 for 8. So he's decided not to risk taking on this short stuff. I assume he'll try to go after Shaw instead. Lanky's all done at Old Trafford, yeah?
Not quite, no, still 8 down, but they have just been having tea.
It's Akhtar to Helm. This is ease down to deep third for a single. What's all the fuss, says Helm? Was a length ball, that one, though, so Holman will have last ball of the over. 422 for 8.
Gosh,
oh, what?
But George Balderson is 6 not out from 42 deliveries.
Oh.
And, oh gosh, so Green and Hartley, who put on 212 for the 9th wicket on this ground last week, they were out in the same over to Mason Crane.
How many has he got now, Crane?
It is the 5 for 18 from 10 overs. But Leggies can't control the ball, apparently.
And comes Akhtar to Holman. He's forward, pushing to mid-off. Wait is the cry. That's the end of the over. 422 for 8. Oh, the Big Bash is to consider private ownership now as well in Australia, says BBC Sport website. What are you laughing at?
Well, I mean, it was probably only a matter of time, wasn't it? Because whilst I love the Big Bash, I think it's a great competition, but you know, it's lost its position in the calendar, basically, hasn't it? And there's no reason why Australia shouldn't look to that when other countries have, and they've got a product that, whilst it doesn't get the crowds that it did in its first few years, it still draws a lot of people in, especially around a time of the year that there's, I guess, well, there's a lot of international cricket during that time in Australia, but you know, especially when you think of what investors would value as far as the WBBL as well, given that that is still, in terms of level, that is the premier competition as far as women's cricket's concerned. Shaw bowling to Helm, who turns it on the bounce to short leg. So, yeah, I think it probably was always going to be something that would have to happen in order to just give that competition the lift that maybe it needed. And also because the SA20 has been so successful in terms of attracting players, and obviously it's done wonders for South African cricket as far as turning their finances around. Shaw bowls and Helm turns this past Phillips at short leg, and will pick up a single to Ollie Price at deep forward square, 423 for 8. And of course the IL T20 and the Emirates around there as well, all drawing players away from the BBL. But, you know, again, the BBL should be in a really strong position. Round the wicket for Shaw to Holman. It's a long pause here, but I'm not entirely sure why. Bancroft's just positioning things, and in fact he hadn't quite got into position when Shaw was running into bowl, so quite rightly Holman doesn't want to face up until he knows what the field is. Shaw round the wicket bowls, short ball pulled in the air, but there's nobody down there. Has that gone all the way? I think it might have done. Yeah, it has. Sue Redfern raises the arms aloft, and it one-hopped the board down there at long leg, but it was over the boundary rope. Holman taking it on, finding a gap, and didn't matter. Went all the way. 429 for 8. As Lancashire are 9 down.
I was about to say, I think it's taken me far too long to come to the realisation that there's 1 point between Lancashire and Middlesex. What Middlesex really want from that is a Lancashire win.
Oh dear. Short bowls. Holman pulls again in the air. It'll bounce just a second time before it gets to Matt Taylor, who had a brief heart-in-mouth moment thinking the ball was going to kick away from him. So just a single. 430 for 8.
Well, yeah, Middlesex still to play Lancashire. You could almost say, well, 2 Lancashire wins in the Lancashire Glamorgan games, because Middlesex play Lancashire and then it's in their own hands, isn't it? So, assuming that Middlesex can keep up pace on points, and
it'll be 4 batting points to none
in their smash, so Middlesex will overtake them.
Yeah.
So a Lancashire win. Come on.
Oh dear.
Come on, Scott Reed's relegation Rovers.
Shaw into Helm, who defends to extra cover. One-handed pick-up from Charlesworth, no run. It's going to be a sizable lead, it looks like, unless Jimmy's got other plans, because he's the last man at the crease. Would you believe it? A fast-moving match at Old Trafford. Whatever next?
Can I send that to him?
The slab is no more. Shaw to Helm, who knocks this one into the ground, down to fine leg. Van Buren is stationed, so Helm happy to keep the strike on 4. Middlesex 431 for 8. Yep, slabbing up. It was a new one on me this year, but that's what the Lancashire lot refer to their pictures at Old Trafford doing.
Isn't that what Reed does when the press food's served? Slab it on there.
I'd slab up that Old Trafford lasagna. Oh, that's good.
The Northamptonshire lasagna gets a bit of jip, but I quite like it.
It's all right.
Yeah. 2 days out of 4 at Wantage Road, which is why I think it gets a bit of jip, but I enjoyed it.
Yeah. Now, the Old Trafford lasagna is one of the best, I think, individual food items for the press around the circuit, I would say.
You've not had T20 food at Lord's in the press centre? Oh, that's good.
I don't think Gloucestershire will ever play a T20 at Lord's, it seems. Although, as long as
Fated.
Northamptonshire keep getting Merchant Taylors in the Championship, I'll be quite happy.
Why?
Well, that means Gloucestershire won't get in.
Oh, I see, yes. Wait, what did you get in the Championship this year? Lords?
Yeah, it's Lords at the end, yeah.
Actors in, bowls. Oh, an inside edge from Helm. Races away for 4. Middlesex at 235 for 8. They're getting there by hook or by crook. Still 6 overs, including this. Sorry, I'm with you now. Gloucestershire will never get a T20 blast at Lords, but as long as Northampton should get the
championship
game at MTS. Well, this idea of the 3 divisions, the 2 top divisions and the 1 southern division, relegate Division 2.
Yes.
The idea with Division 2 is to get to 12 games. You'd all play each other once, and you play one team a couple of times. So you could have a couple of away trips to Merchant Taylor School. Here's a length ball to Helm, through to the keeper it goes. 435 for 8, which above all the wishes in the rest of my life, if I could ever have one thing, it would be Kevin James having 2 championship away games at Merchant Taylor School in the same season. His fury that Hampshire always get an outground and never get Lords as their away game.
Oh, do it. Do it again.
When was the last time Hampshire had a
the idea is you play three games against various opponents, but you'd like to hope that would mean 2 trips to 2 different grounds. Possibly. Except in that situation.
Actor bowls and forward goes Helm, pushing back up the track. I think it's JMO that moans the most about having to go to an outground.
Oh no, Radders would be far too polite to complain about. Is it 3 years running?
You might get a grumble out of Radders, but it's about 30 years running for Kevin James. So.
Lancashire bowled out for 137. Balderson the last to go, becoming Crane's 6th victim, 6 for 19 in 10.5 overs.
How far
Glamorgan
behind are they?
have a first innings lead of 124.
Oh no. Akhtar's in. Bumper to Helm, he gets down underneath it. That's no good. So now it desperately needs a well, I mean, this game could go anywhere still, couldn't it? But I suppose a low-scoring draw, a couple of days of rain at Old Trafford, I mean. Or
your optimism is so admirable.
A couple of days rain at Old Trafford, I don't think that's optimistic.
Well, it's not,
realistic.
but when the forecast suggests
glorious sunshine,
about 5 to 10% chance of rain.
Cracking the flags. Akhtar in bowls. That's clipped away fine by Helm for a single. Then deep backward square leg. 436 for 8. How have Glamorgan turned it around?
That's amazing, isn't it?
They were terrible the season for a few years. Well, it was the start of the season for however long now. Glammy have had massive problems, haven't they? How have they turned it around? Let's have a look at their side again. Middlesex have played them twice this year, but Ul Hassan, Tribe, North East, Carlson, Ingram, Kellaway, Cook, Crane, Jimmy Harris. Back in Division 1.
Basically just looking for more former Middlesex players here, isn't he?
Leonard and Fernando. I mean, to be fair, they're not pulling up trees, are they, that 11? It's a decent 11, but Akhtar's in, bowls, and Holman, thought for a moment about dropping a single in front of point. Charges in, there's no run. It's the end of the over, 5 off it. 436 for 8. Holman has 58. Helm has 9. There are 5 overs left with the bonus points in play. Middlesex need but 14 runs, and they're going in an economy of 4.2.
I suppose it's worth mentioning Gloucestershire need 1 more wicket in those 5 overs for maximum bowling points. But yeah, so Colin Ingram seems to score 100 every innings, so that helps.
Well, North East, Carlson, Ingram, that's a pretty good 3-4-5, isn't it?
And Kellaway is having an amazing year with both bat and ball.
Yeah.
Chris Cook still, I think, is an incredibly underrated keeper.
Have a look at this Lancashire side. Luke Wells, Keaton Jennings, Josh Bohannon.
Well,
Harris at 4? Yeah. Is that the Aussie Harris?
Yes, well, he's churned out the runs.
Marcus Harris.
Matty Hurst, very talented youngster. Phil Salt
should have come to Middlesex.
He's only played in his 2nd red ball game. The game he played here was his first red ball game since 2023. Balderson's, I think, Balderson was the leading wicket taker in Division 2 for a while. Green and Hartley, formidable spin bowling.
Chris Green, that's the former Middlesex man as well, isn't it?
Combo, yeah. And then Tom Bailey, Jimmy Anderson, Great new ball pairing, but it does miss a bit of express pace, possibly. Todd Murphy back into the attack, and Helm forces the ball to extra cover, and there is no run.
In Jimmy we trust.
Well, they're going to have to trust in him, because they're going to have to bowl Glamorgan out, you'd think, for about 120.
Yeah.
Chase 250 on a pitch that's
ragging,
obviously doing a fair bit. Helm prods forward and defends. There's no short leg or silly mid-off, so it's only the slip. They're expecting, seemingly, Tom Helm to not be able to resist the temptation to hit Todd Murphy out of the park. Murphy bowls, Helm comes a long way down and then just turns the ball to mid-wicket. Bancroft lobs the ball in over Helm's head.
Oh dear, UK flights disrupted after air traffic control technical issue. Ooh. No holidays in between rounds for you, Ed?
Murphy in, Helm back and defending.
Haven't you got a freebie with Townsend in Thailand? Have you been out there yet to see him?
No, I've never been to Thailand.
Is that on your winter plan, to go and see Townsend?
If he's offering it for free, I guess. Down comes Helm again, whacked on the pad, and Bancroft again delivers the underarm throw to Bracey, but Helm's well back into his ground, so a so far runless over. With one ball to go, Bancroft back in that position where he took the catch off Murphy's bowling to remove Williamson. Murphy bowls into the pitch and bunted away into the onside by Helm for no run, so a maiden. But Middlesex still only need 14 runs from 4 overs. And Gloucestershire, I'm sure just for the sake of just getting it done as far as the table's concerned, if nothing else, they will want that third bowling point.
All outbound UK flights hit by air traffic control technical issue.
I thought you were about to say hit by, I don't know.
Oh dear, that's fair old.
It's not something that you
Aberdeen,
can have
Glasgow,
a technical issue with, is it? There are some jobs that you just...
Flights resume at Luton.
You just can't have technical issues with.
Nobody can get out of there quickly enough. Flights resume at Heathrow. Goodness me. Oh, chaos. This isn't long after the Heathrow shutdown a few months back.
And all these people away for their
summer holidays.
Oh,
it's right. It's just started as well, isn't it?
School
out.
Holidays.
I come along to Cheltenham if flight's cancelled. Here's Akhtar. He's right arm over the wicket. He bowls to Holman, who's over the top of this one, riding the bounce, hooking a single out to deep backward square. 347 for 8 start of the over, so he's happy to give Helm strike. He's on to 59, Holman. Middlesex needing, bless you, Middlesex needing 13 runs for maximum batting points. Noted, are we not? If you are tuned in on the way to the airport, sat at the airport, then sympathies, of course. It's horrible, that is. There's nothing worse, is there, when your flights go wrong and things like that. Apart from smashing your phone like Ed just did about 5 minutes ago.
Don't remind me.
Akhtar is in, bowls, and forward goes Helm, driving up to mid-off, no run.
No, well, I'm sure everybody will have insurance. Not that it's of much comfort in that situation. And also, they'll be thinking, you know, doubly so, if the weather's like it is here, because that's typical as well, isn't it? You go on your summer holiday and the weather turns good at home. Mind you, it's been good all summer, apart from yesterday.
Akhtar bowls, and Helm clips him through mid-wicket for 4. What a lovely shot that is. He's on to 13. 441 for 8. I did say he's a pretty good number 10. Tom Helm, he could bat as high as 8, really, Helm. Very useful. Lower order bat. Technically very good. 9 runs for maximum batting points for Middlesex. Still 24 5.3 overs remaining today. We were, when Williamson and Deploy were going at it hard, and it was looking pretty ominous at that point, suggesting that it would be around about now. Middlesex might pull out with perhaps 500 on the borders. Here's Helm bowling. This is pushed back to mid-on. There's Durham, but as we have seen, cricket does not, and as we already knew, cricket does not play out that way, does it? We can't. It's not a timetable, is it? You can't say this is what's going to happen then. But there was, of course, the possibility that Middlesex could have got to around about now and had the best part of a session at Gloucestershire this evening. Like fully in their control, you know, fewer wickets than 8 down. They still might get to the 450 now, blast off to 500 and then have a bit, but they might not mind 10 overs at them tonight. Come back with the ball that's still relatively new in the morning. Akhtar's in, bowls. Helm hooks him. It's fielded at mid-wicket. It was a watchful hook, that, from Helm, isn't it? Over the top of it. Oh, who's got the almighty applause there at mid-wicket for that?
Joe Phillips with the shin pads on. Emilio Gay has joined Tom Scriven in the out for 99 club.
I thought you were going to say Durham again. He's joined. He said he just joined Durham.
Durham 185 for 3, but that's only a lead of 16.
Full ball onto the pads of Helm. Falls away into the onside for a leg by for 4-2 for 8.
Taking on Surrey. And with Nottinghamshire and Somerset looking at this stage favourites for a draw, that would open up a bit of a gap at the top as Surrey tried to pull away again. Still haven't lost, Surrey, although Nottinghamshire and Somerset have won more games at this point, although again that would be level, assuming that things continue to go the way that they're going in those two games, which again we mustn't assume because of whatever it was that Kevin said earlier that I was half listening to. Here comes Murphy.
Not for the first time.
8 to go for the 450, and Helm has that one come off his bat. By the looks of things, onto his pad. At least the finger has been raised, and the ball has looped up to slip. So Murphy has a 3rd wicket, and Gloucestershire do accrue that 3rd bowling point. Now, was that, well, I don't know, actually, was it given LBW or was it given caught slip? One of those dismissals. Actually, I reckon that's probably been given LBW looking at the replay.
Tom Helm, LBW to Todd Murphy for 13, and another bowling bonus point for Gloucestershire.
Right, yes, it was LBW. I did wonder to start with, as the ball ended up in the hands of Hammond at slip, whether there may have been the decision that there was some
Number 10, bat
involved, but looking at the replay, it's, I think, well, it looks a fairly straight delivery that wasn't really turning. Helms played across it, and actually Hammond was up for the LBW appeal before the ball just happened to rest in his hands. So Murphy 3 for 106, and some drama as Middlesex need 8 runs for the 450 mark. With the build-up we gave Cornwell yesterday, I'm expecting him to get there in 2 sixes.
Well, do you know, I walked past him at tea and I nearly said it. I said, you know where we sat, don't you know? And I thought, no, don't, because you don't know what the match situation will be at that point. Don't be the one that put it into his head. Yeah, he's got a block out here for Holman to see this over the line to the 450, and then, well, after that, it's freebie time really, isn't it, for the pair of them to go about it as they will.
So 2 left-handers for Murphy to bowl at, short leg and slip. Murphy to Cornwell, who's forward dabbing defensively to backward point, where Van Buren fields. Murphy into his 31st over. Still plugging away, looking for the fourth scalp. He's still got now 3 deliveries to go as Cornwell blocks out that third ball of the over to Bancroft at extra cover. So he picked a decent time to strike with the first ball of the over. Phillips switching to silly mid-off, so right in Cornwell's eye line here. Murphy bowls, Cornwell forward and playing down into the ground, well away from that silly mid-off. No fielders back on the boundary, with Cornwell just blocking this over out. Murphy in and bowls, and dead batted again by Cornwell. 1 delivery remaining in this over. They are, yeah, well, I don't imagine that they would take the single, but Gloucestershire, I guess, have to try. Sticking backward square and cover out, and Bancroft goes into second slip. Last ball of the over. Murphy round the wicket, bowls, and Cornwell had that defensive shot almost ready before the ball was bowled there. Has deflected down to second slip, and that is a wicket maiden for Murphy. 31 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 106. And Middlesex 442 for 9, 2 overs to go in the 110. And there would be, if the final wicket were to fall in this over, there would be 21 overs for Middlesex to bowl at Gloucestershire this evening.
Yeah, so Holman, how does he play this? They're going to bump him again, aren't they? It's the same field. Long leg, fine leg, sorry. Long leg, about a quarter of the way in, maybe a third of the way in. Deep square. No doubt where they're going to put it. Where will Holman put it? 442 for 9.
I suppose they are thinking now, he's sort of got to take it on.
Oh, deep mid-wicket as well. Square legs in position. There's a deep square leg as well, a deep mid-wicket, a long leg and a fine leg. And here's Akhtar to Holman. Will he uppercut? No, he uses the ball into the offside, rejects the single, which goes out to deep point. Only cover on the single. Mid-on's even... he's an extra cover in there, really, isn't he? A wide mid-off. Retreated mid-on. Square leg is effectively catching for the completely mistimed. I mean, if he gets hold of it, it's a comfortable 6 up here, isn't it? But it's whether he takes it on or not. Akhtar's in, bowls, and Holman defends, takes the bottom hand off. Bit of bounce, bit of bite for Akhtar.
Wait for the field to come in, possibly.
Well, it'd be interesting to see if they do bring the field in. I'm not sure they will.
Probably not, actually, because then you'd want Holman to be going after Murphy in the next over.
He could play that waiting game, though, you're right. So... what have we got? 10 balls left with the bonus points in play. 8 runs required for Middlesex. Akhtar's in, bowls. Holman looks at the umpires. 1 for the over, not a wide. A little shake of the head from Holman. That looked pretty short to me.
Yeah, but again, they've been quite consistent about that, haven't they? So if they suddenly changed here, then I think Gloucestershire would be the ones with the askance looks.
442 for 9. Akhtar. Shadow cast behind him over his right shoulder as he sets off. Long strided approach around the wicket now to Holman, who is hit on the back hip, I'd suggest, as he tentatively prodded forward on that one. 442 for 9.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Because for such a long time you're thinking, well, there's no run rate pressure at all, but because there were those wickets down, it was always going to slow up if a wicket were to fall. Oh, no ball. Missed that.
Oh, 4-4-4 for 9. Akhtar around the wicket again, bowls and dropping the single, Holman. 4-4-5 for 9. Cornwell has 2 balls to survive the over.
Maybe that no ball almost made the decision a little bit easier. Can leave 5 to the last over.
Yeah. Would you listen to the silence? Can you listen to silence?
I suppose you can. The absence of.
Can you take in
noise.
the silence? Can you?
I think
John
Cage had that idea. His piece of music that I never remember the length of, but that's the title of it.
Slip in place, short leg as well. Akhtar's around the wickets. Cornwell's bowled in. Off stump scum, out of the ground. Holman hangs his head backwards. Middlesex are 5 shy of maximum batting points. They're 4:45 for 9. All out, sorry. And Cornwell's bowled Akhtar for a 6th ball duck, and he'll walk off rueing as well that he didn't get the chance to swing the bat. But there he goes. So Holman's left stranded. Middlesex are just shy of the batting point. They walk ruefully off.
Luke Holman, 60 not out.
60 not out for Luke Holman from 95 deliveries. And another fine knock from Holman, coming in at 9. Excellent from him. Middlesex went in with a lot of batting in this game. And they've managed to muster 4-4-5. Kane Williamson getting 150.
Right, I think we probably better do the bowling figures and the wrap-up after this short break. Gloucestershire will have 21 overs to bat this evening in pursuit of Middlesex's 4-4-5. Well, the players making their way back out to the middle with Gloucestershire's opening pair of Bancroft and Charlesworth, and the Middlesex fielders for what will be a 21-over stint in the field this evening, as Middlesex were dismissed for 445 at the end of the, well, 1 ball to go in the 109th over. Williamson 153, Holman 60 not out, half centuries for De Carey's and Deploy as well. As far as the bowling figures, 3 wickets apiece for Matt Taylor and Todd Murphy. 3 for 88 for Taylor, 3 for 106 for Murphy. Actor with 2 late wickets, 2 for 83. Ben Charlesworth 1 for 20 from the 5 overs that he bowled yesterday, and Graham van Buren 1 for 60 from his 13 overs. So tall task awaits Bancroft in the form of Tom Helm, as well as the 445 runs on the board. In goes Helm from the chapel end, bowling to Bancroft, who's underway straight away, working the ball through square leg, and they'll probably be able to come back for 2. Here they will, as Cornwell tracks back. So Gloucestershire underway, 2 without loss. Ed Seaborn and Kevin Hand with you on the BBC Sport website and app, and on the Gloucestershire live stream. The commentary brought to you by BBC Radio's Bristol, Gloucestershire and London. 2 slips and a gully for Tom Helm, and there's also a leg slip for Bancroft as Helm bowls, and Bancroft lets it go through behind the stumps. So Bancroft, the Gloucestershire captain, he has scored 738 runs this season, couple of hundreds, 450s, averaging 46. And Ben Charlesworth, who with his terrific game against Lancashire last round here, has raised his average over 40 for the season as Helm bowls full and straight. Bancroft forward respectfully to defend. Charlesworth scored his first Cheltenham ton, 160 in the first innings, followed by 71 in the second innings. He batted for over 6 hours in that first innings effort, 6.5 hours in fact. No, I'm talking about 5.5 hours. And then Gloucestershire failing to avoid the follow-on, as this is down the leg side. Bancroft has a think about glancing it away, misses it, and taken by Joe Cracknell, the Middlesex keeper. And he was out there batting again in fairly short order for that 71, but as I say, it's raised his batting average, and you'd imagine that he ought to be feeling as though he's got some sort of a measure of things out there, but he's still on striker's end as Helm bowls now to Bancroft, and that's left alone, doesn't carry through to Cracknell. Already be shaking out those fingertips a bit. Cornwell doing some almost gymnastic style warm-ups at mid-wicket. Noise levels high, as you'd expect, as Helm completes this first over. Runs in, bowls to Bancroft, who is once again defending into the offside, so 2 without loss. Gloucestershire after the opening over. The sun's gone in briefly, but it's still gorgeous conditions, and to be honest, we probably could play more than the 20 overs that remain, but we won't.
But we don't want to. No, we do. I mean, well, Noah Cornwell, who's the last to go. Middlesex will be really hoping for a blitz this evening somehow, won't they? With they say the Kookaburra ball's all about the first 10, 15, if you're lucky, 20 overs. Then it's over to the spinners for the next 60. But I think the start here is crucial, isn't it? If Gloucestershire do get off to a reasonable start, I mean, where Middlesex would have liked 500, that sets the follow-on at 350, doesn't it? Just below 300 is that first target for Gloucestershire in this match. As Charlesworth eyes up the field, 2 slips, a gully, a point, cover and a mid-off. Mid-on, short leg and long leg is the 6-3 field, and here's Cornwell, left arm over, runs in, bowls just outside the off stump. That's left alone, dies on its way through to Cracknell. And I have to say, looking at how far back they are at slip, it looks a little far compared to... he looks quite deep there, doesn't he, Robson, for
yeah,
this surface so far. But then at the start of the innings, Robson, of course, got one that flew, and it was only at a second attempt that the chance was taken. Holman's warming up at backward point, I'd imagine optimistically at this stage. Higgins will want to go, oh, what's happened?
Oh, they want the tamper, I believe.
Cornwell's not happy with his footing. There we go.
At least if Sue Redfern pointing her fist at the floor doesn't mean that, then I'd be interested to see what it does mean. Here it comes. There's a rather sizable brush that's coming out as well. Christian Brain has the tamper in hand. Well, you did see, it was Holman, wasn't it, kicking away at the crease area at the end of that first innings and kicking away a lot of loose soil. So there we go. You can probably hear it at home or wherever you're listening from.
The airport lounge.
The airport lounge, yes.
Oh, it's not funny. Don't laugh. Absolutely nothing worse than being stuck in an airport, is there?
Oh, of course, we need some drinks now. That's what we need to speed this up.
Well, there'll be a while.
Let's get some drinks out after 7 deliveries.
Away, won't they? There'll be a wee while, won't they, to be fair. So we may as well have a little break. Cup of tea and a sit down? You're not a cup of tea man, though, are you? What do you dunk your biscuits in? Your water?
Don't need to dunk my biscuits in anything.
Not even your ginger nuts. Here's Cornwell, play resumes. This is pushed back up the track by Charlesworth and no run. They're the best ones, aren't they?
If you say so.
Ginger nut and a cup of tea. Can't beat that. That's a little bit of fieriness from the ginger.
Nah, I prefer my biscuits filled, actually.
Ooh. I still dunk a filled biscuit.
Oh, you've got to be careful, though.
Here's Cornwell in, bowls, and this is dabbed down to deep backward point for a single. Oh, they're going to turn it into 2. Well run. Holman retreats from point. 4 without loss.
Actually, custard creams dunked in water.
Custard creams dunked in water, stop it.
Yeah.
There you go, custard cream, that's a great one to dunk in a cup of tea.
But only just a little bit. For some reason, it's really nice. Today's revelation. I feel like this is one of those salt and vinegar crisps and chocolate type revelations.
What's that?
I can't remember. I actually know. I'm pretty sure it would be an Alex Hartley one, wouldn't it?
Really?
Salt and vinegar crisps and chocolate.
What
I'm sure it was on a international game at some point.
But what about them? What's the
Well, just a combination.
Oh.
As a thing that people would take enormous issue with, to do with food and drink.
Cornwell, left arm over, he bowls, and that's edged all along the floor in front of Gully. Higgins turns to chase. Holman's going to get there first from backward point, but the ball beats him and he slides front forward, face forward, and then he swims towards the ball in the end, scrambling at it. If only that were picked up by the cameras. I don't think we've got ball tracking here for this one, do we? Is it just static camera?
There is one angle from down to our right, which might
that
have
would
picked
be
that up.
I don't know whether it would be the new Superman movie or a test out for the next Olympic swimming.
He was moving about as quickly as I think I was in the pool on Sunday.
Treading water away. Here's Cornwell bowls, and that wraps on the hip somewhere of Charlesworth. He tentatively goes forward. It's inside back leg. But he comes away rubbing slightly. Oh, plenty of chatter out there, isn't there?
Just as long as they don't start clapping for the entire time in between deliveries, as Lancashire did.
What's wrong with that?
Well, they didn't like that.
Who didn't like it? Here's a full ball driven away, 4-4 through the covers. That's a lovely shot by Charlesworth. He moves to 10, and it's 12 without loss. That's the end of the second over, an elongated second over.
I have to admit, it rather annoyed me to start with, but then that was probably the point. And to be honest, I then sat back a little bit later and thought, well, it created a bit of amusement between Lancashire and Gloucestershire members.
What happens when you go to the theatre and everybody claps after everything? Do you get irritated by that?
Well, I think it's slightly different when there's the sort of attitude of, well, we can't take wickets actually bowling, so let's try and
annoy them out.
Annoy people.
Is that how it was seen?
Yeah. Well, I think that's essentially what it was. There was no other reason to do it, was there? Why else would you be doing it? 12 for no wicket. Helm approaches Bancroft and beats him on the outside edge. As judging by where Bancroft's bat went there, get a look at it in a moment on replay, but it looked as though Bancroft was rather drawn into a ball well outside off stump, and yeah, possibly he was respecting the in-swinger from Helm, but certainly went chasing after that one. And they've still got a hopeful 2 slips in the gully, yeah, much closer now, I think, especially Cracknell the keeper, and that time Bancroft is not drawn into a shot as he gets pretty much the same ball, maybe just a bit wider that time, making it easier for him to judge that he didn't have to play at it. Always, well, Middlesex supporters will be less familiar with it, but always the same routine for Bancroft between every delivery. Does exactly the same thing. It's a slightly abridged version when he's facing spin, because he didn't have the time, as that's left alone by Bancroft, taken again low down by Cracknell, just off the floor, I think, that time. But we are only in the 3rd over. And the difference between the middle of the pitch and the ends in terms of colour is getting less and less marked. You can see the grass dying out there. Helm bowls fuller and straighter. Bancroft's middle of the bat appeared to meet that ball.
They're a noisy bunch in the field now. I like it for Middlesex.
Defence, well, why not? I guess we had this with, bless you by the way, sort of had this with Kent a little bit at the start of this season, in that, you know, it's all very well bringing the intense volume at the start of the innings when you're on top. You've kind of got to keep doing it. Helm bowls, and Bancroft, well, I think probably was again beaten there by Helm. Or, well, actually, no, I think he's held his bat inside that one, actually. Now I've got a second look at it. But, you know, because the problem is then that you give the opposition a little, as long as they can get on top, a little psychological win of then the volume level going down. But in this spell, when there's only 18 overs left, I'm sure that Middlesex will have had the chat that we're going to chat. Helm bowls, drop and run from Bancroft up to mid-on. Deploy will sling the throw in to the keeper's end, but an easy single will rotate the strike. So Bancroft has it for the next Cornwell over, and Gloucestershire are 13 without loss. 3 to Bancroft, 10 to Charlesworth.
BBC's Radio Bristol and Radio Gloucestershire, alongside BBC Radio London for this one here at Cheltenham College. Ed Seaborn and myself. Kevin Hand bringing you this one. Kevin. Only on Thursdays. Bringing you this one live on the BBC Sport website and app. You can ask your smart speaker to listen to us, but you might not want to be honest.
You certainly can't ask your smart speaker to listen to Kevin Hand.
Well, you can on Thursdays. 13 without loss. Here's Cornwell. He's hitting bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside. Deploy fields at mid-off. Oh dear, Ed. It's another day on the balcony, isn't it? It gets to us up here. Gets to you all in the end. I've enjoyed it though.
I'm glad.
I've enjoyed it. It's a nice spot, isn't it? It's not bad. Balcony overlooking it all.
Well, it's nice on a day like this, as it's turned out.
Yeah, it wasn't so much fun yesterday. It was a bit nippy, wasn't it? A bit warmer today. Here's Cornwell in bowls. That's onto the toes. Clipped away through square leg for 4. Long leg won't get around to that. Bancroft's first boundary. He's on to 7. 17 without loss.
Well, perhaps Lancashire cannot leave it all up to Jimmy. He's got 2 of them. Glamorgan 25 for 2 now.
Really?
As Ul Hassan was bowled Anderson 12 and Tribe was caught and bowled Anderson 11. So that really is leaving it all up to Anderson.
It's the hope that kills you, isn't it?
Anderson with 1S.
Mind you, Middlesex need to take 20 wickets from somewhere here, don't they? Here's Cornwell. Hitting the crease now, full and straight. That's defended into the onside, and there is no run.
So 149 is Glamorgan's current lead. Northeastern Carlson at the crease, so that's certainly going to be one to keep a close eye on. Northamptonshire and Derbyshire. Derbyshire still in third, 377 all out. Bartlett and Broad both around half centuries. Broad's on 49, Bartlett 55. Northamptonshire 245 for 5, trailing by 132.
This is full again from Cornwell. Forward defence from Bancroft. Plenty of chatter.
Sure if that game is moving quite as quickly as Derbyshire would need it to, and they're do they try and set something up against Northamptonshire or play for the high-ish scoring draw?
Length ball eased, just in front of Holden at backward point. A desperate dive, tried to get something on it. He might have done, which may have saved the boundary. They've taken 2. Deploy comes from mid-off to collect.
Whilst all the momentum would appear to be with the likes of Glamorgan, Lancashire and increasingly Middlesex, if Derbyshire do set a game up and win that, then they're still absolutely right there.
Cornwell bowls. This is eased to backward point. Holden does the fielding. Forward defence from Bancroft just slightly opening the face on that one. 19 without loss, 4 overs gone. The Gloucestershire first innings.
Updates from First Division. Durham now 213 for 4 at Chesley Street, where Ollie Robinson is the latest to depart for 25. Durham leads Surrey by 44 runs.
How many wickets left?
Second innings, 6.
Oh.
So Ackerman is there on 42. He's just been joined by Graham Clark. Helm round the wicket now to Charlesworth. Bowling to him, I think, for the first time, and Charlesworth turns him into the onside. Out to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Williamson. Essex and Warwickshire, 602 for 6 declared, plays 94 for 1. Essex with the 602 for 6. not 171 for 2. Replying to Somerset's 438. Hamid on 92. Continuing his terrific summer. Helm round the wicket, bowls. Charlesworth watches that one go by. And at New Road, Worcestershire 102 for 2. Applying to Hampshire's 293. That's been even more affected by rain and presumably wet outfield than this one. Kyle Abbott still at it. 11 overs, 0 for 17. Helm bowls and Charlesworth leaves that one alone. And at Scarborough, Yorkshire 290 for 4. Adam Lyth did get to his 100, he made 115. So leading Sussex by 68, having bowled them out for 222. So shaping up to be quite a sizable Yorkshire win at this point. Helm goes in, bowls Fuller, and Charlesworth's attempted drive ends up back at Helm, who knocks it down, having fielded it. So it was a bump ball back at him. And I think that is the sum of it. Oh, I didn't mention actually Kent and Leicestershire in Division 2. Kent 196 for 2. Applying to Leicestershire's 471. Ben Compton on the verge of 100. But it has been the nervous 99 this round.
I'm nervous for a 99. Wondering when you're going to buy me one. No, I see. Oh, it's not there today. Where is it?
Yeah, it is there. Helm in bowls. Charlesworth defends to mid-on. I would go for a cider lolly. I've not had one yet.
Cider lolly?
At the
not
festival.
In Somerset, are we?
Oh. You're not going to be allowed off this balcony. Or you might be escaping the balcony, but not via the stairs.
Why is Gloucestershire
suggesting that Gloucestershire doesn't produce cider that is better than Somerset's anyway?
Isn't it?
Helm bowls, and this is clipped away by Charlesworth to deep square for a single, and it's 20 without loss. I have to remember your lack of education when it comes to alcoholic beverages.
Yeah, exactly, thank you.
I'll let you off. Charlesworth has 11.
But they're the cider men, aren't they? Somerset.
Yes.
Aren't they? You can't drink cider if you're a Gloucestershire fan. And that you I mean...
How about you take a trip into that big tent over there?
Named after a former British Prime Minister.
And yes,
first female British Prime Minister.
Nobody else made that joke, ever.
Well, we were trying not to advertise.
And then tell them that they shouldn't be drinking cider because they're not in Somerset. See what sort of response you get.
Cornwall begins the new over. This is pushed back up the track.
Especially at this time of day. I didn't have much else to do this morning.
So is that what you were on last night, is it, the cider?
No, I wasn't.
Is it, which one does the pear cider? Is that Worcestershire? Is that why they're called the pears?
Yeah, well, they are obsessed with pears there, aren't they? There's probably places in Gloucestershire that produce perry, but I think Worcestershire's probably better known for that, yeah.
What do they say? Rather be a bear than a pear. Here's Cornwell in, bowls past the edge of Charlesworth's expansive drive outside the off stump. That excited them, didn't it?
I think there are a few Middlesex supporters below us. Yes, there's a man in a pink and blue cap down to our left who appears to be scoring. One of those line scoring sheets he's got. They'd be all over that on the live text service.
What's that? Rather be a pear than a bear?
No, not that.
Here's another length ball from Cornwell, beats the edge. Charlesworth tentatively forward, through it goes to the keeper.
Yes, I don't think it's done masses looking at the replay there, but it's just on that channel that you want to be putting the ball in, just outside the off stump by a stump or two, and hope that the batter goes fishing, and Charlesworth did there.
It's the hips from Cornwell with this one. It's turned down to long leg for a single. Holden Fields.
But no, they love those sorts of things on the live text service, you know.
Wait, which bit in particular? I didn't catch which
well,
bit.
Just the whole idea of somebody taking their line score along to the game. I don't know, they seem to like those little details. The charm of county cricket.
Is Charlesworth past the umpire, he bowls, and oh, now what's that gone through everything? I think he's nearly yorked him, but he's missed the off stump.
It was that a low full toss, or did it just dipped underneath the bat of? Yeah, just dipped underneath the bat of Bancroft. Got himself in a real tangle there.
Turning away to our right, we're square on watching this one. Balcony at Cheltenham College as this is full and eased to backward point by Bancroft. 21 without loss, 6 gone, 2015. Remain of day 2. Middlesex all out just a little while ago for 445, 5 shy of the 5th batting point.
Yeah, I suppose it's the, what is it, the vicissitudes of the game. Something like that, anyway. Matty Hurst scored 120 on day 1 of the Lancashire game last round. Walked off the field, you know, pleased as punch, beaming, smile. Out first over next day for 121 and is thoroughly disappointed as Helm bowls to Charlesworth, who correctly gets behind that one and plays in defence to mid-on. And similarly, Middlesex get to 445 and yet walk off not exactly mightily disappointed, but I'm sure they would have minor regrets about 5 extra runs as a proportion of 445. There's a fielder in close at cover point here as Helm bowls to Charlesworth, but no field is needed for that one other than the keeper. 2 slips in a gully, then backward point who's fairly behind point, Max Holden, and then Geddes who's wearing the shin pads at that catching cover point. It's a field position I've seen probably more for the likes of James Bracey than Ben Charlesworth. Helm goes in, bowls, and Charlesworth plays straight and defensively back to Tom Helm. Sort of scored in flurries, did Charlesworth in that innings against Lancashire of 160. I mean, once he found a certain type of boundary, whatever shot it was, it felt as though about 3 or 4 more followed in quick succession. And he's been kept calm since rushing out to about 10. And there's another good-looking defence, which he's forced to bring out as Helm has given Gloucestershire very little at all. 4 runs conceded in his 4th over. Couple of balls remaining thereof. Long shadows being cast now, but you couldn't ask for a much better backdrop for some evening cricket. Still best part, you'd think, of about 50 minutes remaining in the day's play. Helm in, bowls shorter ball. Charlesworth takes it on, pulls it away. Goes quickly down to fine leg, but straight to that fielder, so it's only a single. And 22 without loss. Breeze just getting a little stronger again, which I'm sure is welcome with the powerful evening sun. Bancroft one delivery to face in this Helm over. Back to the leg slip for him, with the two slips quite staggered, and then the gully. Helm bowls, Bancroft watches it go by, and the 7th over is completed with Gloucestershire 22 for no wicket. And Bancroft and Charlesworth, as they did on the 3rd evening against Lancashire, having not avoided the follow-on, Bancroft and Charlesworth did see Gloucestershire through to the end of that day, and that's why it looked as though they were in a strong position really to block out on that final day. So they'll be wanting the first part of that to go the same way, and then well, we'll see what happens tomorrow. The forecast is ever changing. There is still that yellow warning for thunderstorms out, but well, percentage-wise seem to be dropping a little bit, at least 50% at 11 and 12 rather than 70%, which I think it was this morning. So small gains.
Well, at least you've had a day of sun on it today, so that'll have dried the top out a bit, and there's a fair old bit for it to soak through underneath, isn't there, with the dry conditions we've had in this country for so long now. What's up now? Umpire spotted something, Helm spotted something. There's a load of people alongside the sight screen there. I don't think they're meant to be there, are they? Outside the white picket fence of the Ryan Higgins marquee over there. Marquee 1. We're told it's called Marquee 1. And comes Cornwell, starting the new over to left-handed Charlesworth, who defends into the onside. There's no one. Marquee 1, Marquee 2. It's like Thunderbirds, isn't it? Thunderbird 1, Thunderbird 2. Do you remember them?
Oh yeah, I watched that growing
but
up.
did you watch the remake?
No.
No. I think there's been 2 remakes now.
Is there?
Yeah.
Nah, I'm sure the original will be best.
What, the other one? Captain Scarlet.
Yeah.
Here's Cornwell in bowls, and this ball's pushed up to mid-on, no run. That was a bit darker. Stingray, that was it. Stingray. That was good. Captain Scarlet was a bit darker than Thunderbirds, wasn't it? I liked Captain Scarlet. Was that the Misterons? Was it Captain Scarlet and the Misterons? Here's Cornwell. 2 slips and a gully. He's in bowls, and that's worked nicely. Back with a square on the leg side. Holden comes around, holds them to a single. Charlesworth's 14, 23 without loss, Gloucestershire. How many down are Glamorgan now?
Glammy.
Although the way this has started, this is heading for a draw already.
No, they're still 2 down, 43 for 2, leading by 167.
Oh. 250 you were saying, weren't you? They need to collapse for 90 runs now, don't they? If
yeah.
Lancashire to have a chance there.
Well, you'd think at the very least under 300, but given the scores so far, and then what Glamorgan would be bowled out for, I don't think you'd be backing really a chase of 270, 280.
Cornwell's in, bowls, and clipped in the air for a moment. Brilliant stop by Luke Holman at long leg. That is outstanding from Holman. Rolls, grabs it with 2 hands, gets up and gets the throw immediately in. He is your proper 360 cricketer.
It's one of those really tricky stops that we've seen a few of here, where the ball's got so much pace on it, it's also bounding along, so you have to judge exactly at what point you're going to get to it when the ball's in the air.
Here's Cornwell bowls outside the off stump, through to the keeper it goes. 24 for no wicket.
It seemed as though the problem wasn't so much people over in that area as a little bit of sun glint possibly off something that was there, but that won't be a problem at this exact moment because the sun has just been hidden.
Cornwell to Charlesworth. He leaves alone outside the off stump, through to the keeper. Cornwell's none for 19 off 4, just 2 singles off that over. Helm none for 5 off 4 to continue. 24 without loss, Gloucestershire. 13 to go on day 2. Myself, Kevin Hand, alongside Ed Seaborn.
I preferred what you called yourself before.
Oh dear.
Durham 5 down against Surrey now. 2-1-9 for 5. Dan Lawrence has removed Colin Ackerman for 43. So effectively 50 for 5. Bancroft still with 4 catches. Leg slip, the 2 slips in the gully, and they're just going to plug a gap on the side mid-wicket, so they will leave Bancroft the drive out through the covers. Nobody between backward point and mid-off. Helm 5th over, bowling down the leg side. Bancroft is a sort of a compulsive flicker, really. He still motions to have a go at that, even with the leg slip in place. I think it was Ollie Price, wasn't it? They got caught leg slip at Lord's in that game last year, where Archie Bailey made his first-class debut, took 4 wickets in the 2nd innings. Helm in and bowls, and Bancroft works this one to mid-wicket. There was a bit of yes-no. No was the right call as Williamson scrambles across and it cuts it off. That was probably 3/4 of a run there. Bancroft, who does like to push the quick singles in the inner ring, will now have more of a job to find one in front of square on the onside, because Ben Geddes has moved to a short, straight mid-wicket. Helm into Bancroft bowls. Bancroft looking for the offside gap now for a single, but hits it straight to mid-off. And so no run. So Gloucestershire certainly not rattling along at the rate that Middlesex were. He's been metronomic as Tom Helm comes in again off his long run, big strides in, bowls, short ball, and Bancroft crashes that one away just past umpire Pratt, who had to do some fancy footwork to get out of the way of that one. And that was hit fearsomely by Bancroft, that pull shot, and out to the boundary. So he finally got something he liked the look of from Helm to attack, and cashes in. So he joins Charlesworth. They've both, in fact, got 14 off 26 deliveries now. As Gloucestershire at 28 without loss. One of the slips coming out for that short mid-wicket as Helm in and bowls, and Bancroft allows that one to pass safely by. Holden at deep backward square. So I guess Helm had the licence to bowl that short ball. And also, with just that leg slip there, maybe it just continue to tempt Bancroft into that glance if Helm does bowl one on his pads or outside them. Last ball of the over, Helm in now bowls, and Bancroft defends sturdily into the leg side. And Helm's 5th over completed. 5 overs for 9. There are 12 overs left, so we're not quite in the territory where somebody might be padded up to come in. There's actually quite a few choices in this lineup. I think it was pretty clear that it had to be Murphy.
College lawn end, number 29, Ryan Higgins.
Had to be Murphy in the game against Lancashire. But it really could be, and actually it would have been. We saw Murphy padded up on that 3rd evening. Could be Murphy, could be Matt Taylor, could be Josh Shaw. Gloucestershire supporters will hope, who are listening to this, not to find out.
So Higgins will run in from the college lawn end here in Cheltenham with 2 slips. Gully at quite an advanced point there, isn't there? As Higgins is around the wicket, he bowls a length ball, push back, and there's no run.
Do you
Extra
like to
cover.
know? Sorry.
Go on.
Would you like to know what Ryan Higgins' bowling average on this ground is?
Oh, go on.
It's 25.93, which again
This is
surprises
first-class
me.
average. Why?
Because it's lower at Bristol, 25.21.
Oh. Higgins bustling away and then sprints in. He bowls full straight and it's pushed back to mid-off. No run.
Shows you what a terrific bowler he is.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that somebody running in at Higgins's pace, and traditionally it's been the thinking that you maybe need something that bit extra at Bristol to extract some life out of a slow surface, and yet Higgins averages 25.2.
Higgins bowls full straight, this ball's pushed back. Yeah, he's Mr. Reliable, isn't he? Ryan Higgins. Very rarely, if ever, lets the side down. So he was a little short on runs this season, but can't be too hard. An all-rounder's always going to have a dip in the run scoring stakes. As this ball short, cut away. No, it's not. It's cut into the ground. It bounces through towards the slips. Keeper rushes up to collect. So yeah, it's a 2 slips, gully, advanced cover point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg, and Ed Seaborn on ice sat at deep square on the balcony.
I can't say my hands are especially ready at this point.
Told
for
you,
a catch.
told you it was nippy. Here's Higgins in bowls and a forward defence. Warm them up, get them ready.
If Ben Charlesworth does hit one onto the balcony now, I shall look a fool, I'm sure.
Ooh.
Don't worry,
Our umbrella.
these ties have been put in since the umbrella nearly left its
nearly.
mooring against Lancashire.
Nearly left us now. And you leapt to the rescue, I hear. Scott Reed was cowering under the table. Isn't that what you told me off air?
Well, I don't know, that may not have been because of the umbrella.
Yeah. 28 without loss. Here's Higgins around the wicket. He bowls, and this is short, pulled away through mid-wicket powerfully by Charlesworth. That was dismissed, wasn't it? He's on to 18.
I don't think he middled that either.
Well, that is the end of the over. 32 without loss after 10. 11 to go tonight.
It just made a slightly, only slightly, tinny noise off his bat, and then he just examined the bottom of it after it, which it shows you the power that Charlesworth has got. Another one of those tall lefties, and he is such a fine shot maker. Charlesworth has been more about defence so far, but when he gets a ball halfway down from Higgins, he will be sure to try and tuck in. No change at the Chapel end though, with Helm having a 6th over. Bancroft faces. Helm bowls back of a length. That's worked away out through mid-wicket by Bancroft. That's going to be 4. There's nobody at mid-wicket. They've changed tack somewhat from the previous over, where they had not only a conventional mid-wicket but a short straight mid-wicket as well. Left that gap open. Helm dragged the length back, and a strong inclination of the hands from Bancroft to that ball. Little roll of the wrists, and away it went, and now they've gone back to exactly the field they had the previous over. Bancroft levels Charlesworth on 18, 36 without loss. Helm to Bancroft, who is forward and playing this one too. Geddes at that short straight mid-wicket. I don't suppose they did just forget what field they had the previous over. One ball, one shot, and then you go back to how it was. It's quite a drastic change in the field, isn't it? Basically, in one ball, they've gone from bowling outside off stump to now bowling at middle, possibly. Helm runs in, bowls now. Bancroft leaves alone. And have played this well so far, the Gloucestershire openers. They've been watchful enough. They've not gone after things that haven't been there for the most part. A couple of plays and misses, which you expect against a quality opening attack, and what is still a new ball that has to be seen off. And yeah, we've reached the 10 over mark, so that tends to be about the time when one comes out of the cordon, so it's just a slip and a gully now, and 2 short mid-wickets. Helm runs in now, bowls. Bancroft looking for a single as he steers it towards point, too close to that fielder to come through. Sue Redfern slightly tiredly signals 2 remaining in the over to a colleague. Long day for the umpires, even though there's not been play. It's pretty taxing, I thought, when it comes to having to make those decisions about, is the outfield fit, what time can we start, how many overs can we get in, what are the session times, etc. Helm goes in, bowls, and Bancroft leaves alone. One to come, maybe a little bit closer, that one, judging by where Cracknell took it. Again, we're square on, but that was the one maybe that Helm, yeah, wide of the crease. And actually, whilst his back foot does cut the return crease, the first point of contact is inside the return crease, therefore it is not a no ball. But that's how wide of the crease he bowled that one from. Helm in now. Bancroft tries to force that one through the offside and toes it back up the pitch. So maybe again there, just a sign that the occasional one might just stop on you. So have to be a bit careful with those catches in front of the wicket. But Bancroft was looking to play that one on the offside, so away from those catches. And that's now past the halfway mark in terms of Gloucestershire's task in this evening session. They've seen off 11 overs. They've got 10 more to face at 36 without loss, both openers on 18.
So Josh de Carey's
change of bowling for Middlesex from the college lawn in, number 25.
He's going to bowl from the college lawn end. Higgins, will that be a change of ends for him? Quite possibly, or maybe they'll go straight to Holman. But the off-spinner, with his third 50 in 3 first-class innings. With a bat in the first innings, in the Middlesex innings, he's just adjusting his field slightly for the left-handed Charlesworth. He's got a slip and a short leg. Straightish mid-wicket in Sam Robson, quite straight. There's a deep square now, Cornwell just down below us. Mid-on, mid-off, short extra cover, deep cover, and there's a backward point as well as... it's a full ball's bowled him, he's left it alone! De Carey strikes first ball, 36 for 1. Charlesworth looks back at the stumps, he can't believe it. He's plunged forward, kept the bat behind him, and the ball has rattled into off stump. 32 balls, 33rd it'll be, that Charlesworth was bowled, gone for 18. And Gloucestershire, out of nowhere, 36 for 1.
Gosh, well, that is a dismissal. It's gone straight on, you'd expect, but, well, that is a serious misjudgment. Back in his early career, it was a mode of dismissal that would happen to Ben Charlesworth, more off seam than spin, but he was prone to the occasional leave and a ball hitting the stumps, but it's not something that's happened to him a great deal in recent times. And with the fact that he was by so much Gloucestershire's best batter in the last game as well, that is an enormous wicket, and it does mean that Phillips has to come out with that sort of period of time where almost all you can do is not survive it. So, I mean, obviously you can survive, but there's nothing to gain other than survival, and you've got that pressure on to ensure that Gloucestershire are going into tomorrow only 1 down. He had a decent game himself, did Phillips, against Lancashire, a couple of half centuries, made 64 and 56 across the 2 innings. Now, that very much changes the feel. It was going along pretty well for Gloucestershire. It felt as though some of the early sting of the new ball had been taken out, but first ball spin into the attack and an error of judgment.
De Carey's right arm over bowls and forward goes Phillips, playing at that one as he pushes back into the offside. Backward point fields, no run. So short leg, mid wicket, mid on, mid off, extra cover, backward point, slip. Fielder at 45, deep square, nobody on the cover boundary, offering up the attempted drive as De Carey's is in, bowls. Oh, and he's gone past the edge now, has he? Got him. Well, through to the gloves of the keeper, beating the outside of Phillips off start. His tail's up at the moment, De Carey's. Another 50 to his name, and, well, it's expected to do a bit, isn't it, Cheltenham? And all of a sudden, the next 2 days become a little bit longer for Gloucestershire after this start by De Carey's. Holman will be desperate to get a bowl tonight, whether they were going to put Higgins straight to the other side. Higgins is at slip. Deploy's just come up to leg slip. There's a short leg as well, short mid-wicket crouching down, and in comes De Carey's. It's pushed back by a plunging Phillips. 36 for 1, 11.4, and all of a sudden, perhaps even for the first time in the match, we were on the edge of our seats, but for that maximum batting point miss by Middlesex. As De Carey's bowls, back goes Phillips, easing into the offside, and there is no run. The scoreboard pressure is there now, as well as the potential that this pitch is to get more difficult to bat on days 3 and 4. De Carey's flicks it finger to finger, then steps off from the College lawn end. He bowls. This is stroked off the back foot by Phillips as far as cover. There's no run. A wicket maiden to begin for De Carey's. What a roll he's on at the moment. Might have to interview him again tonight, Ed Seaborn. I think Kane Williamson's 150 might top it.
Well, I thought you would jump at the opportunity to interview Kane Williamson whilst he's here. How much longer is he here for? Is
Rest
it
of the season?
Yeah, very good. And of course, playing in the 100 in August. So
Change of bowling for the chaplain.
Seeing plenty of him in the rest of the summer. Change of ends for Higgins as Helms completed his 6-over spell for 13. And Higgins will have a go from the Chapel end. I'm trying to think, I don't really remember Higgins particularly preferring either end here. I don't think he was particularly bothered at Bristol either. I think, remembering a conversation well back from David Payne, it was more about things like wind conditions where they felt that would assist. So Bancroft, responsibility on his shoulders. On 18, Middlesex positioning this field. At this rate, we're going to be going past 7 o'clock. So one wide slip, short mid-wicket, short extra cover, the close men. Higgins over the wicket to Bancroft, who jams that one out to backward point. There's no run. The many different variations of the Ryan Higgins delivery stride and follow through. Sometimes, I think he did that there. He's got this sort of exaggerated gather with his bowling arm before he releases it, but he doesn't always do that. Shuffles in now, bowls. Bancroft is defending to cover, so no run. Understandably, the noise levels aren't going to decrease. Let's see if I can see down to our left. There's no obvious difference in who might be padded up now. They're fairly overt about it on the third evening of the Lancashire game. Higgins runs in, bowls now, and this one is once more kept out by Bancroft into the onside. And it starts to feel very much like pure survival now. Without that wicket, sometimes the pressure gets taken out of that situation. Actually, the batters are in a comfortable enough position to think, well, actually we've got 10 overs here, let's score some more runs and just make the scoreboard look better at the end of the day. Nothing of that now. Higgins in, bowls, Bancroft forward and playing a robust defence as it goes back to Higgins. The vocal cords getting the work out in the field. Two helmets behind Joe Cracknell now with the seam spin combination. Higgins approaches, bowls, back of a length, and that's a great shot from Bancroft off the back foot and driven out through the covers. Down the hill it goes and away to the boundary. Not much wrong with that ball from Higgins, but it does look as though Bancroft is just waiting for anything that's just that little bit shorter. And that is one of Bancroft's best looking shots, that back foot cover drive. He moves on to 22, 40 for 1. And Higgins is in now to Bancroft, and that's turned firmly to mid-wicket. Should be stopped by Williamson away to his left, and it is, as he slides across, and that's the end of the over. So 8 remain at 6:30 on this second evening, and Gloucestershire now at 40 for 1.
Well, back to the Careys. This has not quite put the cat amongst the pigeons just yet, has it? But it certainly livened matters here. The feeling was on winning the toss that this would be a pitch that deteriorated. Now, if that's to be the case, well, you can't really judge it on.
I was going to say, so far what we've seen is one that's turned. In fact, if it had turned, that would have been better for Gloucestershire because, yeah.
Charlesworth steps in. No, he doesn't. He stepped out. Here's Carey's in, bowls. This is pushed back by Phillips. No run, Charlesworth, the batter, to have fallen 40 for 1.
Although, actually, the one that beat Phillips a couple of balls after that did look as though it turned a bit. Extravagantly, but turned a bit.
Forward goes Phillips. He gets an inside edge which goes through his legs to short leg. Could have gone anywhere.
He's looking a little nervy, is Joe Phillips in the early stage here.
Well, that's why Middlesex be a little disappointed they didn't get up to the 500, I'd say. Never mind that batting point. From the positions they were in. So here's Carey's in, bowls, and forward again goes Phillips. 350's a fair follow-on target. That's still 300's a fair follow-on target, isn't it? But Middlesex clearly desperately in need of a victory here if they can manufacture it over the next 2 days, if they can force it, I should say. It may be that they have to try and manufacture it on the final day, but here's Carey's bit of flight and a forward defence from Phillips to mid-wicket.
I can tell you that Glamorgan are 83 for 2 now. It's a lead of 207.
Carey's in, bowls. Down the track comes Phillips and drives to a deepish mid-on. Are they a little too deep there at this stage? Maybe they're just enticing him to use his feet. So go on then, take the single if you want, but you'll have to use your feet for it.
Yeah, I suppose there was a little bit of risk involved there. I mean, turned out to be good batting from Phillips, because you did feel as though the strike probably needed rotating. Not just allowed the Careys to build that consistent pressure at him.
Last ball of the over. Bancroft on strike. Carey's in, bowls, and just a little too full. It's eased back up the track. And fielded in the offside by extra cover, I think, in the end coming around. Or Carey's off his own. One of the two grabs it. 41 for 1. Phillips has 1. Bancroft has 22. We have 7 overs to go on day 2 at Cheltenham College.
Close of play at Northampton, where Northamptonshire are 265 for 5, so Bartlett and Broad still unbroken at the close on 60 and 64 respectively, so Northamptonshire only trailing now by 112. And with a chance, I suppose, tomorrow at least to get level, if not possibly get a bit of a lead, although they'll have to bat well. Close of play at Canterbury, Kent 203 for 3, replying to Leicestershire's 471. There are a few games out there that do look rather Kookaburra. Nottinghamshire 189 for 2. Close of play at Trent Bridge, responding to Somerset's 438. And at Chesley Street, Durham finishing on 222 for 5. That's just a lead of 53 though. Higgins in to Phillips, and Phillips plays this one to just on side of straight, fielded by the short straight mid-wicket, or short wide mid-on, I suppose, if you prefer. I suppose with those sorts of games, it's not a surprise that those are the ones that have the close of play first, because there's obviously nothing happening and teams are just bowling spin and getting through to the close of play. Higgins in bowls, a little bit fuller, and it's driven back by Phillips. Not sure whether Higgins got a hand on that, but it'll happen very slowly and gave Bancroft a lot of time to ground his bat at the non-striker's end, so even though the ball hit the stumps, no drama there. That was rude.
He won't sell ice cream at that speed.
Has left, actually, hasn't it? The van has gone back down the motorway. Higgins to Phillips. He plays that from the crease. And there's no run as it's picked up by Carey's at extra cover. Just does a little practice bowl off to mid-off. Can't imagine after that early wicket that Middlesex will be replacing him. Do you reckon they might want an over or two of Holman before the close? I suppose it depends whether Higgins takes a wicket or not.
Yes.
Higgins bowls. Phillips defends comfortably enough into the offside.
I think Holman will want an over or two. No two ways about it.
Oh, the ice cream fans reversing.
Oh, he's coming back. Celebratory wicket for any Middlesex fans.
He's got the hazard lights on. He
He's
seems to
heard
be aiming for the scoreboard.
He's heard Holman's about to bowl.
Runaway ice cream van into the scoreboard. Higgins in. Phillips plays with angled bat into the onside. Out to Geddes at short mid-wicket. So we definitely are in territory now, you'd think, for Gloucestershire not wanting to expose Ollie Price. Williamson dropping back to deep mid-wicket, and also deep point dropping back, so it looks as though they would quite like De Carey's to be bowling at Phillips rather than at Bancroft. Either that or Higgins is bluffing the short ball. Might be that. Deep square, long leg, but also deep backward point. Final ball of this over. Higgins trots in, bowls now. Phillips will just roll the wrists on that and tap it away into the onside. Maiden over from Higgins. His first 6 overs remain in this day's play, with Gloucestershire behind by 404 runs still at 41 for 1.
It's got a little chilly. I'm going to have to put my jacket on.
Dear.
I just had a shiver.
Gonna roll my sleeves up.
Not going to take your jumper off though, are you?
Well, I'd have to actually take the headset off, and I'm at the stage where I can't be bothered to do that.
Honestly.
Shirt sleeves everywhere else in the ground. There's barely a jumper in sight. It's a proper thick hoodie as well.
It is. It's a good one.
Another helmet that's been brought out, or Robson, actually no, maybe the opposite. It's come out from a close position. Bancroft on strike.
Carries is in, bowls, and beats the edge of Bancroft's forward defence. Goodness me, he was late on that, wasn't he?
I guess
really gone anywhere with it.
If maybe Charlesworth hadn't left it and had been bowled, then maybe Bancroft would have left that, because he's gone chasing that outside off stump.
It's carries again, bowls, and this is driven to Holman, who's at. Well, he's almost silly mid-on there now, isn't he? There's a mid-wicket, he's a silly mid-on, there's a deep mid-on, deep mid-off, extra cover, backward point, slip, deep backward square leg, short leg crouch down again, as well as down the track comes Bancroft and opens the face, driving this through point. A chase for Cornwell, which he'll win, extraordinary, and then goes clattering into the boards down below us, and then picks himself up as if nothing had happened and runs back in. Great effort and commitment there. Cause some mirth down below. Titty ye not. You could have been hurt.
Well, there's not much space there between the rope and the boards. There's more space than there is at the college lawn end. But, decent cricket all round, really. It was a good ball. Bancroft found the gap, and then good running to come back for the third. An excellent piece of fielding.
Carries in, bowls, and down the track comes Phillips now. Only just met that ball. It squirted off the toe end of the bat through point, didn't it, for a single. That was a little hairy.
It was a bit of a juggling act there from Joe Cracknell, who seemed determined that the ball wouldn't bounce once, and in so doing, made the ball bounce about 5 times.
Did he? I took my eyes off. Here's De Carey's bowl. Solid defence on that one from Bancroft into the offside. No run. And again comes De Carey's. This is pushed back by Bancroft and a dot ball. 45 for 1. Bancroft's 25. Phillips is 2, and there are 5 overs to go today. 16 got in this innings.
Cornwell seems to be staying loose, whether he's just attempting to catch the skipper's eye for a final couple of overs, but with only 5 left. Well, Higgins could easily bowl a 6-over spell through from that chapel end, and I can't imagine they'll be taking De Carey's off at all. Just a little examination, I think, of the ball's condition there with Sue Redfern and Tom Helm. I think maybe repair, really, rather than a actual discussion that it might be out of shape. The ball is in Higgins' hands. He doesn't tend to waste very much time. Coming into Phillips on 2, in and bowls, and Phillips from the crease plays in defence into the offside. He has looked much more comfortable against the seam so far, has Phillips. It's on 2 off 18. It's not been an especially comfortable stay at the crease, but he'll be feeling, I'm sure, if he can get through that, that the reward will be a good amount of time to bat tomorrow morning, weather permitting. Too close on the offside on the drive, 1 close on the onside, I suppose on the drive, and just the wide slip. Higgins in to Phillips, and that's tucked away through backward square. That will just be a single to Cornwell out there. Phillips adds that run to his score onto 346 for 1. Low late evening sunlight on the chapels. Isn't that nice?
Lovely. You're going to get your paint set now.
Oh gosh, that would certainly not do it justice. Higgins goes in, bowls to Bancroft, who plays it firmly but only in defence on the bounce to one of the 2 short extra covers. Well, there is still, of course, a 50-over match to come after this one. August the 5th in the One Day Cup against Derbyshire. But that'll be that for another year. Higgins in now. Bancroft defends out into the offside and picked up by Holden. And unless something quite remarkable happens over the next couple of days, Gloucestershire's winless run here may continue. As I mentioned yesterday, they've not won in 4-day cricket on this ground since they beat Middlesex the last time they visited in 2021. Here comes Ryan Higgins, passes umpire Redfern, but bowls now, and Bancroft is once again showing no signs that he wants to do very much with the fuller deliveries. It's full, he's played defensively. He's just waited for the opportunity to either drive or pull on the back foot, but Higgins has been determined not to give him such an opportunity. As the overs and the balls tick down, 46 for 1. Higgins in, bowls and beats Bancroft with one that just seemed to lift a bit. Not enormously so, and it's still only got through quite low down to Cracknell, but did just look, especially from side on, as though that one maybe just popped a bit. He also, Bancroft was drawn away from his body there. But that is the end of the 17th over. 4 more overs remain.
What would they give for 1 wicket to take off with them, to go with that of Charlesworth tonight, Middlesex? 46 for 1, Gloucestershire. Phillips on strike, 3 from 19. De Carey steps in. 2 short legs, forward short leg and a square. Oh, that's played beautifully off the back foot between the pair of them. Well, he's a silly... What are we going to go with? Silly mid-on and short leg? As those two?
Yeah, probably. There's enough of a gap there that it's not silly mid-wicket, I think, isn't there? But considering, as I mentioned earlier on when he was fielding at short leg, that Phillips has been out a couple of times, caught in that area. There was absolutely no chance he was going to be caught there in the gap, and he made sure to give that a real thump.
It's Carey's. Steps in again, bowls, and this ball's pushed just in front of backward point for a single by Phillips. Quite sure I can make out the...
No.
Not sure we want to either.
Couldn't hear it either.
Here's De Carey's to Bancroft on 25, beat him with that one the last over, didn't he? Went past the edge. He steps in now, bowls, and Bancroft's forward, pushing back up the track.
A tempter. A bit there.
Oh, the goals sound tempted, don't they? De Carey's. Down the track comes Bancroft and defends to silly mid-on. So they've got a short leg and silly mid-on. There was a short leg and a forward short leg. That was what I was scrambling for in the last over, wasn't there? Now there's a silly mid-on, which is Max Holden. De Carey's bowls, and this is turns to short leg. Geddes.
Did they think he was going to tread on his stumps there? I'm not sure what the jeopardy was. Was there something?
I think they're just very, very keen to be noisy in and around the stumps this year, Middlesex. As De Carey's is in, bowls, and down the track comes Bancroft. I thought he was going to miss that for a moment, but a thick outside edge all along the floor to Cornwell at point saves him.
There is, again, just a little air of jumpiness about the way that Gloucestershire are playing De Carey's, and I'm not sure that, I don't know, so it's so easy to say sitting here, but it's almost as though that visual of the more worked on part of the pitch when it comes to trying to make it turn is just a little bit in their heads, because they're so keen to get down the pitch, and a couple of times it has felt as though they've been done by the flight and the length. Almost could have been creating their own demises, really. Just 1 over of spin to negotiate as the goals scream at each other at extra cover. And once again, we wait for Middlesex to position this field. There's going to be 3 close in on the drive on the offside, and 1 on the onside. Higgins approaching Phillips, bowls, and Phillips shuffling down the pitch to defend into the offside. It's a little bit on the move there. Got solid bat on it. Close of play at Chelmsford, where Warwickshire are 140 for 2. So they did just lose a second wicket on the stroke of seeing it through 1 down. 140 for 2, replying to Essex's 602 for 6. Higgins bowls to Phillips, back of a length, and Phillips opens the face and just gets it past Gully. And now that he's done that, the ball is running out towards the boundary, won't quite get there. They'll take 2, and then good fielding. Running back. Keeps it to that 2. Thought they might be able to take a third, but perhaps it's reached the stage where Bancroft is thinking. Over to you, youngster. Phillips moves to 10. Gloucestershire to 53 for 1. Ethan Bamber was sent out as a night watchman for Warwickshire.
Go on, Heath.
Of course, he had a game on loan here at Cheltenham for Gloucestershire. Higgins bowls, and that's played with soft hands by Phillips behind square on the offside for no run. And they've also closed now at Old Trafford, where Sam Northeast and Kieran Carlson have seen Glamorgan through to the close. Carlson 43 from 50 balls. That's how you put the pressure on. With a big lead, so they're at 219 ahead at close of play. Higgins into Phillips, who plays this one not past. There's that Holman at Gully. Way to his right. And he needed his wingspan to get to that one. So again, that would have threatened to run away and be a tricky chase down the hill if it had got by. So I think this is the only Division 2 game going, and they're still playing at New Road and Scarborough.
I was just about to say, where do you think Housey is right now? But it's Scarborough, isn't it?
Higgins in now. Phillips drops it down into the ground, out to backward point for no run. One delivery remaining in this anti-penultimate over.
He hasn't replied to my what do you get if you mix Ed Bevan and Kevin Howell's message. Well, you get Windsor Davis, Kev. I wonder why he hasn't replied.
He's probably blocked you.
Yeah, wouldn't blame him.
Higgins in, bowls to Phillips. Fuller this time, drawing Phillips forward, but he meets it with a good-looking defence, and that's the end of that over. So 53 for 1, and 1 over to go from each end.
So, 12 deliveries to navigate to get in 1 down. 6 deliveries, I guess, to navigate to ensure there'll be no more than 2 down. And comes De Carey's then, slipping a short leg for Bancroft, silly mid-on, and De Carey's as this one pushed back to mid-wicket and no run. Surely Holman gets the last over from the other end, doesn't he? Not a flight on this, and forward goes Bancroft, bat and pad together. It trickles away into the offside. Again, backing right up onto his stumps and looking to punch Bancroft. Well, he's in the game, isn't he, De Carey's?
Again, I don't know if they're playing for turn and not getting it, because again, that just looks as if it's gone straight through.
And comes De Carey's, bowls, forward defence, big stride from Bancroft on this one. It eases into the offside. Seagull swoops down mid-pitch but then disappears before De Carey sets off. In now bowls and forward goes Bancroft pushing back to the carries, and there's no run. Last ball of the carries over, driven back to mid-off. And it's a dot ball, 53 for 1. Bancroft's 25, a maiden over for the carries, 1 for 10 from his 5 overs today. Second maiden. There's 1 to come, which means Gloucestershire will not be any more than 2 down at stumps this evening.
No, and they certainly would not want to be 2 down. I mean, 21 overs, new ball, you'd probably say, okay, probably thinking, well, 1 down, but 2 down, not okay.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, 21 overs tonight could have gone horribly wrong, couldn't it?
Oh yeah, definitely. It has not been the disaster that it could have been, but still they really would want to be 2 down. Is Ryan Higgins going to bowl off spin here?
Yes, he is.
I think he might be. He was listed for so long on a well-known cricketing website as bowling off breaks.
Was he?
Several years even into his Gloucestershire career. But he is actually going to bowl off spin. With a short leg and a slip. He bowls, and inside edge from Phillips. It squeezes down to short fine leg. Plunged forward.
I did see him on the eve of the game when I heard that the ends are a little as they are. I said, does that mean we're going to see a bit more off break from you? Here you go. Didn't know I'd be telling the truth.
Maybe I've done Phillips a bit of a disservice there. He at least tried to style out that he'd deflected it round the corner rather than edged it. But it has prompted Middlesex to put another field around the bat, and to be honest, why not? Got 3 round there, but it's not as though Gloucestershire are going to be doing any damage this over. Higgins loses his run. Sue Redfern deftly signals dead ball. Higgins bowls right up to the bat and squeezed away into the onside by Phillips. You could see the look of slight frustration with De Carey's last couple of deliveries, so full that pitch, or the uncertainty of it, was taken out of the equation as Phillips strides a long way forward, taps it straight into the ground, and there's no runners. Short leg fielder Geddes picks it up. 3 balls left. Higgins, with his off breaks, bowls a quicker delivery, tried to fire that one past Phillips, but despite the fact that Phillips was a little on the crease, still just pats it away to point. 2 balls remaining. Deploy just having a bit of a rethink here. He wants his second fielder under the helmet to go into the offside. Yeah, I think I probably wouldn't have waited until the 5th ball to do that, but in any case. So slip, leg slip, short leg and silly mid-off. Cornwell coming in off the boundary. 2 balls to go. Higgins bowls and Phillips goes back and plays this one very late, and it's come, I think, possibly off the toe end of the bat. It's not gone too close to the stumps, but it was a bit of a prod from Phillips, but only 1 ball to go. Higgins, last ball of the day, bowls. It's overpitched and driven through the offside to wide mid-off, and that will be a single to Phillips, so he'll have the strike the next morning. Gloucestershire are 54 for 1 in response to Middlesex's 445. It's still a perilous position for Gloucestershire, but with a bit of a fight back with the ball and only 1 wicket down at the close, I think they will feel as though they've made things a little better than it could have been.
Yes, deficit's 391, so they need another 252 to avoid the follow-on.
42.
42. 242 more to avoid the follow-on. So, yeah, I mean, they'd be confident of doing that, wouldn't they? But again, Middlesex must say to themselves, look, Gloucestershire created chances, a fair few of them. Some to hand, some just short. But there were some big moments in there, and if Middlesex back themselves to say, well, look, we're going to out-bowl them, let's make sure we hold our chances when they come our way, then just perhaps you take out that 150 of Kane Williamson, and all of a sudden it's tight, going for nigh on 300 to avoid the follow-on, and then do we have a game of it going into the final day? Well, even if we don't, Middlesex might come out and absolutely slap it for 20 overs and set something up for the final day anyway, because they may well need the win if Glamorgan go on and do something there at Old Trafford in that game. So we shall find out. We shall see tomorrow.
We will, yep. There's plenty of intrigue, and hopefully the weather will hold off, as there are some thundery showers forecast for tomorrow, so let's hope we don't get those. But whatever the weather, we'll be back to bring you what cricket there is. Kevin Hand and myself. So enjoy the rest of your evening, and we'll be back tomorrow.